Diary of the Former World's #1 Raising a Minor Character. Volume 3 by Sawamura Haruta. Translated by Carrie Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 5 The Darkness Wolf Arc. Chapter 46 Dragon Horse and Dragon King. We've continued to clear the Prolan dungeon for a little over a month. We've already collected all the necessary mithril. It was done with considerable leeway, so this is the result. I can't help but to say it was easy. The experience we accumulated was so much too. I got the most. Still, Sylvia and Ika have almost raised their existing skills to grade 9. Yukari has also raised manufacture and bestowal magic up to grade 9. Manufacture is a skill that can be called a synonymous of blacksmith, used to make equipment out of materials. Also, for bestowal, once Yukari's disassembly skill has gone to a higher rank, I'll start to carefully consider it. Manufacture, bestowal, and disassembly. You're not able to properly dabble in bestowal without having these three. That was common sense in my previous life section. Well then, since we've come this far and we're free now, this is a good opportunity. Therefore, I finally decided to let them know what's next. Since we have the chance, let's learn the most we can. After I told the group, Iko and Sylvia nodded with a sense of tension. Learn the most we can, that means, using the skills learned up until now. We'll now be learning Dragon Horse and Dragon King. For Sylvia, that would be Dragon Horse Archery and Dragon King Archery, and in the case of Iko, Dragon Horse Shieldmanship and Dragon King Shieldmanship. And for me, in addition to Dragon Horse Archery and Dragon King Archery, there's also Dragon Horse Swordsmanship and Dragon King Swordsmanship. However, since it's troublesome to rank them all the way up, for the moment I'll just settle for learning them and stop at the 16th class, but I'll raise Dragon King Swordsmanship all the way up since that is a practical skill. Tell me, second dono, what is the method of acquiring them? Sylvia asked that question with an excited face. Those are the only archery skills she has left to learn, so she's really enthusiastic. Firstly, I'll explain about Dragon Horse Archery. To put it simply, you just have to defeat the dragon. DDDDRA. Nice reaction. However, since the talk won't advance like this, I just continued speaking. What's important is how you defeat it. In the case of Dragon Horse Archery, the last blow has to be done using Bishop Archery. Until then, you need to attack using each and every archery skill, from soldier to rook, at least once. Master, is such a thoughtless action even possible while fighting a dragon? Yukari asked a naive question, but it was expected. Once you know how to do it, it's easy. Besides, this alone isn't enough to learn Dragon Horse Archery. What? There's still more? Sylvia looked at the sky as if asking for a break. She didn't think there was more to the Dragon Horse explanation. If you do what I say against 5 different dragons, you'll learn it. You could see the shock on her face, and even almost hear it. Not only Sylvia, but the tension had also spread to Yukari and Iko. Well, it's bothersome. In Mobius, there isn't just one kind of dragon. From beginning to end, there are more than 20 varieties. But if we find 5 of the weaker varieties and meet the condition that way, it won't be that much trouble. When you think about it, Dragon King is a bit better to get. In the case of Dragon King Archery, all you need to do is kill 10 dragons of any type using just rook archery. Well, that way is easier. There's no way that's easier. Sylvia yelled. She wondered, isn't this just a dream? Then she continued, that's right. I'm sure I'm just unconscious, and held her head in her hands. I might have broken her spirit a bit too much. Oops. Oh, swordsmanship has the same conditions. In other words, you and I will be hunting dragons for a while, Sylvia. I'll help you. So it's okay. Don't worry. As a response to my follow-up, Sylvia said really? Then she raised her face, looked at me and asked, you'll not just throw me into the dragon's nest, right? In doubt. What does she think I am? There's no way I'll do that. Flag. And me? Your case is a bit special, Iko. For Dragon Horse Shieldmanship, it's enough to have protected a team member with Soldier Shieldmanship, Rook Shieldmanship at least once, who kills the dragon. And do that with 5 different dragons. Dragon King Shieldmanship, however, is to consecutively parry a dragon's attack using rook shieldmanship 100 times. It's a bit difficult, but I'll show you how. Got it? I'll do my best. Yeah, let's do our best. Iko was full of energy, and okay with the challenge. And while we're out dragon hunting, can I ask you to take care of things regarding the Earl, Yukari? Yes. Please leave that to me, Master. Yukari was as expressionless as ever, but she had this slightly triumphant look. I'm a bit happy that I can now somehow read that cold expression of hers little by little as we spend more time together. All right, let's start with the plan then. Thus, the curtain was closed on our prowling clears section. Where are the dragons? Along the way, Iko came asking. We're moving north from Bad Gordo, and our destination is the canyon. There are a lot in the Meteo dungeon. The intermediate class dungeon. Meteo is an outdoor dungeon. It has the shape of a canyon, and inside of it, 7 different types of dragons appear, including the boss. It's a den of dragons, so to speak. Wait, did you just say Meteo? Yeah, but it hasn't been captured yet, right? I can tell. The Meteo dungeon is the most difficult of the intermediate class dungeons. That's why I thought that if Prolin was still uncaptured, Meteo would be the same. It might be even harder than the Elgin dungeon, the easiest of the upper class dungeons, if you just consider the monster's difficulty. We're going to such a dangerous place? To defeat a dragon? That's correct. Are we going to be alright? It's alright. There is a small number of monsters in Meteo, so we can always go 3 against 1. In exchange for that, only dragons appear. However, quality is better than quantity, and each one of them has considerable strength. I see. You worry too much. You won't die. Sylvia seems to be quite nervous. She just responded with a Uamu, and returned her sight to the front, but I could still feel her restlessness. Does she have any bad memories of dragons? When I asked her that, her reply implied that was not the case. Then what is it? I've been dealing against nothing but Gillums for a while. I would be lying if I said I wasn't anxious about my first battle against something new. Furthermore, dragons are monsters who are the symbols of strength. It's weird not to be nervous. But even if I say that, I think there isn't such a word in your dictionary. Second dono. I see. Leaving the anxiousness aside, it's good that she's tense and focused on her first time fight. Telling her you're admirable. I gave her a thumbs up. Sylvia laughed at her own dismay, saying, I'm starting to feel stupid for being this nervous. Iko, on the other hand, was completely normal. Is it because she has a leeway thanks to her high vitality, or is it just her personality? In any case, it's good that she's reliable. I also gave her a thumbs up. Section. While continuing like that, we arrived at the Meteo dungeon, a V-shaped valley surrounded by cliffs so steep that the top can't be seen, and at the bottom of the valley, a tranquil stream flowed. Oh, I found one. I found a dragon right away. Luckily, it's the weakest among the 6 types of dragon that appear here, a white dragon. It's called dragon, but it is undeniably a dragon subspecies. So big. Iko's A's rounded in surprise as she raised her voice. Certainly, it's big. It might be around 10 meters in length. Its rugged white scales were beautiful. Are we going to fight that? Sylvia's legs completely gave in. About that. I'll set an example at first, so take a good look at it. I approached the white dragon while setting up my longbow and measuring the range. Then, using spirit summoning, I called Angelmas out. Oh, isn't that a dragon? A somewhat indifferent reaction was transmitted to my mind. Time for possession. As you wish. I activated spirit possession. Angelmas turned into a 7-colored light and merged with me. Oh God. This is it. This is the best. No matter how many times I do it, this is incredible. The supreme almighty sensation. The ultimate ecstasy. Currently, the rank of spirit possession is grade 5. The increase in status is 4 times. Possession time is 270 seconds and it is a 290-second cooldown time. To feel this ecstasy for longer, stronger and much more than before, I feel like I'm already addicted to it. Well then, now that it's activated, I can't let even 1 second go to waste. The purpose of this is to acquire dragon horse archery. First of all, I have to fulfill the condition of attacking it at least once with each of the 7 skills, from soldier to rook. Preparing a soldier archery shot, I release it right away. It quickly flew and stabbed the white dragon on the thigh. Obviously taken by surprise, the white dragon roared in severe pain. I then launched lance archery in quick succession. Those attacks penetrated the legs of the white dragon, and so, the angry white dragon rushed towards me. Using gold archery, I knocked it back, and prepared bishop archery, immediately releasing it. Go! From the sounds it made, it was the signal that the dragon was preparing a breath. I cancelled the knight archery I was preparing next, and ran lightly, making a circle around the white dragon. This alone is enough to easily evade the breath of the white dragon. Then, the after-breath rigidity came. This gives me the chance for an all-out attack. I first released rook archery, followed by silver archery, and lastly knight archery. Since I've attacked with all 7 skills, the condition was met. All that's left is to finish it off using bishop archery. Its charge can be countered with gold archery, and its breath by simply running. It's easy to defend against an opponent like a white dragon with just this much. If its remaining HP falls below 20%, it will also attack using its tail. However, that doesn't matter since it can be defeated before it has the chance to do so. And, like this, the white dragon went down. This is the result of relentlessly aiming at its legs only. The down state always comes when the cumulative damage on the legs exceeds a certain threshold and the HP is lower than 30%. Jiun. I shot bishop archery at the downed white dragon, and since white dragon couldn't resist at all, it was thoroughly defeated. By the way, I would have liked to attack using rook archery, doing damage more efficiently, but with the white dragon's HP, I don't know when it would go down. So, in order to avoid wasting time, I finished it using only bishop. Now, when it was on the verge of being freed from the down state, the white dragon roared in agony and died. A little more and it would have been able to rush at me. I'm glad I didn't use rook just in case. Well, it's something like this. Releasing the possession, I returned to where Sylvia and Iko were. The 2 girls were just standing still with their mouths open. I was alone just now, but from now on we'll do it together, okay? Silence. The strategy against the white dragon is easy. Using gold to counter the rush, and evade the breath that always comes after the dragon makes a weird noise. All you have to do is protect against those 2. No response. Are you ready? All right, let's not waste time and wait a minute. Finally, Sylvia opened her mouth. Second donor, do you know what you've just accomplished? You solo killed a dragon, you know? Isn't that an incredible feat? And, what's more, wasn't it scary? Iko complimented Sylvia's words. Was I scared? Huh? There might be misunderstanding something. I'll be troubled if they become scared. So, I think I should say it here. Let's be clear, there's nothing scary. I noticed the 2 of them were taken aback. Given our status, even if we receive the white dragon's strongest attack and it's a critical, we won't die unless we get hit 3 times. Also, as I said before, just counter the rush with gold and avoid the breath when it makes the weird noise. Or are you saying doing this to defend is some huge undertaking? Anyone can kill it. Furthermore, aren't we aiming to be the top in the world? Sooner or later we'll be able to kill a white dragon in a single blow. For the members of Firstest to be making a fuss against this level of opponent, in a single blow. Also, I'm sorry for not explaining that you won't die unless you get hit 3 times by a critical from the white dragon. Is that so? Seriously? Sylvia and Iko got angry. I'm really sorry. It seems that although I was preaching to them with a self-satisfied face, it was my own fault from the very beginning for not informing them beforehand. I'm ashamed. Aren't you just angry because you were surprised? Second, say sorry. I'm sorry. After sharing information earnestly after that, we properly started the hunt for dragons. Chapter 47. The difference is the beauty. There are 7 types of dragons that appear in Meteo, including the boss. These are white dragons, azure dragons, amber dragons, emerald dragons, crimson dragon, golden dragons, and the boss, a 7-colored dragon called rainbow dragon. Assuming the strength of a white dragon is 10, azure dragons are 12, amber dragons are 14, emerald dragons are 16, and crimson dragons are 20. The golden dragons jump to about 80, and the rainbow dragon is at about 456. As you'd expect from a boss, its strength is on another level. When it comes to fighting, we'll have a leeway up until the crimson dragons. However, it might be a little difficult to deal with the golden dragon, being 8 times as strong as a white dragon. I alone should be alright, but there's also Sylvia and Iko. And obviously the boss, the rainbow dragon, is out of the question. If you were to ask if I could defeat it now, it might be possible if I went solo, but it would take a long time. But to challenge it with 3 people, it would be impossible to fight it while having to worry about them. Therefore, I don't think we can defeat the rainbow dragon currently, and if possible, I don't want to fight a golden dragon. Well then, our goal this time isn't to capture the Meteor Dungeon, it is to learn Dragon Horse and Dragon King. The learning condition for Dragon Horse is defeat 5 dragon varieties using the 7 skills, from soldier to bishop, at least once and deliver the last blow using Rook. And the condition to learn Dragon King is using nothing but Rook. Kill 10 dragons. If we apply this trying to be the most efficient in Meteo, then it becomes something like this: kill 10 white dragons using nothing but Rook, and meet the requirements for Dragon Horse against a white dragon, an azure dragon, an amber dragon, an emerald dragon, and a crimson dragon. Right. We don't have to bother touching the other 2 dragons, the golden dragon and the rainbow dragon. Therefore, the strongest enemy will be the crimson dragon. That's a dragon twice as strong as the white dragon. In other words, what I'm trying to say is this will be an easy victory. At dinner time, at the tavern in Bad Gordo, I declared so while raising my mug. Our progress is about half. Today, Sylvia was able to learn Dragon King archery, Iko learned Dragon King shieldmanship, and I got Dragon King swordsmanship and Dragon King archery. The white dragon Kunad was sacrificed to mount easily to over 30. I'm dead tired, Hito. After being on my toes the whole day. Hito. Sylvia and Iko lie down on the table. Sylvia seems to be tired mentally, while Iko was tired physically. The most troublesome part of today was Iko's condition for Dragon King shieldmanship, the 100 continuous parries. Getting the right timing to parry is quite difficult, so as I expected, that took her a long time. By the way, Iko described the attacks of the white dragon like a tackle. As expected, even for Iko it was a little painful. There's only 4 more for tomorrow. Hang in there a little more. I tried to encourage the 2 girls. The conditions for Sylvia and Iko's Dragon Horse had only been met with a white dragon. Tomorrow, we'll meet the conditions with the other 4 enemies, the Azure Dragon, Amber Dragon, Emerald Dragon, and Crimson Dragon. But those 4 will be stronger than the white dragons. Didn't you say the Crimson Dragon was twice as strong as the White Dragon? That's right. There's only one thing you need to be careful of, and I just remembered a silly saying about it. Just keep this in mind. Gosh, what is it? It's all good if you don't get hit. I don't know who said it, but it is indeed stupid. As if wherever the head goes, the tail will follow. Worked here, huh? In other words, even if you can do it, second dono, that doesn't mean I will, huh? Me one more time. I dare you. First of all, what you should be teaching us is how to avoid it, you idiot. Ouch. She got angry. I might have been a bit too silly. However, rather than being depressed and lying limp on the table, this feels more normal. Looking at Sylvia in front of me, I spoke while making the most serious expression I could. Sylvia, on a serious note, you can't let your guard down tomorrow. If you feel hesitant even for a split second, just evade. Okay? It seems Sylvia was taken aback by my sudden change in mood, but she nodded in agreement to my words. Iko, if you hesitate, just use bishop, and if you'll not make it in time, just evade. Understood. Iko was as obedient as ever, and after making sure the 2 girls were attentively listening to me, I continued. Engrave this in your mind. There are 3 ways to evade. Number 1, when you hear the characteristic sound that precedes the breath, run in a circle with the dragon at the center. Number 2, if it jumps up, run perpendicularly to the direction the dragon is moving. And number 3, The moment the dragon turns its face downwards, immediately drop down and move away. In their order, those are breath evasion, crush evasion and tail evasion methods. That way, the breath is wasted, the crush is displaced, and the tail is avoided by lying down. Originally, one would be killed by the dragon again and again before arriving at the optimal solution. However, in this world, one can't simply just let themselves be killed. Therefore, people who know these measures might be considerably few in number. Okay, roger that. Sylvia nodded. I'm sure she swallowed what she wanted to say. After all, how do you know this? She had this question in the past, but I already decided not to reveal the reason. And probably because she's aware of that, she just nodded without adding anything. The behavior of monsters and their countermeasures. Just how much advantage does knowing only that bring in this world? Although it's still vague, I no longer feel uncertain about becoming the top in the world, or at least that's how I felt. All right. If you're aware of those 3 things I just said, then your life should be fine for now. All that's left is for you to practice it with the white dragons. Any questions? Are you going to capture the Meteor Dungeon? I will not. Oh, okay. Sylvia had an unexpected look on her face. Iko too was staring at me, puzzled. Can it be that they think I can't capture it? If that's the case, then I'll have to correct them. I can't let them look down on the world's top. If I were to prepare carefully, even in our current situation, there's no way I can't capture it. However, even if I capture it, it'll be a tasteless victory. Ike knew it. You can capture it all by yourself. Amazing. The two of them looked at me with surprise and amazement. Yeah, that's the look. The shock after killing over 40 white dragons and knowing I'm able to defeat the stronger rainbow dragon. But they trust and believe in me. In other words, amazement at my degree of strength. That's how the world's top must be seen. However, second dono, you are quite strange. While showing a strong commitment to an honor as vague as the definition of top of the world, why can't you see the actual honor of capturing a dungeon? I thought the same when you said you wanted a mansion. A mansion that is the best in the world. It makes me wonder whether that is greed or not. Sylvia suddenly threw a question at me. She seems to want to say I'm a strange person. However, that question is quite welcomed. The world's top can't be considered to be a normal person. I just don't want to do something useless. After all, being the world's top is a long process. I'm saying that abnormal composure and unshakable self-confidence are strange, but that's good, isn't it? Well, you're right. For some reason we both laughed. This kind of weird, open-minded conversation happened as we got drunk and spoke to each other unreservedly. A while after that, Iko's face falling flat onto her bowl marked the closure of our meeting. Finally, tomorrow we'll learn Dragon Horse, but the lack of tension on everyone was a nice feeling. Section. An incredible battle was taking place in front of me. A crimson dragon raged against second dono, who was facing it holding a sword and clad in a 7-colored aura. I've already learned Dragon Horse archery and Ika has learned Dragon Horse shieldmanship too. As we always faced them 3-1, be it an emerald dragon or a crimson dragon, they never posed a threat to us. It might be good to say it was all thanks to the abnormally accurate advice from Second Dono. Second Dono also say he had already learned Dragon Horse archery. Then, why is he fighting right now? The reason is, for learning Dragon Horse swordsmanship. Since we're here, I'll try to solo it with just those words. He walked up to the Crimson Dragon as if he was simply going out for a walk. And so, the battle started. If I had to use one word to describe it, it would be beautiful. Second Dono's movements, which appeared to be refined to the very limit, relentlessly assault the Crimson Dragon. How to efficiently and safely kill. I feel there's no exaggeration to say this was the very epitome of these 2 points ultimate form. Just how much study, how much practice, and how many risks must one face to reach such heights? I can't even begin to imagine. I stared at this sight as if I was eating into it carefully, so as to not miss any move, any moment. Both Iko and I were silent, just watching. And after a while, the Crimson Dragon fell. The obvious result. Second Dono kept hitting it with rook swordsmanship at the highest efficiency without receiving a single blow. Okay, I learned it. Let's go home. Looking back, he said so in a matter-of-fact manner. It was his usual expression, like when he takes the corner room at the inn, or when he discovers something delicious at the bar, or when he buys something and the total is exactly 10,000 CL. It was a face like that. I can't help but to hear it as one's presence of mind. Although I don't think I can do away with just explaining it as such. There are many people in the world who can defeat a dragon. But, is there really someone else who can defeat a dragon as easily as breathing? So far, I've caught many glimpses of his various anomalies, however, I've never felt them as deep as today. Furthermore, I admire him deeply. I too want to be like that. And even if I knew there was no way I could stand next to him, I couldn't help but to chase after that incredible figure. Umi, Iko lined up next to second, and thus, we arrived at the return road, and as we walked the road, I then heard the sounds of a sword clashing. Second dono. Yeah, someone's at it. You wanna go see? It's quite rare to meet people inside the dungeons, and it is even rarer for uncaptured dungeons such as Meteo. That's because, depending on the ability of the person, just entering such a place can be a matter of life and death. In any case, this is very rare. It's swordsmanship, and what's more, it looks like a single person. Second muttered. Surprisingly, it was a blonde man who was fighting the dragon. A woman could be seen behind the man. Looking at how she wasn't doing anything, it seemed like rather than support, she was a healing magician. One thing that bothered me was the fact that the woman was, for some reason, wearing maid clothes. Does that mean the man is noble from somewhere? Oh, strong? Iko said while slightly tilting her head. Well, certainly, he's strong. You could see he was overpowering the amber dragon alone. Oh, he knocked it down. Looking at the damage, it looks like his attacks were stronger than mine. What? Is he stronger than second? In other words, isn't he some ridiculous monster? That's why I said that participating in the title championship was a little it's so sudden I can't believe it. Oh, looks like he's engaging again. This time, it's an emerald dragon. The blonde man challenged an emerald dragon soon after the previous one. Driving his swordsmanship into the poisonous-looking scales, even the emerald dragon was as overwhelmed as the amber dragon was. Strong, but I see. I finally understood the strange sensation I was having. His was not beautiful. He seems to be doing okay against the rush, the breath, the crush attack and even the tail, countering, striking and avoiding. However, the difference is like heaven and earth when compared to Second Dono's battle from a little while back. There is too much unnecessary movement. There are huge gaps when he attacks and defends. Moreover, he has a fewer number of attacks when compared to Second Dono, and he's always in a dangerous spot. The difference between him and Second Dono is so obvious that it's a pity to compare them. If he and Second Dono were to fight, it's easy to tell who'll be the winner. No matter how much his status is higher than Second Dono's, as he is now, there's a huge difference between the two of them to overturn that. Exclamation mark. It was then when I noticed it. I've grown enough to understand the decisive differences. If it was the former me looking at Second Dono or the blonde man, I would just get carried away, feeling excited like that time when I saw a title match for the first time. But now it's different. The beautiful movements reveal the difference. Now that I've grown along with Second, I might notice something else if I were to look at a title match. No, I'm sure that's the case. I no longer felt interested in the blonde man's fight, and my thoughts were about the title match that would eventually come. I hope he doesn't die if he runs into the rainbow dragon. Even a golden dragon might spell trouble. Second Dono said while looking at the blonde man. If he's correct, it might be bad for that man. Should I go advise him? The moment I was having those thoughts, the man and the woman in the maid dress left the place. Although imperfect, that man is a talented one, so he might be aware of his own skills. All right, us two, let's go back. We'll join Yukari and tomorrow, we'll go see the luxury mansion together. Second Dono left the Meteo dungeon in high spirits, holding hands with the skipping Iko. Not like I'm a stranger to that feeling. As a matter of fact, I too am grinning. My skills column has the names Dragon Horse Archery and Dragon King Archery in it. A large sum of money is waiting for us, and I'll be able to live with second dono in an incredible mansion. So far, it's been smooth sailing. It's kind of scary. Iko didn't change that much since she was happy as long as she could be with second dono, but Yukari's joy was quite remarkable. As the Prolin dungeon clears progressed, the corners of her mouth rose little by little, and at the end she was smiling normally. And we're speaking of that expressionless as a ghost Yukari. But what scares me is that she might be plotting something behind the scenes. Yuamu, I need to stay alert. Hey, Sylvia, we'll leave you behind. Sorry, I'm coming. At any rate, I'll aim for the title match by raising Dragon Horse and Dragon King. As I was told, it wasn't a mistake to follow second dono. Today this became quite clear. Nodding to myself, I ran to that large, hateful figure who tried to ruthlessly make me enter a dragon's den. Chapter 48 Dream House. As soon as Master and the other two left to go dragon hunting, I went to visit Earl Lumberjack's house. The mithril alloy was sent little by little, at the pace of once every 2 days, so all that was left was to receive the payment, 30 billion CL in total. Yukari-sama, I've already been informed. Everything is going smoothly. That's really helpful. Forrest, the Earl's family steward, welcomed me. As we had discussed previously, I will be allowed to stay at the Earl's house until Master returns. The Earl's side was quick to give consent. I'm not such an idiot who would wander around carrying 30 billion CL. I also considered hiring an escort, but I felt a bit unsure about it. And, since being by Master's side would be the safest place in the world, I decided it would be better to just quietly wait here. However, I'm not only waiting. Make the arrangements to purchase a luxurious home. Master has already given me that task. For the sake of the discussions about it, I decided to rent a room in the Earl's house and set up a space. Developers, construction companies, carpenters and the capital's top contractors. Everyone who was focused on ultra-high-end residential areas in the outskirts of the kingdom's capital was called. When buying a mansion, it's okay to just call the seller, but that isn't enough to fulfill Master's wonderful dream. Soon after, important traders enticed by the smell of money visited the room. Each and every one of them fawned and humbled themselves at me, a dark elf. I then realized the huge effects the name of the Earl who governed this commercial city carried. Well then, let's get down to business. When Master was investigating about what kind of mansion to purchase, he said this one is much smaller than what I had in mind. The largest and the most expensive mansion in the outskirts of the capital was priced at 2.5 billion CL, but even then, it wasn't suitable in Master's eyes. Then, what should be done? Master said this, his face a full smile. We should buy the 9 here in the 3x3 grid, and all the land in between, building a huge one. Even if he was my beloved Master, for a moment I thought he was being foolish. However, looking up to him, I saw his eyes were sparkling. The northwestern one will be a mansion with the motif of capital of water. At the north, a medium mansion similar to a forest's retreat. The northeast will be a hot springs inn-like mansion. A standard luxurious mansion with a large garden and a pool at the east. Let's make the southeast a mansion for the servants. The middle and the south side should be attached, building a huge castle in it. The southwest should have a lakeside mansion overlooking Lake Vanilla. A Japanese-styled mansion at the west, built on the side of the marsh. He certainly said so. I clearly remember it, word for word. That being the case, there's only one thing for me to do. Take the first step towards realizing my Master's dream. After explaining my request, everyone was silent. Well, it's only obvious. This is something unheard of before. I would appreciate it if you could give me an estimate. I bowed politely to everyone, letting them know with a glance that I'm being very serious. After the traders' faces were dyed in surprise, they quickly moved on to working the numbers. Estimates from each trader arrived that very same night. The property cost, the land, and the remodeling, all in all, it came to a total of approximately 21.6 billion CL. I've never heard of a person spending so much on a house. Even the royal family would spend less. As expected of Master, he wants his house to be the very best in the world. Well, next is, I sent a written reply to each person stating that we'll make a decision after looking at the actual thing, before continuing with the purchase and construction. Then, I let my back rest on the chair. With this, everything is ready. All that's left is deciding what I should do about the servants. While immersing myself in those thoughts, the door was suddenly knocked. The one visiting was a maid from the Earl. It should still be early for dinner and there were no plans to welcome any other visitor. "Excuse me." Philip Sama, the president of the Morris Slave Company, has come. "What should I do?" Exclamation mark. Morris Company. I've never forgotten about that existence, one that could disrupt the peace between me and my master. However, for them to aim at me the moment I'm by myself, perhaps one of the merchants from before made some slip of the tongue. I always thought this was some issue I had to face eventually, but I didn't expect it to be today. I'm no longer a slave. I was broken free by my master. Therefore, my contract at the Morris Company should no longer exist. I can't run away from this. What should I do? There's the option of meeting with him. However, in that case, I can't deny that the relationship can deteriorate. At least, seeing how he came here up front, I can tell he isn't here to censure. Maybe I should just feign ignorance and meet with him while pretending it happened by accident. However, what if he has already seen through it? Is he here to capture me? But such an act can't be done inside the Earl's house. Then, why did he come to visit me? Seems like discovering whether he's hostile or not will have to be done after I meet and talk to him. I'm busy right now. Tell him to wait a moment. Asking the maid to convey that message, I contacted Master using the Team Limited communication. The reply came quickly. It's probably alright, although I'm somewhat anxious. However, since Master said so, it will surely be safe. I'm ready. Please bring Philip Dono. After ringing the bell, I gave the maid instructions. The maid answered with certainly, and left the room. After about 5 minutes, a fat man with sharp eyes, Philip the president of the Morris Company, appeared. Exclamation mark. As soon as he laid his eyes on me, Philip opened his eyes wide and showed a surprised face. "Excuse me." It surprised me. What did? Without speaking a word, I tried to convey those feelings with my attitude. I had a sense of discomfort, so I decided to come see how things were, but it seems my intuition has grown dull. I have no idea what he's talking about. There are some people who are illegally freeing slaves and throwing them into the black market. They are totally a crazy bunch. Exclamation mark. I knew it. He has seen through it. No, wait. It doesn't seem like this man is reproaching Master. What does this mean? In that respect, your master is amazing. He properly manages his slave like this. I'm totally lost. I'm no longer a slave. The contract should have expired too. There's no way this man isn't aware of that. This is for your dear master. Something your former master entrusted to me. Former master? I was shocked. Philip was presenting a letter to me. Duchess Lucia Isene, the woman who picked me up when I was an orphan and raised me as an assassin. Was it a letter for Master? Why? The former Duchess told me to deliver this if the relationship between you and your master was good. This man? No, there's no way. You know everything. Oh? Just what would you be talking about? I was just holding on to this letter. You're lying. You know I'm actually not a slave. Not at all. That was just my very own misunderstanding. You and Second Sama have a very splendid master-slave relationship. Philip said so with a smile from ear to ear. His intention to feign ignorance was plain to see. Why would he do such a thing? After thinking about it for a moment, it hit me. Why did Lucia Sama save my life? Why was I picked up by the Morris Slave Company? And why was the president of said company ignoring the fact I was broken free? There's only one thing that could explain that. The letter. Was the purpose of all that to deliver this letter to Master? Understood. I'll be sure to deliver it. When I answered as so, Philip bowed down and continued. Well then. With this, the task has been completed, so now let's get down to business. Is there something else? While thinking this, Philip opened his mouth and said, by all means, use the slaves from our Morris Company for the servants section. This is where the Eastern Mansion is planned. After joining with Yukari and Lenador, She guided us as we visited the planned site for Second's State, the super luxurious residential area located in the outskirts of the kingdom's capital. What's in front of me is a mansion as I envisioned. A lawn garden huge enough to play soccer in it, a stupidly big pool with a wooden deck, a balcony with a panoramic view, palm trees all around, a 2-story huge mansion with lots of big windows, high ceilings and fairly well illuminated by natural light, a kitchen styled like a fancy bar, a living room large enough to double as an indoors tennis court. This is totally like a 5-star hotel. What the heck is this? Sylvia's incredibly loud voice sounded like someone at their death throes as she screamed in surprise. Will we stay here? Unable to stay put, Iko was excitedly running all over the place, to the first floor, to the second floor, all across the garden and around the pool. This is just 1/9 of it, Yukari uttered in a state of shock. That's exactly right. This is just 1 out of 9 mansions. The mansion of the East. I wonder what they would think of me. It's completely an overkill. However, I'll never say it out loud. Well, if you get bored we can move to another mansion. No, wait, we can just use them according to the season. This one will be for summer use. It will cost money to maintain it even when it's not in use, master. That's alright. I can make as much money as I want. Yukari sent me a questioning look. Do you want to see the other places? Saying so, I ran away from her glare and walked towards the south. After about 15 minutes of walking, I finally saw the other mansion. This was a large Western-style mansion made out of brick. No, it might be more proper to call this a castle rather than a mansion. Its nickname, Mansion of the Southeast. This will be the servant's house. Still, it will take them 15 minutes of walking to get to the nearest place from here. Nah, let's not think about it. Are you going to choose from this one and the previous one? She said while her gaze admired the mansion in front of her, but as you'd expect from Sylvia, it seems she has yet to understand. I really like this place. This is also my house. Huh? This one and the one before too. All in all there are 9 of them. All of them are my houses. There's something quite moving about seeing a platinum blonde beauty having her mouth agape this much in surprise. By the way, this is the house where the servants will live. Ah, she froze again. After bringing Sylvia back to her senses, we looked around the mansion. Its interior is wooden, giving it quite the elegant atmosphere. It's a somewhat antique feeling. It has more rooms than the East one, and probably quite a lot of servants will be living here. Especially, the dining room and the kitchen are large. Seems like it's possible to be able to cook a large number of meals at the same time. Please, leave the training of the servants to me. After leaving the Southeast mansion, Yukari said so. I wonder if she isn't pushing herself too hard. Is that okay? By all means. Please let me take care of this. Yukari's determination was firm. Or rather, it feels like she's just stubborn. I'm a bit scared to refuse, so I'll just leave it to her. I see. Please take care of it, but don't overdo it. Thank you very much, Master. Yukari's ears trembled a little, yet her face showed no expression, but I could tell she was happy. Afterwards, we visited all 9 of the mansions. 7 out of the 9 of them need to be rebuilt or renovated. The eastern and southeastern ones were the only ones that will be used as they are. And thus, the purchase was completed. Construction began the very same day. Things have been moving on track all thanks to Yukari. The grand total was 21.6 billion CL. I feel this is just a small price to pay for all of this. Second dono. I was told we could move to the Eastern Mansion tonight. I'm really looking forward to it. Sylvia was in high spirits. Well, I could understand her feelings very well. I've always been quite uninvolved with real life. The reason was, because Mobius was there, and that was enough for me. Well, socially speaking, I was a failure. However, now that this world has become my reality, my feelings about getting a mansion that could be called a proof of me being a social success were getting bigger and bigger. Iko's tension was through the roof, and she was acting a bit strange. Her voice sounded a bit parched too. We'll have a barbecue today. Well, even I was in the midst of an ecstatic feeling. While still walking to the east, I started to take out shrimp and meat from my inventory, and stab it with a stick. Why am I like this? I will help you." Yukari said so, while also laughing with a fufafu. What a rare sight. And thus, our strangely excited four-person group had a barbecue in the wooden deck of the mansion all night. It goes without saying that nobody was able to get up the next day without drinking a potion due to the terrible hangover. Chapter 49. Towards a solid preparation. Morning came, or rather, it was already noon. Relieving the pain in my head with a detox potion, I descended into the living room. Thinking about having a cup of coffee, I turned to the kitchen, and there I found Yukari dressed in maid clothes, preparing lunch. Good morning, master." After noticing my presence, Yukari greeted me along with a beautiful bow. Good morning." After returning my greeting, she just said please wait a little longer, and returned to what she was doing. I wonder why. She totally looks the part. And since her maid figure is working at the cutting board, she doesn't look out of place at all. But, why maid clothes? Isn't that weird? That's weird, right? Wow. Now you've done it, Yukari. Sylvia, who had woken up a little later, yelled while pointing at Yukari. What has she done? I'll be the winner. Yukari answered without even sparing a glance. With a face of frustration, Sylvia puffed her cheeks. Second. There was this big fruit outside, and it looked really tasty, and it was like this big, and very high too. All right, calm down first. Iko, who seemed to have been playing outside, came back, and while her tail was waving, she spoke without making a pause. Even so, she sure is energetic. A fruit. A huge fruit. Fruit? A coconut. Coconut. You can eat what's inside. But it's incredibly hard. As I told her that, her eyes were shining as she said, "Oh, I'll break one for her later." Lunch is ready now. With Yukari's voice as the signal, we gathered in the living room and took a seat. On the table, delicious dishes such as sandwiches and salads were lined up. Light shone through the large windows, and the cool breeze of the garden and pool came through the terrace. The large living room and high ceiling really gave off a sense of freedom. Next to me is a dark elf maid with a nice body. Opposite to her is a dignified beauty of platinum blonde hair, and next to her, a lovely cat girl. I've won. I've really won. I'm already a winner even without being the top in the world. Well, I'll still get the top of the world spot though. Section. A letter. After lunch, I heard the details of a matter regarding Yukari while drinking coffee. I see. So apparently, the late Duchess Lucia Icen wants me to do something. However, why did Philip decide it was okay to hand it over at this time, master? About that, he was probably brainwashed. I see. Yukari seemed to have instantly understood it. It is very strange that the head of a large company came this far just for a dark elf and a letter. However, everything makes sense if you think he was brainwashed by the Duchess. Well then, with that being the case, I'm a bit anxious about the contents of the letter. What did the Duchess want to hand over to me that caused her to go this far? Let's see. Section. Wow. What was written in it was something more dangerous than I expected. An unimaginable thing. How was it? Looking at my appearance, Yukari also became curious. This is something troublesome. I don't know how to say it. However, well, worry not. Just leave it to me. Yes, master. Nodding happily, Yukari didn't ask further. I'm sure she's curious about it, but she decided to leave it to me. Feeling her gaze filled with interest resting upon me, I carefully read the letter at the Duchess again. 4 pieces of information were written in the letter. 1. A list of reliable people. 2. A list of people not to trust. 3. The true state of affairs inside the Castle Kingdom. 4. How to learn brainwashing magic. None of those spelled good news. From 1 through 3, it is understood that the Prime Minister of the Castle Kingdom, a man by the name of Valmorrow, is on the Marubel Empire's side. There are a large number of agents of the Empire inside the kingdom and they are guiding the public's opinion, and the people in the kingdom who already know this fact are in an unfavorable position. The kingdom is on the verge of being overtaken by the Empire. If Prince Klaus, who was raised to be the head of the reformists under the leadership of the Prime Minister, becomes a king, the kingdom will fall into the hands of the Empire. The reforms they are pushing are to walk, side by side, with the Empire into a new era, but the truth is, the kingdom will become a puppet of the empire. Behind the scenes, that shitty treaty would arbitrarily squeeze the kingdom dry. And even though there have been several small countries that had been absorbed and dried out in this same way, the imperial agents have sneaked inside the media in the kingdom, hiding this fact. On the other hand, the people in the kingdom who know of this fact, also known as the conservationists, are fighting against it while keeping in mind the second Prince Main as a successor. However, they are few in numbers. Although they advocate for military expansion, in truth, it has been shrinking. The kingdom's people have been fervently raising their voice against war. If things continue like this, they won't even put up a fight, ignorant of their fate of being invaded. Thus, that's where number 4 comes in. By taking into account the state of the kingdom, the reason why she wrote down the method to learn brainwashing magic, a secret that has been maintained within the Isin family for hundreds of years, I can at least understand that much. She meant to say something like this: please, in my stead, do something about the future of the Castle Kingdom. If I think about why she chose me, an answer immediately comes to mind. It makes sense to pass on the brainwashing magic to a person clever enough to detect and lift the brainwashing on Yukari. If I had perhaps failed, the letter would have never arrived, and Yukari most likely would be recalled by Philip, repeatedly looking for a new master for her. In other words, she was looking for a worthy successor. Well, to be honest, I don't care at all about the future of the Castle Kingdom. However, I made a promise to Yukari, and I'm a bit worried about Main. Would this settle down if I were to kill the Prime Minister Valmoro and Queen White? But then, I feel like I would be made out to be an enemy of the people by the infiltrated operatives. Ideally, Main should ascend to power and get rid of the rotten parts. After giving this some serious thought, I couldn't come up with an answer. For now, I'll just finish the 4th purpose, and stake out my neck for this mess after that. Preparations for that aren't perfect yet after all. I'll never play a game I'm not going to win. The world's top must remain undefeated. Even a single defeat isn't allowed. It makes no sense unless I'm the number 1 in the world that everyone recognizes. That's who I am, the best in the world. All right, the next course of action has been decided. For the time being, I decided to put learning brainwashing magic on hold. After a glance, it looks somewhat, no, very annoying to learn. I have to make some preparations beforehand. Preparations worthy of the top in the world. I'll take Sylvia and Eiko and learn the transform skill. Can I leave the servants up to you, Yukari? Yes, leave it to me. Sorry to have you take action separately from us. No, pay no mind to it. Yukari nodded pleasantly. From the time I started to speak about servants, I got the feeling she wanted to say please leave their education to me, and it seemed to me that Yukari had something in mind about the servants. I wonder if I get that feeling from just her maid clothes. The maid clothes look good on you. While parting with her, I gave some words of praise. Responding with a thank you, Yukari bowed to me and went back inside. Needless to say, her ears were red. I think I did good in praising her. Section. Afternoon. All of us, except for Yukari, came to the slime forest located between the royal capital, Winston, and the mine. Can we learn it too? Walking next to me, Sylvia asked, not quite convinced. You sure can. No, but I've never heard of a transform skill. Maybe it's a skill that has yet to be discovered in this world. Certainly, its conditions are quite special. There are 4 conditions. It's pretty confusing, so I'll explain it step by step. When I said that, Sylvia took out a notepad from her inventory. It's quite Sylvia-like to prepare to take notes immediately after hearing it would be complicated. Eiko, on the other hand, was just happily humming while skipping as she held my hand. She really takes things at her own pace. 1. Inflict exactly 4 rep digits of damage. From 1111 to 9999, to one type of monster 1 time or more. 2. Inflict exactly 4 rep digits of damage. From 1111 to 9999 to a dungeon boss 1 time or more. 3. Complete step 1 and 2 within a week. 4. While making a pose. Yell. Transform. That's all. Wait a moment. Is the last one for real? Yeah. So, it is. While being somewhat shocked, Sylvia properly took notes. Iko was yelling transform while crossing her arms. She has quite a good sense. I see. Is the weapon you bought earlier for this matching digit damage thing, second donor? Yeah. As we are now, it's impossible for us to do only 1111 damage with our main skills unless the enemy is from an upper class dungeon. Before we came to the slime forest, I bought 3 simple spears at the weapons store in the capital. Additionally, we learned the spearmanship skill soldier spearmanship by reading the book at the comic kit. We're all set to do shitty damage. Why come to this slime forest, you might ask? Well, slimes have the characteristic of having low attack power, but high defense. And this forest is filled to the brim with such slimes. This is the only forest where you can easily fulfill that condition for transform, since all there is here are slimes that can be used for the rep digit damage conditions. Don't forget to take a note of the rep digit damage. You too, Iko. Amu. Yes. Well, everyone has their spears ready, right? Yeah. Why yeah, answered the enthusiastic Iko and the not-so-energetic Sylvia. She's like this right now, but she'll probably get hooked up on it once she learns transform. I'm afraid to think she'll go out night after night, introducing herself with some weird name and yelling the name of a special attack. Well, whatever. All right. Let the rep digit hunt begin. Chapter 50 The 14 Slaves. Well then, Master has entrusted the servants to me. What a high honor. In other words, that means that I've automatically become the top servant. Higher than even the house steward. That means, from other people's perspective, I'll be a madam. Just kidding. I'm in such a good mood that I've even started talking to myself. Inside the room that Master has given to me, which was too large and elegant for someone like me, I was taking a look at the list of slaves I received from Philip, the president of the Morris Company, trying to find servants. The plan I have at the moment consists of 3 stages. First, I will get 4 men as candidates for the position of butler, chef, gardener and a stable hand, and also 10 women as candidates for all-purpose maids who can perform any job. Next, I'll give each of them a high level of education and raise their abilities to the level where they are acceptable for serving Master. And finally, I will fill in the rest of the necessary personnel as their subordinates. Well, this is for the best. It's a shame that I'll have a large number of women get close to Master, a shame indeed, but it can't be helped to some extent considering the men-to-women ratio in firstist. But that is where my scheming, excuse me, I mean education, will keep them in check. All the servants to be employed will be men and women who are slaves. I don't intend to hire ordinary people. The reason for that, I'm scared of betrayal. Even with a slave contract, it's somewhat scary if you ask me. I could read from Philip's speech that the jailbreak was not knowledge only Master knew about. There are several potential enemies, and with the current situation where I don't know where they might come from, I can't help but to be this cautious about betrayal in order to protect Master. Casually, one word crossed my mind. Brainwashing. Maybe Lucia-sama was feeling like I'm feeling now. If there's someone you want to protect, do everything and anything to keep them from harm, no matter the cost. Yeah, I will do so as well. However, I can't use brainwashing. Therefore, I will protect Master using my own means. That is, make the servants dependent. Give them relief, entice them, and have them put their faith in us. Completely steal away their hearts so that they never try to betray us. And place that faith in Master. Perhaps, even Master thought this far, and that's the reason he decided on the mansion for servants. As one would expect from Master. That far insight of his is admirable as usual. Picking up slaves with as miserable of a past as possible. I put them on the servants list. Here is where Master comes in. An environment where the weak can be saved. For them, this will be their own paradise. A world where such painful pasts, such broken hearts, such unreasonable circumstances can be thrown away. Just as it was for me in the past. Phew. I guess these should do. Having compiled the list, I cleaned the house as I waited for Master's return. It took me until nightfall, and yet I didn't finish all of it. It's unexpected that it took this much just for one single mansion. Looks like I'll really need to increase the number of employees as soon as possible. Section. The next day, Having Master spare a bit of his time for this matter, we went to the Morris Company. Having no particular issues with my choice, the slave contract was finalized smoothly under the presence of the president. The contents of the contract are simple and clear, but compared to mine, unable to attack wasn't listed. The main points are basically to have a good master-slave relationship that doesn't denigrate them as humans. After the contract was completed, my busy master gave a light greeting to the slaves, and immediately after he went back to the slime forest. Well then, with this we got a total of 14 servants, both men and women. They all looked at me with frightened, hopeless eyes. Dear Lord, it seems there's still a long way ahead. If they were to properly look at the current situation in which me, a dark elf, the object of persecution is just standing before them without issue and master's simplicity, they may realize there is nothing to feel frightened or lose hope about. But apparently, there isn't a person cunning enough to think rationally while their emotions have been crushed. Still, I see no madness in their eyes. If it's like this, then it's only a matter of time before their faith and dependence take roots. Taking the 14 slaves along, I headed for the mansion in the east. As soon as we arrived, I lined everyone in front of the gate. Then I stood in the entrance with my back to the mansion and looked over everyone. First impressions are very important. Speaking as calmly as possible, I recited the sentence I thought of last night. You guys have been blessed. Please become aware of it over the next few days. The slaves gulped in. Seems like this really got their attention. And when you become aware of it, please work to be of help to Master. That's the only condition for enjoying this blessed environment. I looked over the faces of the slaves. They all seemed puzzled. Well, that's a given. They cannot believe this. I was the same before. You, who was persecuted because of skin color and was sold into slavery by the only people you trusted in. Your parents, the sisters who were ostracized and accused of a crime they had no connection to. You, who was betrayed by your wife and was sold into slavery to pay for a large debt. The woman trapped in the body of a man who fell into slavery for the sin of obscenity. I exposed each person's past right there. The 14 people raised a commotion, but there was nobody who complained about it. Why? They couldn't help but worry about what my next words would be. That's because of what I said before, that they have been blessed. Why did you want to make us aware of that? Is there really something to have faith towards? Why should we have expectations? I will answer those questions to those sad faces. Forget about all of that. Master does not care at all about the color of your skin and all that. All of you. Listen, Master already knows your accusations were false. A large debt? If you stay here, you can pay it back in less than 3 years. And it's obvious, but Master would never betray you. You feel like a woman even though you're a man? It's okay, Master understands and you can definitely work comfortably. I went straight ahead and denied everyone's past. The heart of many of them shook, and the effect tripled across the others. Life gradually returned to those dead eyes, the greatness of their master, the value of trust, the fact that they'll get paid, the deep feelings of yearning. Even if they can't believe in this immediately, they can't help but to have some expectations growing in their hearts. After crossing this gate, the disgrace that has been tormenting you all this time will become a thing of the past. Turning my back to the 14 people, I walked through the gates of the mansion of the east. Everyone stared at me, waiting for the continuation of my words. Even though they want to save themselves, they can't reach out for themselves. They want to believe it, but they can't. Therefore, they wait. They are pitiful existences who can only wait. Therefore, I grabbed those curled, handcuffed hands, and forcefully pulled them, just as Master did for me. The only difference is, I never unlocked the cuffs. Don't hesitate and just walk through the gate. Come here. If you do that, I'll give you some work. I'll educate you from the beginning if necessary. I guarantee there will be enough clothing, food and housing. Nobody has the right to refuse. I brought the 14 silent people across the gate. Turning back afterwards, I looked at everyone's faces. Indeed, a good expression. Whether this is true or they are being deceived, they have no choice but to believe. But every one of them has the face of a person who has made their resolution. Fufu, they are already like this. It's time to begin my make the servants dependent plan. The fateful day. We sisters were bought by a very handsome man. After that, a cold and expressionless dark elf dressed in maid clothes appeared in front of us. A dark elf maid. Is she a subordinate of that man? Speaking of dark elves, aren't they a target of discrimination in this rotten kingdom? Looks like we were bought by someone dangerous. Sister Rel, my little sisteress, held my hand tightly. You're worried, aren't you? It's all right, I'm with you. 14 male and female slaves, us included, are lined up in front of a stupidly large gate. It's an incredible mansion. Well, I sort of expected it. But that man is ridiculously rich after all. I don't know what he intends to do by buying so many slaves at once, but at least it doesn't seem like we're going to be sold off under the table. So I feel relieved. While tasting this drop of relief among the crushing fear, the dark elf woman stood in front of us. She's an incredible beauty. Moreover, she has no gaps at all. Thus, there is a sense of intimidation exuding from her that makes me shrink. Just by having her looking over here. Just who in the world is this woman? Section. It was at the time I was thinking that she suddenly began to speak. We are blessed. Become aware of that, she said. What is this person spouting? I'm not that fool of a woman. We are not naive enough to be swayed by such words. There's no way we would believe such a convenient story. And since I'm aware of that, I'm anxious about the future. I imagined the poor environment from which no escape could be possible. Just what kind of sketchy environment is she trying to deceive us into to humiliate us further? At least, those were my thoughts. Therefore, I cursed in my mind. Only an idiot would have some expectations from the beginning. The sisters who were ostracized and accused of a crime they had no. Wow. This woman, how does she know? Or rather, does she know the circumstances of all the guys here? This is no good. Such a thing. She really is trying to humiliate us. All of you. Listen, Master already knows your accusations were false. Wait, what's the meaning of this? Why do they know the accusations were false? Is there a meaning to know such a thing? Why did this woman want us to confront this? Does she really need to remember the information from each and every single slave she'll be using from now on? Maybe, just maybe, she's not trying to humiliate us. After crossing this gate, the disgrace that has been tormenting you all this time will become a thing of the past. That's right. How good would it be if it were to be true? All right, I understand. I'll believe it. She said to go through the gate. If I'm told to come, I'll go. I'll have expectations. We've been betrayed over and over again, but one last time, I'll believe one last time. That's why I beg you, don't betray us anymore. Section. To think there was a time when I had such thoughts. What the heck is this? A mansion exclusively for the servants? Really? Never in my life have I heard of a mansion being used for housing only servants. Besides, even if it's for a simple maid, I can't understand how every slave has a separate room. This is an amazing room. Rather, how much land do they own? Can we really stay in a place like this? I think I might be misunderstanding something. Isn't the level of education needed pretty high? She didn't make a mistake, did she? Furthermore, a high-quality education isn't something anyone can easily get, right? If things go as they are, I might become a top-notch maid comparable to those of a senior noble. Is that okay? Can I? Also, isn't the food way too good? Being this delicious, I'm bound to become fat if I were to eat this 3 times a day. No. That was a lie. There's no way I could gain weight. The grueling training from that perfectionist demon maid was terrible. I didn't have the time to get fat since I was shown hell once every 3 days. Well, still, this is like heaven compared to before coming here. Recently, the appearance of Master in the evening, whom I saw from a long distance, has become my solace. I'm not yet allowed to serve you, but my goal is to eventually be able to serve you. But really, I have no complaints except for that dark demon drill sergeant, who is quite scary. Truly, I feel blessed. I've completely become aware of this. I was made to. It was engraved in my mind. But if I think about it calmly, all of us, the 10 all-purpose maids, have yet to get close to Master. Isn't that weird? Could this be, by any chance, because that demon drill sergeant is Why have your hands stopped? I'm very sorry. I was scolded. Is she an Esper? S looked at me while laughing. Isn't it great? You sure have a talent for being a maid. Your sister here, on the other hand, is not good. Isn't it usually the other way around? Is that clear? The 10 of you, as you are now, have yet to reach a level where you wouldn't put to shame the name of all-purpose maid corps. Your education, your attitude, and your experience are still not enough. I'll teach you each of them. Therefore, learn the knack of it, and eventually, you'll be in a position to teach your subordinates. But at the end of the day, Yukari-sama encourages us as she oversees us. Even if this person is tough like a demon, somehow, she's a very good person. Well, in other words, that's what I'm trying to say. I want to work here for the rest of my life. Chapter 51 Preparations completed. We spent 3 whole days learning transform. Once we had the equipment, the skills and the target to make the rep digit damage, all we had left to do was to pray to heaven for us to be lucky. Therefore, it took a while. Well, that was fine. But the thing is, what I was afraid of became a reality. In the name of the Knights of Justice, I will bring judgment upon you, bastard. Transform. Currently in the garden of the mansion in the east. Sylvia was practicing poses alone against a palm tree, thinking nobody was watching her. Then, before I knew it, she was also trying to change her lines. For my chivalry. No, your sins have been, and thus, she tried to improve them. I would like her to stop walking around while muttering those lines since she totally looks like a suspicious person. After all, she can't transform again until the transformation wears off. By the way, in case you're wondering what kind of appearance one has after transforming, that's quite simple. The color and patterns on the gear currently equipped changes, and a mask and a cloak are added. With transform you can select any of the 4 major attributes. In the case of Sylvia, since she chose fire attribute transform, her equipment became the color of a flame, and the mask she wears is also fire-like, her cloak appearing as if she was wearing a flame. However, as you'd expect from what was a game, it's not just a fire-like pattern, it's more like living flames, and they are in 3D. Her whole body looked like it was actually engulfed in flames, and since that's an appearance you wouldn't see in reality, it looks very cool. That can be said to be the main reason Sylvia got addicted to using it. Well then, an unexpected point came to light with this attribute selection thing for me. That's right. I was able to choose lightning attribute transform. Of course, leaving aside the 4 major attributes, this was a transformation I had never heard about. And I was even more surprised when I actually transformed. Unlike Angulma's red-black lightning, mine was a blue-black lightning, and it gushed out from my whole body. The design of the mask and cloak was one I had never seen either, a never-seen-before design. No way. Was it an element originally hidden? Or maybe, it just something newly designed? There's no problem if it's the former, but if it's the latter, most likely this world has received an update. In other words, there are elements that have been added that I'm not aware of. This gives me both anxiety and joy at the same time. In any case, this is a problem I can't do anything about, so no use worrying about it, but I have to keep it in mind. If I am to reign as the top in the world, then eventually I'll face something unknown. Divine punishment. First shot. I decided to ignore Sylvia, who started practicing her special attack, and went to see Yukari. In addition to ordering certain weapons and armor, I need her to do performance enhancement section. It's been a while since then. I think around 2 weeks have passed. We've been earning experience all this time. I've got companions. I've got a home to return to. That home is a mansion. This truly is great. We're filled with motivation. However, Sylvia and Iko's Dragon Horse and Dragon King haven't gone up that easily. The required experience points are ridiculously high, and adding to that, that stupid Sylvia trying to pointlessly raise transform has made it even less efficient. Yukari, on the other hand, has gotten her disassembly skill decently up. It's almost time for her to begin playing an active role as a blacksmith. And, as for me, all right, preparations completed. I'm ready. My preparations have been completed. As of right now, I've raised transform to grade 9. The skills I needed to prepare were Oak Archery at grade 9, Bishop Swordsmanship at grade 9, Dragon King Swordsmanship at grade 6, Lightning Attribute 3rd Form at grade 6, Critical at grade 9, Spirit Possession at grade 9, Transform at grade 9, and Tame to the 11th class. Any attribute of magic was fine, but I chose Lightning attribute just because I felt like it. Transform was quickly raised to grade 9 due to its low experience requirements, and although I'd have liked to get Dragon King Swordsmanship to grade 9, I stopped there because of the incredibly high amount of experience required to raise it from 6 to 9. Tame is from the Summoning Magic system, a skill to train monsters, and at the 11th class it can be used on wolf-type monsters. It can be used when the monster's health was in the remaining 2/10 of HP, and while the probability is said to be 20%, that probability greatly varies depending on the type and strength of the target monster. By the way, increasing the skill's rank also increases the success probability and the variety of monsters that can be tamed with it. Well then, for what reason did I go through these preparations? The answer is, I made all these preparations in order to tame a certain monster. No, a certain demon. Its name is Darkness Wolf. Section. The answer is, I made all these preparations in order to tame a certain monster. No, a certain demon. Its name is Darkness Wolf. Inside the upper class dungeon Isoreus, a mutant species of the dungeon boss Dark Flame Wolf, has evolved after hundreds of years living in the solitude of darkness. The Darkness Wolf is a rare and terrifying demon, or at least, that's the setting it had. Let's get straight to the point. It's no exaggeration to say that I was able to maintain my position and reign at the top of the world in Mobius all thanks to this demon. It was overwhelmingly more powerful than any other monster that could be tamed, making it almost cheat-like. In other words, in the ranking of demons that I really need to tame no matter what, this one ranks first by far. In the past, there was only one person who was able to tame the Darkness Wolf. That's right, me. At least, during the time I played Mobius, no other player was able to tame it. Why? Because its difficulty level made it nearly impossible to be tamed. In the first place, normal players never even got the idea of let's go and tame the Darkness Wolf. The reason for that was bosses can't be tamed. It couldn't be helped since that was common sense. And on top of that, the Darkness Wolf was incredibly strong. It was so strong, people even had a hard time trying to defeat it. Therefore, nobody even thought of trying to tame it. But the truth was, the Darkness Wolf was tameable. The reason was simple. Although in the lore, the Darkness Wolf was a mutated evolution of the dungeon's boss, it was treated as a completely different entity compared to the boss. I noticed that fact by the way the corpse disappeared. Originally, whenever you defeat a boss in an upper-class dungeon, a cutscene will play and the corpse will disappear somewhere along the movie. However, there was no cutscene when defeating the Darkness Wolf, and its corpse disappeared after a certain amount of time, just like a normal monster. Yeah, that's when I had my suspicions. Maybe there really is a chance to do it. Thinking so, I repeatedly tried to tame the Darkness Wolf after bringing it down to less than 2/10 HP. The result was a crushing failure. After attempting 1,000 times I felt as expected. It's impossible to tame it, since it would be an unheard rate below 0.1% at this point. At first, I went at it deciding to try for at least 1,000 times and see what happened, and obviously, those 1,000 times were no good. However, I wondered why. I couldn't shake off that feeling. No matter how you looked at it, the way its corpse disappeared was similar to a normal monster. Therefore, the Darkness Wolf should not be a boss. Why? I didn't think my reasoning was wrong on this. Gradually, I was just pissed off, or rather I was simply stubborn, so I continued to hunt the Darkness Wolf endlessly afterwards. 2,000 tries, 3,000 tries, day after day, from morning until night. I wanted to settle this doubt as soon as possible, so I just pushed through. But there was a silver lining. Since the battle was short, I could keep my motivation. And finally, the time came. After trying for over 4,600 times, I was finally able to tame it. Yeah, and my predictions were correct. This is something I found out later, but it seems the taming chance was about 0.0001% and it ignored tame skills probability correction. I remember a GM saying to me at an in-game event it was prepared as a joke, but you did well taming it, lol. and I almost flipped out. The Darkness Wolf can be tamed. All the game addicts that heard that information embarked into the taming journey. However, no player was ever successful in it. The obvious result, even if the no-life gamers tried, they struggled and gave up. Moreover, with a probability of 0.0001%, it couldn't be done without discipline. It's impossible. Complaints like that were posted a lot in the wiki, and that impossibility. I'll be challenging it again. I was getting ready for that. And as for the method, I sorted that out in the past. My body remembers all of it. It can be called a complete strategy. In and out, a plan to easily shave off the Darkness Wolf's HP. However, although the same, this world is definitely different from Mobius. It's over when you die, being the main difference. However, if I can tame the Darkness Wolf, the world's top spot is as good as mine. There's no way I won't try it. Geez, it's been a while since I last felt scared. I might die. I tried reducing the risks as much as possible. I also have an insurance in case of an emergency. Still, I can't get rid of this anxiety. And just in case, I should raise Dragon King swordsmanship to grade 9 just to be safe. I'll also raise lightning attribute 3rd form magic to grade 9. Simply put, I have to raise my stats more. It's okay to try and be safer, right? That's right, that's the case. Or so. The weaker parts of me screamed loudly, but I forced myself to swallow those words. Once I start to think about more safety, there will be no end to it. I'll simply continue to make excuses in order to run away from it, and I won't be able to get back up for the rest of my life. Back in Mobius, I never ran away. If I were to run away once, the whole of my persona will collapse. Currently, the Castle Kingdom and the Marubel Empire are fighting under the table. If I'm taking things too slowly, it'll be too late once something happens. I really want to tame the Darkness Wolf before fire comes raining down on me, and since I don't know how long it will take for me to do it, in terms of timing, now is the only moment. I know it will be hard. Section. All right. Now it's only the finishing touches. Carefully pondering over my resolution, I went over to Yukari. I told her to complete the equipment I asked her about first. Over everything else, a mithril longbow and a mithril sword, plus a variety of mithril alloy armor. The weapons were ordered at 5 out of 6 enhancement stages, and the armor at 4 out of 5. Each weapon enhancement is specialized in attack speed first and attack power second, and all armor is specialized in defense. Additionally, I asked for a stage 3 enhancement for the Ring of Pursuit. Incidentally, I noticed it. It's wrong to overwork Yukari this much. However, I can no longer think of reaching the top without her. That's right. While I'm with the Darkness Wolf, I'll let her spend her time relaxing. Sylvia and Iko, on the other hand, are becoming hopeless. These days, those guys are reluctant to leave their elegant life in the mansion. The times they work on their official role has also decreased. Some days, just seeing them pains my heart. If they get too full of themselves, it would only endanger their lives. Therefore, I thought of a special training menu for those two. Aside from getting the equipment from Yukari, I'll also hold a strategy meeting with everyone. There's a lot of things I need to tell everyone. Well, for example, I have to tell them what they should do if I were to die. Well then, tonight will surely be a long night. Chapter 52. A nasty opponent. After talking all night, it was now morning. I somehow managed to convince the 3 girls. I'll have to report daily using the team limited communication. That might be a little troublesome, but I suppose it can't be helped. I also instructed Sylvia and Iko to have a special training by fighting at the Lemtfort dungeon alone while I'm away. However, it's not like they are going to be diving into the dungeon alone. The 2 will enter, but one will fight while the other one watches from behind. Wouldn't this be a little hard for Iko? Sylvia was saying such a thing. Certainly, Iko can only use shieldmanship and healing magic. It will take her a considerable amount of time to defeat even one of the monsters along the way. However, the answer to her question was no. I told Sylvia that, if anything, she had it harder. With this special training, these 2 will surely know the importance of the forward guard and the rear guard. They need to not get too full of themselves, and it will really be helpful if they grow by the time I get back. Yukari, on the other hand, was made to take a vacation. However, she said she would be ashamed if she were the only one not doing anything, so I asked her for a single long-term issue. As soon as her disassembly skill is at grade 9, she will be starting to get actively engaged. Section. And thus, it was such a farewell with them. When I left the mansion, a lot of servants were lined up in front of the gate, and together with the 3 girls. They saw me off. I was a little embarrassed, so I simply told them thank you and rode off on top of 7th Teio. From here, I'll be heading towards the town of Biho. From there, I'll then head towards the port town Kula and head off to the sea by boat. A small island nearby is the location of an upper-class dungeon called Isoreus. Since I have to make a small detour to the Ashishpern dungeon, I will stay overnight in the town of Biho. The next day, I will travel all day and stay the night in Kula. In other words, the day after tomorrow is when I challenge Isoreus. Well then, using spirit summoning, I called for my reliable companion whom I will be fighting along with for a long time, in mana mode. Why did you call me while riding, my second? The minute I summoned him, the great spirit King Angelmas spoke to me using telepathic communication. I'll share some information since I'll be fighting a very strong enemy. What? Is that true? Angelmas visibly became in high spirits. I already figured it out a bit, but this guy is seriously a fighting maniac. Calm down. I said very strong, but I think I expressed myself wrong. What do you mean? It is very strong. Incredibly so, to the point where if one were to win against it the first time they fight it, I would get naked and prostrate before them. Who? So, there's an opponent who can make my second say that? My blood is boiling. Phew, ha ha ha. That enemy is the darkness wolf. I want to tame it. Tame, you say? Tame such a strong enemy? That's right. I need to half kill it, then try to tame it, and if that fails I'll just start over again. I'll be repeating this. What a brave feat. Admirable. However, that will be a long fight. We arrived at Piho while talking about it. After securing the lodging, we headed towards Ashishpern. Why did you come here? To get the horn of a goblin mage? Well, to put it simply, it's just something to use as a last resort. Ho ho, you don't leave anything to chance. Through the sense of unity I could tell Angelmas was impressed by my preparations. After collecting the goblin mage's horn we returned to Piho. And since we were already here, I bought some high-class potions from the specialty store. 10 million CL in total. I already have in my inventory enough potions that one wouldn't use them all for a lifetime, but it doesn't hurt to buy some more when I have the chance. That is because from now on, I'll consume so many of them it even hurts me to think about. Section. The next day, from the morning, we went to the port town Kula while I rode on 7th Teio. Taking advantage of the spare time I talked to Angelmas, who was still in mana mode, in order to share the information I had. I'll think of the basic information I know of the Darkness Wolf, so please check it with a sense of unity, as you wish. All right, so far the preparations look good. For starters, let's think about the Darkness Wolf's basic skills. Darkness Shift transforms from wolf form to human form and vice versa. The transformation time is 8 seconds. Darkness Transfer, instantly transfer yourself to a previously known location. However, the transfer destination must be a shadow. Darkness Summon, human form only. Instantly transfer something other than yourself to a recorded location. However, the transfer destination must be a shadow. Darkness Magic, human form only. Emits a fog of darkness that forcibly lowers the remaining HP to 1 at a wide area in front. Preparation time, 3 seconds. Darkness Howl, wolf form only. Strong long-range attack to the front. Preparation time, 2 seconds. False Shadow, negates attacks received from the moment it activates. No preparation time. Active time, 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Physical attacks are nullified when in wolf form. Magic attacks are nullified when in human form. Section. What the heck is that? There was surprise in Angelma's voice. What he was surprised about was probably that and that. All attacks are negated? That's right. And it forcibly lowers your stamina to 1? Does such a strange magic exist? It does. And also, it uses it quite often too. As I expected, even the Great Spirit King became lost for words. There's no problem with the attack negation. What's scary is that the near-instant death attack is in a wide area. And even more scary is, after darkness magic, it uses a large number of different attacks. Then you should heal up quickly. Is that the reason why you bought so many potions? No. It's better not to heal up right away. Ideally, one should heal up after being safe. Why? Because after using darkness magic, it will either use darkness summon or jujutsu to attack. With the former, the priority is to prevent it, and to avoid it if it's the latter. Jujutsu, or jujutsu, is fighting with gains, as opposed to bojutsu or bujutsu, which is fighting with staves. Wait, jujutsu? Never heard of that. You'll see it soon. The skills of the Darkness Wolf aren't only the ones I just mentioned. Let's share those while including them in the behavior patterns this time. These are the Darkness Wolf's patterns that I've learned and accumulated after thousands of tries and kills. 1 rush, 2 body slam or claw attack or 3 bite or 4 darkness transfer. 3 bite darkness howl darkness transfer 1 rush or 5 darkness shift. 4 darkness transfer 1 rush or 5 darkness shift. 5 darkness shift darkness magic darkness transfer 6 darkness summon 2 body slam or claw attack if the attack succeeds, darkness transfer darkness howl 1 rush, if the attack is unsuccessful, darkness transfer darkness shift 6 darkness summon. 6 darkness summon shadow cane or dark flame spear and darkness transfer to wherever is closer. Shadow cane jujutsu mode until it goes down. Repeatedly using darkness magic and jujutsu. Dark flame spear strongest mode until it goes down. Repeatedly using darkness transfer and spearmanship attacks. After going down darkness shift 1 rush. Jujutsu mode turns the shadow into a cane, relentlessly attacking. A shadow cane characteristic is that, even if the shadow is attacked, damage is received. Strongest mode makes long-reaching attacks with the dark flame spear while transferring from shadow to shadow. Every time the dark flame spear is thrusted, a powerful dark flame comes out. False shadow can be added randomly to the above patterns. That's totally outrageous. That's basically what I said. For the Great Spirit King to be calling the Darkness Wolf outrageous, it really is a nasty opponent. Its stats were not high, but there was this theory about how it was the strongest among the monsters in Mobius. Among players, the secret behind that strength was the annoyance of the attacks. In particular, the darkness magic and jujutsu combo was quite nasty. I really want to tame it in this world by all means. I'll say some important points. The first attack of the Darkness Wolf when in wolf form is always a rush, and the first attack when in human form is always either darkness magic or darkness summon. How do you respond? Well, the response to those situations is already ingrained in my body. I might not have to share that, but I'll tell you anyways. There are about 11 points to consider when facing the Darkness Wolf. 1. Try not to receive the darkness magic as much as possible. In case you do, immediately drink a potion after getting to a safe spot. 2. Never receive darkness magic while in jujutsu mode. 3. Don't get hit by the dark flame spear. 4. To check if in false shadow state, just check the Darkness Wolf's shadow. If there's no shadow, the false shadow state is active. 5. Set up a bonfire in advance to fix the positions of the shadows. 6. When in human form, damage it with rook archery and dragon king swordsmanship. 7. When in wolf form, damage it using a combination of rook archery and lightning attribute third form. 8. If it comes close while in human form, counter it with bishop swordsmanship. Aiming at the feet will knock it back, and with a critical it will go down. 9. If it comes close while in wolf form, counter it with a combination of bishop swordsmanship and lightning attribute first form. If it's a critical, it will knock it back. 10. Make good use of the invincible state of transform. 11. If tame fails, it's more time efficient to use a potion on the Darkness Wolf. Why is that? Why would you use a potion on the Darkness Wolf? And what's the invincible state of transform? The tame skill stated that it can be used when the monster's HP is at or below 20%, but in reality, it can only be used once you shave off 80% of the monster's HP. Therefore, it's better to recover the 80% of the Darkness Wolf's HP using potions, and it's more efficient than waiting for its natural recovery. You can always kill it and wait for it to respawn, but in this world there's no guarantee it will appear again, so it's better to play it safe and recover it with a potion. Incidentally, the transform skill has the characteristic that it gives an invincibility state until the transformation is completed. I think it's around 8 seconds. Did you know you can't do anything during this time? I had no idea. I can't even begin to grasp the abyssal knowledge that you possess, my second. This is mainly for an emergency evasion. Basically, you would fight alternating between spirit possession and transform in order to avoid dropping the buffs. Spirit possession at grade 9 increases the stats by a total of 450%. The active time is 310 seconds and the cooldown time is 250 seconds. Transform at grade 9 increases the stats by a total of 360, the transformation time is 420 seconds and the cooldown time is 230 seconds. In other words, after transforming, you can use possession and then, when 230 seconds have passed, you can use transform again. This might not be important now, but there's no harm in remembering it. Section. We will arrive soon. The port town cooler could be seen ahead. Then, I noticed just by chance, my hands that were holding 7th Taio's reins were shaking. Trembling with excitement, every cell in my body is restless thinking of the deadly fight that will last for weeks to come. How long will the tame require? I quietly spent the night before the start of the battle wishing to tame it as soon as possible, while reminiscing of the Darkness Wolf who was now in a world where I have yet to see it. Chapter 53 Fierce Fight in Isoreus. The following morning, chartering a small boat from Cooler's port, I headed for the island where Isoreus was. It's not too far off the coast, so I'll be arriving in about 2 hours. After getting down on the island, I started to reminisce on it. A huge, dilapidated old castle turned dungeon, that was Isoreus, and although it had such a setting in the world of Mobius, it had its own history in this world. Maybe even a lord ruled over this old castle once. If so, since when did it become a dungeon? And when did monsters start appearing from it? It might be interesting to later search the documents and records. While having those thoughts in my mind as I walked, I finally arrived at the front of the Isoreus dungeon. The old castle was so huge that one couldn't really see the whole thing. The atmosphere was awfully dark and an eerie silence covered the place. The only entrance was the castle's front gate. There, 2 monsters acted as gatekeepers. The boss is in the deepest part of the top floor, but my destination is a different one, the lowest part of the underground Grand Library. For now, let's go straight to the library. As you wish. Dashing out, I stopped in front of the 2 gatekeepers. They were 2 demonic knights nearly 3 meters tall, wearing an ominous black armor. Transform. The moment the gatekeepers approached me, swinging down their long swords, I activated transform. Twisting my upper body, I put my right hand forward and my left hand on my waist. I chose a pose that was as simple as possible so that I could activate it immediately. Exclamation mark. The 2 black knights were then blown away by the blue-blackish lightning that gushed out from my body. Enemy characters who were within a certain radius when the transformation process starts were always knocked back. Aside from the 8-second immunity, this was one of the very important effects of transform. Seems like Mobius management had a really good understanding of how a transformation should work. And, one more important thing, the immunity time was 8 seconds, but the time until the transformation was completed was only 6 seconds. In other words, you can move while invincible for 2 seconds. I wonder why it's become like this? This is how it is. 6 seconds later, I approached the armored knights, knocked back by the effect of the transformation. The armored knights were still alive and well, but a great distance had opened between us. It was on a level where it allowed me to have plenty of time to prepare my skills. For knight-type monsters, magic attacks worked the best. Combining rook archery and lightning attribute 3rd form, I released it against one of the knights still down in the distance. Along with a loud sound, its head was blown off. The other one was starting to get up. Still, with this distance, I have great leeway in preparing my skills. In a similar way, I defeated it with Rook Third Lightning. Isn't that overkill? Angelmas said in a great mood. I was able to finish them in a single shot since both were critical, but if that didn't happen, it would have taken a little longer to defeat them. That's no overkill at all, I explained as I went deeper into the Isoreus dungeon. Yeah, critical is a tricky thing. You get a critical hit when you don't really need it, but when you're hoping for one, it doesn't come out at all. Therefore, it's not really good to rely on it. It's better to think of it as a bonus or else you're in for a painful ride. I could have asked Yukari to craft some equipment and give it the effect of increased critical using bestowal magic. However, once you start, it is quite the tedious task. It sucks up plenty of money and time. Money is acceptable, but I don't have the time right now. Still, an attack with transform at grade 9, critical at grade 9, rook archery at grade 9, and lightning attribute third form at grade 6. While using combine with a mithril longbow reinforced to the 5th stage, specialized in attack speed, I think those criticals were barely able to one-shot the knights with low magic resistance. This might be a little harsh. These black knights that serve as gatekeepers are about as strong as Meteor Dungeon's white dragons. Most players when they hear that think the Isoreus dungeon isn't that big of a deal after all. But that's wrong, completely wrong. The reason is, while in Meteor you always fight one-on-one, in Isoreus, more often than not, it's at least 2-on-1. At the room in front of the last boss located on the top floor, it becomes a 3 versus 1 against monsters that are 8 times stronger than the white dragons. They are on the level of the golden dragons. However, the monsters in Isoreus are certainly weaker. All the monsters that appear here are attack-focused. Therefore their HP and vitality are on the lower side of the upper-class dungeons. That's the case for everything all the way to the boss. In particular, the Darkness Wolf, despite being a head above the boss-class monsters, has quite the low HP, but in exchange for that, it has incredible attacks incomparable with the other bosses. Change of plans. Let's move to the Great Underground Library considering safety first. Straightforwardness isn't good here, it's better to take our time. Straightforwardness? Yeah, it's better to not be too naive. I see. Let's work hard, my second. Yeah, do your best. I'll also do my best. Impatience and frustration are forbidden. Stealing my resolve. We aimed at the deepest part of Isoreus section. Probably about 6 hours have passed since we were in the castle's entrance. Proceeding cautiously while taking breaks every now and then, the entrance to the Grand Underground Library came in sight. Let's set up camp here. By the side of the road, the tent was set by the side of the hallway, in front of the library's entrance, in the space between the figures of large armors that were lined up at each side in a stage-like platform. We can relax here. The only monsters that appear here are ghost-type ones, right? And since ghosts can't jump, they can't get past steps of a certain height. Angelmas silently looked at me, half unconvinced. I wonder if he isn't in on the idea of sleeping this close to the enemy? However, if it's safe, it's safe. I can't do anything about it. All right, let's go. So finally, it's time for the Darkness Wolf. Yeah. Get ready for possession the moment I opened the door. As you wish. After taking a break for some time, I finally decided to begin this death match. After giving instructions to Angelmas, I then prepared an item that can be set up and used as a light source. One of the most useful items in the fight against the Darkness Wolf, the longest lasting among the so-called bonfire type, the Great Bonfire. This item was used during the Great Barbecue event back in Mobius, and was able to be crafted using the manufacture skill, even at the 16th class, using a bag of rice as a raw material. This is an item with an amazing performance that continues to burn for 336 hours each. Seems like it was designed to disappear after the 2-week event period was over, but for some reason people were still able to create it with the manufacture skill even after the event was over. Probably the developers simply forgot about it, and thus, It became an item that was greatly used as a source of light in the darkness wolf tame. And surely, I could also make it in this world. So, I'll be relying on it once again. Holding the mithril longbow in my left hand, with the mithril longsword hanging from my waist, and the great bonfire on my right hand, I kicked the door open. Immediately after, I activated spirit possession. The red blackish thunder ran through my body, illuminating the lurid library with a flash. Section. Behind a series of bookshelves, on top of a fallen pile of decaying wooden paper, there she was. That is, despite being in a state of possession, I could clearly hear Angelma's. I wonder why he was surprised. Even some horror was transmitted to me. Not too big, not too small, a completely black wolf. That was her appearance. The exact same figure as the one that remained in my memories. That beautiful fur swaying like a black flame. Those black eyes as if I was staring into the abyss. Those eyes that I can't tell where they're looking or what they are thinking. Claws and fangs not too long, but not too short either. At a simple glance, it's just a black wolf. Without a doubt, the current you can't win against this opponent. My second, leave this place. Angelmas said such a thing. Indeed, a magnificent observation, as one would expect from the Spirit King. Truly a proper evaluation. It's true that with my current status, I'm not an opponent for this monstrous darkness wolf. It's almost like comparing a child to an adult. It's just that. This is just a game, right? Just shut up and watch. I set up the great bonfire about 15 centimeters above the pile of fallen books, 2 meters to the left from the fourth bookshelf from the entrance. Then, while keeping my eyes on the darkness wolf, I ran sideways. The darkness wolf was currently in her wolf form. For this form, the first attack is always a rush. I greeted the rushing darkness wolf with a rook lightning shot, firing like a laser. The red and blue lightning streaks twisted and turned as they left a tail-like trail, attacking the darkness wolf. Since physical attacks don't work at all when she is in wolf form, you should attack by combine using magic archery or magic swordsmanship. By the way, I naturally aimed at the feet, that is to accumulate damage to get her into a down state. Thus, the behavior following the rush breaks into 4 different patterns. This time, since the front left leg was pressed down hard, it seems it will be body slam. That being the case, avoiding it is the best choice. At the last moment of the rush, I jumped to the side. When the body slam or claw attack fails, the darkness wolf will certainly follow with darkness transfer, darkness shift, darkness summon. I watched as it moved, during darkness transfer, to a small mountain of books located 1 bookshelf away. Then I also positioned myself facing the darkness wolf. Just like the pattern, darkness shift also happened. After casually jumping on the spot, the darkness wolf's body got wrapped completely in black flames, and the figure changed into its human-like form. Section. Long jet black hair and wolf ears. Her eyes were gently closed, and on her face I could see a mole above her slightly smiling lips. Those bewitching limbs couldn't be concealed behind the coat of darkness that covered her body, and her height sort of balanced her voluptuous proportions. To be able to see this figure again after all this time, she, my Anko, had the exact same figure in this world. Oops. This isn't the time to immerse myself in my emotions. After using darkness shift to change into human form, next is sure to be darkness summon. I looked at her shadow, while at the same time, preparing to use Dragon King swordsmanship. Good. There is a shadow. She's not in false shadow state. Phew. I calculated the moment to match the activation of darkness summon after Anko finished her darkness shift, and by moving up 3 steps, I unleashed the Dragon King swordsmanship. At moments like this, it's quite late to start preparing after the transformation has ended. As for the timing, you should start preparing Dragon King swordsmanship in a 0.2 seconds while the black flame of the transformation is settling and the moment she lands, and if you take 3 steps afterwards, you can activate it immediately. By the way, you can't move while Dragon King swordsmanship is being prepared. For grade 6, the preparation time is about 4 seconds. It is a very risky skill! The shockwave, along with the flashy effect, was released forwards and Anko was directly hit, causing her to become stunned. Dragon King swordsmanship is a very powerful skill, however, it has a long preparation time, making it somewhat dangerous to use. And one of the reasons for that high power is the stun effect. That's right, if it's applied it becomes quite strong, but only if it's applied. Well then, this part is where criticals are important. During this period when Anko is stunned, you can shoot 2 rook archery shots. If both hits are critical it goes into down state, but if only one shot is critical, or if none at all are, she will continue to stand. If that happens, then 1 or 2 more shots of rook archery are needed to down her. Between the former and the latter, there's a world of difference in safety. Nice, alright, this time both of them were critical hits. Then, what happens when you bring her down after darkness summon? That is, darkness shift and a rush again. In other words, we're back at square one as far as strategy is concerned. Since Anko transformed into a human but wasn't able to do anything, she will once again use darkness shift to transform into the darkness wolf form and use rush again. During that transformation period, I took enough distance from her and moved back to the 4th bookshelf from the entrance, while opening with a rook lightning attack again. So, what will you bring out next? Oh, she lowered her head. Then it's a bite root rush. Placing the mithril longbow in my inventory, I focused on avoiding using my full speed. After bite comes a darkness howl. Avoiding that is easy since it is a preparation time of 2 seconds. Incidentally, 99% of the time, if you just avoid the bite at the last second, you can't escape the howl. After rushing across, Anko used Darkness Howl then returned to the book's mound using Darkness Transfer. Following Darkness Howl comes a rush or Darkness Shift. This time it seems to be Shift. I already moved to the previous bookshelf. I then prepared Dragon King swordsmanship with the timing just like before, and after carefully checking for false shadow after transforming, I moved forward 3 steps. In the case of the biting root, Anko will use darkness magic here, but it's possible to crush her without allowing her to move unless she's in false shadow state. And so, she was stunned, then damaged by rook archery. Unfortunately, only one was a critical. Immediately after the stun wore off, Anko moved using Darkness Transfer, then she activated Darkness Summon. Well then, which one will it be? This time it was Shadowcane. Good, good. As a result of the Darkness Summon, she entered Jujutsu mode. However, that doesn't really matter, since the damage has accumulated from the previous 2 shots. She will go down with 1 more rook archery shot at her feet. I took her down while she was preparing to begin her Jujutsu mode assault with that rook archery shot while dealing some extra damage with the combination of night archery and silver archery. I moved back to the bookshelf from before and started running sideways again. What's next after going down from Darkness Summon? That's right, Darkness Shift into Wolf form and rush again. While I prepared to release Rook Lightning Shot, this was all that occupied my mind. Ah, how fun. Chapter 54. What is madness? Crazy. This is my honest opinion. When we first were united, I touched that abyss just a little. What the heck was that? It seems my second still isn't aware of it. But as a matter of fact, evoking each other's memories is a simple task. However, I couldn't comprehend those memories I called forth. A deep, dark heart. One that was beyond comprehension was driving my second's body. No. Maybe should I call that my 7? My second has lived a different life previously. I've reigned as the Great Spirit King for so long that I can't even remember, and in that time, I've caught glimpses of life on a few different planets. However, I've never seen or heard anything like that of his previous life. The Honorable Second, he who was the first human I served under, was a very special existence. He stood atop a world that was similar yet different to this one. That's what I don't understand. I can't understand. I can't understand the darkness that resides in that heart. However, only this I understand. Only this thing is clear. My second is crazy. The way his mind works is exquisitely deviated. It's somehow weird that he has memories which exceeds the scope of my understanding. And so, my second happily went ahead to fight against an opponent whom in my eyes, the eyes of the Great Spirit King, was judged to be way over his league. And currently, He was completely overwhelming. That darkness wolf. He has yet to receive a single attack from the other party, and has continuously connected his attacks at every opportunity given, almost as if he could see the future. A technique stepping on the divine was repeated over and over again, like threading a hair through a needle's hole from a few meters away. Impossible. I wonder what is going through his mind right now? As I was concerned about these events, I took a peek inside his mind and I regretted it. Rather than comprehending it more, I was further away from that understanding. My second wasn't thinking about anything. Not quite so. On the surface he was thinking about the best response to the different patterns of the darkness wolf, but deep down, there was a strong, crazy leisure. My second was pleased to be able to be alive right now. It was not a shallow thought either, but an uncontrollable emotion that gushed out precisely because he was alive. Why? I thought he was enjoying the thrill of the fight, but it was something different. For my second, the meaning of being alive was in the fight against the darkness wolf. It was even the very meaning of his existence, and at the same time, this deadly fight, he saw it as nothing but a game. No, this wasn't only a simple thought. He had carved in his self the fact that he could no longer turn back, inscribed it so deeply in his mind and body that it could no longer be erased. That was the reason why he only thought of this as a game, and that's why his mind and body one-sidedly felt pleased. The top in the world, I suddenly remembered. This was my second's wish. However, I knew he wasn't just aiming at it. He wanted to someday get it back. That spot. That resolution was genuine, and my second was truly risking his life, steeling himself in order to return to being the top in the world without fail. I was taken aback. Maybe my second really was betting his life for the game, to play in order to live. The meaning of his existence was to continue reigning as the top in the world, and right now, he wasn't the top in the world. In order to regain his own existence. That's the reason my second was standing here right now. Even if it was so helplessly crazy, even if it was a fight nobody could win, he was fighting all alone, making full use of those weird and strange strategies that even me, the Great Spirit King, couldn't imagine or even completely understand. My second. I felt something burning deep inside me. What an obsession. How tenacious. What a solitude. I was deeply impressed by this lonely and sublimely crazy man, wishing to be stronger than anyone else, doing everything in his power to make that wish come true no matter the cost. My second. Just shut up and keep quietly possessing me. Okay, I'll gladly keep it up. But my second, you should know this for sure. You're not alone anymore. This Anglemas is with you, and I'll walk along your path as you risk your life. Ahahahahahaha. Shut up. Section. I wonder if it's been an hour already? Anko's HP finally went down to below 2/10. This was something easy to tell. When the darkness wolf's HP falls below 25%, the whole body is engulfed by dark flames, signaling the change to berserk mode, and by calculating the number of attacks it took up until the moment she entered berserk mode, you can approximate the number of attacks needed to drop her to 20%. And, now, for the way to tame. The best moment to use tame is when she uses rush. It was with this timing that I was able to tame her in my previous life. And, it failed. Well, I expected that. Letting out a sigh, I took out 6 high-grade potions from my inventory and threw them at the biting Anko. The potions bottles cracked when they touched the dark flame of the berserk mode, and the liquid splashed all over her body. And so, in the blink of an eye, Anko's HP was completely recovered. Was that okay? Like I said, it's more efficient this way, so that's how it is. Like a flame extinguished by dousing it with water, the dark flames covering Anko's whole body went out with a similar sound, abruptly ending the berserk mode. Anko was also making an expression as if saying huh? Why? Or at least that's how it looked to me. She's a monster after all. That's why she can't break out the predetermined pattern. Following bite comes a darkness howl. All right, let's start over again. I have to shave off 8/10 of her health again. About 1 hour. It took over twice as long as back then. Well, can't do anything but be patient. Slapping my cheeks to pump myself up, I went at Anko again. You've so tired. After that, I fought with her and failed to tame her 9 more times. Then I went back to the tent, exhausted. There are no worries about being chased, since the darkness wolf can't leave the underground Grand Library in Isoreus after all. You kept overpowering that creature for 10 hours. It's no wonder you're tired. After a long time, Angelmas finally materialized. He then proceeded to pour some alcohol into a cup for me, as if telling me that I've worked hard. I wonder if I'm the first human in the world to ever receive this treatment from the very own Great Spirit King. I felt really good with myself after thinking that. I'll keep doing this every day though. I see. Well, if the fights continue just like today, I think there won't be a problem doing this daily. No, I was just lucky today. She never used false shadow at the time of darkness summon. Oh? After darkness shift into human form, it's either darkness summon or darkness magic. During the transformation, you just need to prepare Dragon King swordsmanship to stun her, then bring her down with 2 critical shots of rook at her feet. That way you can fight safely without having to worry about darkness summon or darkness magic. I see. So, the risk of the darkness wolf using darkness summon or darkness magic increases if you aren't able to stun her due to her using false shadow after you unleash Dragon King swordsmanship. Yeah, darkness magic poses almost no problem. As for darkness summon, if it summons a shadow cane and switches to Jojutsu mode, it's fine. But if it switched to the Dark Flame Spear, the strongest mode, what happens then? I might have to use that. My hidden card section. It was boring here. Why am I trapped in this place? I even read all the books that were in here, but I still didn't know why. Just how many hundreds of years have passed since I got my own ego? Let's try asking when a human visits this place. Or so I thought, but even then, this body of mine won't listen to me. From the deepest parts of my heart, a strong murderous desire overflowed, immediately moving my body into action. Ah, I've killed again. What a fragile existence. I can't find someone who can fill my heart. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. However, I always killed them. There's nothing I can do about it. And gradually, I started to have fun killing them. These humans. They were all weak. They're very important, lovely and more precious than anything. Flames of life were extinguished as easily as if gently blowing on them. That's why, I really want to rob them of that. I can't hold back the urge to break them. Yeah, with these very hands. Come on, be more tenacious. Live strong, be wiser. Be proud of your own life force. I'll give your body the chance to show me a lively figure. All right, that's enough. What a trifling thing. Who'll come here next? What kind of life will come? How will they die before me? I can't wait. I can't wait. For my playthings. For my everything. For the only moment where I can feel myself be alive. Section. Then, he came. Finally. He's here. My destined person. I felt a strong bond, as if he had cherished me, loved me, in a previous life. However, my body began to move by itself. Similar to receiving an order to kill. An order given by God, whom I can't defy. I will kill this personage too. What a wonderful feeling. There has never been a pleasure like this. Section. Question mark. Suddenly, a sweet tingling pierced my body. This was the first time I've felt something. The first stimulus I've had in hundreds of years. Why? How? I'm feeling danger for my life. This great me. Damn. Both my hands and feet. They can't move. For this me. For this great me. How is that possible? No, that's impossible. However, it's happening. Phew. The pain has continued to accumulate. Such a thing. This is the first time too. Section. Alive. I felt so alive. I see. I spent those hundreds of years in darkness in order for this meeting to happen. And I was born out of darkness in order to meet this person. Ouch. It hurts, but it also feels good. More. Hurt me, more suffering. Give me more pleasure. This is amazing. No, I'll die at this rate. It's over now, isn't it? It was a really good time. I want to reach climax by your hands at the end. To be embraced, this dream that I've had for the last several hundreds of years I've been alive. It seems like it'll be fulfilled in less than an hour. This is bliss. Section A. What? Why are you healing me? But this indeed was happening. Is this some sort of dream coming true? You really are the one who embodies my ideals. Your splendor is hard to describe with words. My destined person, my lord. This is the best. I'm already flying. He ha ha he. Since then, I became absorbed and lost myself in this. I was reminiscent of a long-forgotten pleasure. This provoking body firmly remembered it. And I finally met him, my lord. Time and time again, he tossed me around. With each passing moment, he disciplined this fleeting and ephemeral me. He gave me pain, suffering, the feeling of being alive. Eventually, my lord went back. However, I understood. Those clear eyes unmistakably said, I won't let you escape. As he was leaving, my lord will surely come again. And at that moment, he will take care of me once again. Ah, what a wonderful feeling. I wish and pray for me to live together with my lord. And I want him to hold my neck high in his precious and beautiful hands. Oh God, please grant me these two conflicting wishes. And like a girl who felt love for the very first time, my delusions overflowed. Unstoppable. Lord, my lord. Someday, please let me hear your name, and if possible, please give me a name too. And then, with those hands on this neck. Chapter 55. Everyone's everyday. While Second was in his death match against the Darkness Wolf, Sylvia and Iko were going to the intermediate class dungeon Limpfoot as they were instructed. That's right. This was their special training. Let me take it alone from here. Iko, you watch my back. Okay. Confidently saying so, Sylvia stepped into the dungeon. What welcomed the bow-wielding Sylvia were 6 rock turtles. Most of the time, inside the Limpfoot dungeon, monsters appeared in groups, and adding to that, there were many monsters here specialized in HP and vitality. Sylvia suddenly noticed that 2 of them were killed when she released a rook archery shot. Holding back is surprisingly difficult, she thought. At present, all of Sylvia's archery skills, aside from Dragon King and Dragon Horse, were at grade 9, so she held a considerably high firepower, to the point where she could slaughter a rock turtle, prided on their high vitality, in a single shot. Therefore, Sylvia was being arrogant. If I have this much firepower, there won't be any enemies for me in Limpfoot, she thought. However, until now, all the enemies had been pretty much target dummies that had been killed before they got close to her, the keyword being, until now. The remaining 4 rock turtles launched an all-out attack against Sylvia. Sylvia then tried to fend off the 4 incoming enemies using the knockback of gold archery, but her decision was made too late. Although severely beaten, Sylvia's HP didn't decrease that much. However, that was enough to make Sylvia fly into panic. Damn, forgetting anything about strategy, she just decided to simply kill them all using rook archery at will. As one would expect, 2 of them were nearing death, but the 2 others came attacking her again. And since they were attacking from a closer range than before, she couldn't avoid the rock turtles' attacks, and neither did she have time to attack them with gold archery. Then, after being continuously beaten black and blue, Sylvia finally defeated the remaining 2 enemies using rook archery. Rather than calling that the fight of an archer, it was closer to being the fight of an armored knight. I showed you a shameful sight. After finishing the battle and looking back at Iko, the little cat girl had a hand in her mouth, desperately holding back her laughter. Sylvia had her head bleeding. Yet, she couldn't get angry. Just now, she had realized the importance of the role Iko played. I think I'll need to come up with some kind of strategy from now on, and obviously, she also realized it. Suddenly, a thought crossed Sylvia's mind. If she thought about things so far, she had been doing nothing but following Second's instructions without thinking too deeply about it. All she had done was to take down the enemies coming from the front from a safe zone. Almost like a fixed cannon, so to speak. She had been safe until now just because there was Second to issue accurate orders. However, she wasn't sure this will still continue to be the case from now on. Particularly with upper-class dungeons, where a moment of neglect could be fatal. This training must be a message from Second saying, you need to be able to secure minimum safety by yourself. Of this, Sylvia was convinced. Her being aware of that could already be considered a win for this special training. All that was left was for her technique to catch up to that. As Sylvia muttered, "I was naive." She proceeded further inside to continue her special training section. Later on, after fighting with rock turtles several times, she switched with Eco. Then, they alternately fought with groups of rock turtles and returned home by nightfall. As expected, or rather, as Second predicted, the fights of Eco alone took a considerable amount of time, but even then, she fared several times better than Sylvia as she fought the monsters. However, considering that the shieldmanship skill assumed a one versus many style of fighting, this was only natural. Somehow, I get the feeling I lost. But I couldn't finish them properly. And as for Eco, she also realized the importance of the rear guard after she fought alone. While guarding off the attacks of the monsters with her shieldmanship skill, she had to look for the chance to attack. Like that, it became a tedious process with no end in sight, and in addition to that, the irritation of how long do I have to continue? And the boredom made it easier for her to make a mistake. Adding the increased fighting time to that, her fatigue was many times greater than usual when she fought alone. But, she was tired, yet she noticed she had a lot to learn. Both Sylvia and Eco noticed that something, and that was, be it a vanguard or a rear guard, the two of them worked as one. And neither of them could handle both of those roles alone. That was like Second said it, I need both a vanguard and a rear guard. The two of them were needed by Second. That fact made the two of them, who were quite tired, to smile broadly, and after finally becoming aware of that goal after struggling while fighting alone all this time, was the best stimulus for them. All right, let's do our best. Let's do our best. In this special training, if they really worked hard, they would definitely gain results. After the first day of the special training, the motivation of these two girls gained by that hunch was way beyond Second's expectations. Section. About 2 months had passed since Second had left to Isoreus. 3 people were gathered in the East Mansion, holding what was now a regular meeting. These meetings, held at a weekly pace, were just like a brief report. It was a place where the 3 of them would share information obtained during the week and consider the team's future plans. In addition, since everyone sending different messages to Second would definitely get in his way, the information gathered in this meeting was then summarized, and later conveyed, as a weekly report using the team-only communication. Needless to say, this was Yukari's idea. I don't think we need more. Me too. No, I don't think it's necessary at this moment either, but eventually, we will need them. All right. Let's get some male slaves then. I agree. Male slaves. I'd rather not get more male slaves though. I don't like that idea either, but it's still better than getting more potential rivals. Well, kind of. The meeting was unusually heated. The current point in the agenda was about restaffing the servants. It seemed like the 3 girls didn't want more women to be close to Second. But, as if there was something weighing in her mind, Yukari opened her mouth with a face like she had eaten 100 bitter bugs. However, it's only a month and a half until the completion of the 5 remaining mansions, aside from Second's castle, temporal, in the center and south. If possible, I'd like to expand and improve the level of my S's. Excuse me, my all-purpose Maid unit. Why is that? Currently, there are 10 in the all-purpose Maid unit. This means that, although with a drop in quality, there will be only 10 other me. Hi, scary. That's rude, Eco. I'm sorry. Yuamu. That's certainly somewhat terrifying, but that'd also be reassuring, right? After replenishing the personnel under them, then Master's castle will be as solid as a rock. However, on the other hand, those girls aren't enough subordinates. It can't be helped as there's only one commanding officer, is what you want to say. Yeah. Once we've gotten the workforce, they can be left with everything from education to leadership. However, the only education they can provide for now is maid education. That's the reason why I think getting as many female slaves as possible is good. I see. It can't be helped then. Let's make all the maid units be formed with female slaves. However, all other servants must be male slaves. This is all I can compromise on. You're right, I guess that's fair. I'll make arrangements for it. So, you're finally getting a load off your shoulders? How about you change with me now? Ara, a bit jealous, aren't we? This is an important task entrusted to me by Master. Do you believe you can persuade me to thoughtlessly hand this over to you? I'm not jealous, I'm just a bit interested. It's just, I think it's better not to show second. Don't know every thorny thing you find. He'll definitely be pulled in. You don't have to worry. I only show stuff like that to idiots like you, Sylvia-san. I'll take it as a compliment. But hey, look at you, desperately trying to keep your act as a wolf in sheep's clothing. What's wrong with that? What's great about looking good only on the surface? And what about you? You seem to be breaking our agreement of once a week and are sending some pretty cute messages, right? That's right. About that poem making a comparison with flowers the other day, that really made me laugh. You too. Your idiotically loud voice at night is a bother. How about you try being a bit quieter? Master, hurry up and come back. Musclehead, aloof woman, I knew it. You're both scary. And thus, the days passed by. That was close. It's been about 3 months since I started on this, and finally, the aforementioned pattern finally appeared. As I prepared Dragon King swordsmanship to counter the darkness shift, Anko's shadow disappeared. This is the false shadow state. If you attack during this state, the attack will be completely nullified, and you will surely eat some attack after leaving yourself open. All of Anko's attacks are deadly for the current me, therefore, I must never attack while she's in false shadow state. The active time of false shadow is always 3 seconds. Cancelling the Dragon King swordsmanship skill I was getting ready to unleash, I took some distance from Anko. And as soon as darkness shift was over, Anko used darkness summon. This skill summons a powerful weapon. And now that I couldn't use Dragon King swordsmanship in time, there's no longer a way to stop the summon. Getting to this point, there's nothing I can do but to pray. Please, don't be the dark flame spear. I thought. Nice. This breaks the first barrier. What was summoned was the Shadow Cane. From here on, Anko will rush using Jujutsu mode until she goes down. The question here is, how to take her down. 2 critical hits of rook archery on her feet, or 1 critical and 2 normal shots. Otherwise, it's 4 normal shots. And so, it came. Darkness magic. It's a vicious black fog that will force the HP down to 1 of whoever it touches. Moreover, it has a considerably wide range. It's no exaggeration to say that it all depends on luck whether you can avoid it or not, is what the wiki said, but the people who wrote in there were all amateurs. You should never believe what the Mobius wiki said. It was all laughable. What are you doing? I could hear the surprised voice of Angelmas, who was in possession state. While watching the incoming darkness magic in front of me, I used rook archery to attack Anko's leg. Critical hit. Nice development, isn't it? You won't be able to avoid it. Yeah, it will definitely hit me. If you had the time to shoot it with rook archery, you should have used it to avoid, was probably what he wanted to tell me. From another person's point of view, this might seem like a mistake beginners tend to make, but just you wait. I'll turn that preconception upside down. In the first place, trying to purposely avoid an attack with this wide of a range is what's a mistake. Transform. With this, the second barrier has been broken through. Transform gives 8 seconds of invincibility. The drawback is that my insurance is lost. In addition, the next move is troublesome, but there's no point in going with my hidden card. I must definitely end it here. Transform avoidance. I think not many people had come up with an idea similar to this one for this scenario. Then, why isn't this written in the wiki? Quite easy. Such people don't visit the wiki page. If they were to have the time to teach people that transform should be used to avoid the darkness wolf's darkness magic, they would rather use that time to try for more tame attempts. That's what that online game was. After it went past a certain point, in an instant, thousands of people turned against one another. Be it their family, the blood of their own blood, it turned into a battlefield where blood was shed. And during that war, everyone tried to gather and monopolize information in order to outsmart their enemies. Everyone was a hated rival in the eyes of others, and there were plenty of places to escape to. But once you ran away, it was over. And everything up until then was for that. Therefore, I absolutely couldn't fold in. I spent all that time betting my life on it. Well, it was a never-ending, lonely battle, but that was okay. It was fitting for me. Therefore, I poured my everything into it. And nothing could replace the pleasure of reigning atop of the den of thieves, above everyone who had given up. 6 seconds were spent thinking about those unnecessary thoughts. Then, as the shadow cane was quickly spinning through the air, I released a rook archery shot aimed at Anko's feet. This one wasn't a critical. I need one more shot to bring her down. However, I don't have to worry anymore. There's no problem even if I were to be hit by darkness magic, since I know that in that moment, I can take her down with one more shot. Therefore, I shot rook archery at Anko's foot the moment she was about to cast darkness magic. Then, darkness magic activated. Obviously, I ate it face on, and, in exchange for my HP becoming 1, I brought her down. Conventionally, this would have been followed by a shadow cane attack, but because she's down, I can retreat safely and slowly recover. And with this, the third barrier has been broken through. I made it alive. Well then, when Anko gets up, she always uses rush after darkness shift. I've already gone back to my usual position, and thus, the wearing down battle started again. I wonder how long will this take? Chapter 56. It's over if you run away, you idiot. Today, more than 2,000 tries have been made. It's been 3.5 months since I came here. I've made 18 tame attempts per day, and it's finally gone over 2,000. This battle, which only took 15 minutes as 7, takes the current me nearly 40 minutes. Still, I've done it 2,000 times without batting an eye. There's something weird with me. Excuse me, my second. Isn't it time to go back already? Most of the evenings were spent drinking together with Angelmas. We drank after spending 12 hours trying to tame Anko, so now it has become a habit. However, lately this fellow has been noisy, saying let's go back already. Asking the person in question, it seems he has just been bored and worried about me. I'm kind of grateful for that, but I'll still be worrying him for a bit longer. We're still at a good time. I'll go back home if there are any problems, but so far there hasn't been any large developments reported in the weekly report. That's a lie, though. The weekly reports from the 3 girls had some concerning issues. It seems like the reformists group led by the Prime Minister Valmoro, who's backing the first Prince Klaus, are finally starting to make their move in the capital. There's little time left. In addition to that, I'm also interested in the growth of Sylvia and Iko, and a bit curious about that mischief I left in the hands of Yukari. I'm also eager to see the completed mansions, and I'm a bit anxious about the progress of Second's Castle. Provisional. I'm bothered about everything, and to be completely honest, I want to go back already. Then, why? Why am I not going back? Even I don't know it myself. It's just, I've simply been making excuses to not go back home yet. I'm addicted. My outlook has narrowed. I haven't been making normal decisions. I haven't given up, nor have I wanted to give up. While trying to persist with the taming, I've been putting off a lot of issues. Even though I know the possibilities, I'm just ruining myself while hoping for that slight chance. But, I will keep doing the same thing tomorrow, and the day after, and the week after, and the month after, unless there's a really compelling excuse. I will keep doing this until the very last moment. I can't help it. It's only natural. Taming the darkness wolf is like a drug I can't resist taking, and it won't end until that moment when I taste that last pleasure of taming her. This feeling as if my head will burst open. It gives me a sensation of flying, and the descending euphoria engulfs me as we clash incessantly. All of this is carved in my brain, something that won't be erased for a lifetime. There's only one way to break free from this, and that is to tame her. What a nasty thing. I'm going to sleep. I want to hurry up and finish this. Closing my eyes, I wished so. Drowsiness soon came. And so, my daily routine started again. Section. Attempt number 2159. It was late in the afternoon, just a bit over 4 months since coming here. I'm not sure if it's because I am tired or something else, but I made a mistake for the first time. I didn't manage properly the cooldown time of transform, and I couldn't avoid the darkness magic attack. My second Angelmas shouted, "Hey, Spirit King Sama, stop with the useless actions. Nothing will come out from shouting. Also, you're using telepathic communication. Should I use that? A moment of hesitation. Approaching in Jujutsu mode, Anko was closing the distance while swinging the shadow cane in all directions at a speed the eyes couldn't follow. And currently, my HP was 1. If I get hit, I'm done for. What should I do? Should I keep going like this? Or should I use my hidden card? Whatever the case, I can't choose to drink a potion. I would get hit while drinking it. Well, with this being the case, I guess the answer has already been decided. That's reckless. What I chose was to avoid it. Moving past her right side, I went towards Anko's back. The weakness of the Jujutsu mode is the rear side. If you can go around her, you have the time to drink a potion while Anko repositions herself. That's right, if you can go around her. The distance between us is about 2 meters. Aiming for the slight window after the activation of the Jujutsu skill, I dived towards Anko's right shoulder side and rushed through without hesitating. Swoosh! I could hear the shadow cane swinging next to my ear. If that connected, I would have been taken out. Close, so close, Fu. That's how you escape by a hair's breadth. Cut it out. There's only so much my heart can take. Just like that, I successfully evaded using that special move 3 more times. And while I was drinking a potion, I received a scolding from Angelmas. Incidentally, the rest was a bit troublesome, but I managed to bring her down using rook archery, and reset the fight. I can still do it. I'm still alright, I muttered to myself, while also holding my chest, feeling my rapidly beating heart. I almost died. For the first time since coming to this world, it was beyond my imagination. This overflow, this exhilaration, this excitement, this feeling I had forgotten for a long time, was now being awakened. Fun. This is fun. When thinking about it, I feel like I forgot my original intention. Why did I start playing Mobius? Why did I decide to aim for the top in the world? I felt like the answer to those questions was revived here. Mobius was the place where the records of everything in my life were located. After doing nothing but running away from everything, I came to a dead end where everything just piled up, gathered and finally burst open. So, I decided to no longer escape. All that was left for me was to move forward, and just enjoy everything. Here I come. This is our battle. I can't be rude to Anko. This is the world's best battle. A clash between me and her. Holding up the mithril longbow, I went to Anko and took a shot at her. Section. Attempt number 2168. I expected it to happen by now. Or should I say at last? Or should I say finally? Or maybe now of all times? The timings of darkness summon after darkness shift, coupled with false shadow, made it impossible for me to prevent Anko from entering the strongest mode. The current situation could be called the worst of the worst. Anko's remaining HP is below 25%. That means, she's also in berserk mode. Strongest mode plus berserk mode. Her whole body is covered by dark flames, and the dark flame spear is amply spewing dark flames too. Her calm figure as she quietly walks wearing a gentle face, narrowed eyes and a thin smile, all while dragging the spear through the ground, is exactly like that of a demon. In addition to her already stupidly high attack power, the dark flame spear is a weapon with a reach of nearly 3 meters, and furthermore, it's constantly launching dark flames as a long-range attack. After all, it's not called strongest mode for nothing. By the way, with my current status, the longest I can touch that blackish flame is 2 seconds. Any more than that and I'd die, and if I receive even one hit of that dark flame spear, I'm surely a goner. There's no way to describe it other than outrageous. Well then, getting to this point, I guess there's nothing I can do. Deciding to use my hidden card, I took out the Goblin Mage's Horn from my inventory. Well, even if I call it hidden card, it's more like a fleeing card. The Goblin Mages, the entourage of the boss of the Ashspurn dungeon, use the magic random teleport. And this Goblin Mage's Horn is an item that can be activated by thrusting it into a monster which sends it into random teleport. However, there are many conditions that have to be met, and it basically has no effect on dungeon monsters. Furthermore, The experience value from the monster isn't used to determine the distance of the random teleport. In other words, it is not a very convenient item. However, it's not like I'm going to use this on Anko. I'll use it on me in order to escape. Then I'll be out of here in an instant. Therefore, this can be used as a hidden card, an emergency escape item of sorts. It's been quite a while. Seriously. While holding the goblin mage's horn in my left hand, I looked at Anko as she closed the gap while swinging the dark flame spear. Like the incarnation of sun shining in the darkness, the lustrous dark flame raged from the surface of the black coat covering those bewitching limbs. And it also spewed from the dark flame spear as it tore through the space and targeted me. If it touches me for more than 2 seconds, it's the end. Therefore, I can't get close. It's impossible like this. I can't win. There's no way to win. I have no choice but to run away. I'll come back. With that promised reunion, I swung the goblin mage's horn. Unexpectedly, I felt like her facial expression changed. Those gently closed sharp eyes and mouth fixed into a smile, both opened slightly, almost as if saying, "Don't go." What's wrong, my second? What am I? While fighting this strong of an opponent, what am I trying to do? What am I scared of? Why did I plan to run away from the very beginning? What the heck is wrong with me? Remembering my thoughts from 6 hours ago, I began to question myself. This is stupid. If you run away in Mobius, it's over. I'm an idiot. How come I'm trying to break that absolute rule? Casually thinking I don't want to die. I'm just a coward. If I run away from Mobius, what's left? I'll have nothing left. I'll be worthless, the same as being dead. The best in the world has to be strong. Stronger than anyone else. Stronger than anything. And that strength must be shown not only with statuses, but with everything. I've said it over and over. In Mobius, there's no escaping. Why did I forget that foundation? Foolishness. The top in the world. I said, that would be over if I run away. I won't have a place if I run away now. So, don't run away. Don't make excuses. Stand firm. Face it head on. Don't show that pathetic gait. Be strong, even if you have to swallow your bloody vomit. Aren't you the top in the world? Aren't you the strongest in the entire world? And for the top in the world to be running away, even dying would be much better. Transform. Immediately after, the black flame swelled up, completely engulfing me. I've got 8 seconds of invincibility. I've only got 2 seconds to spare after the 6 seconds of the transformation. There's nowhere left to run. Everywhere around here is a sea of black flames, and Anko is already close to my face. When the invincibility wears off, I'll die for sure. But that's okay. I'm not afraid. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, laughter comes out. It bursts out without me being able to control it. I'm not imagining this. Neither is this a mistake. And behind the swaying black flames, Anko was also laughing. She looks so happy, so blissful. Right in front of my eyes. Ha 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 ha. This is the best. And so are you. You've managed to corner me this far. You're strong. Incredible. The best. I'm so happy, so very happy right now. Rook archery. I shout out the name of the skill to decide this all. It was not needed. I just did it as a courtesy. My aim isn't her feet. I aimed straight at her head. Oh, did you see that? It was a critical. I thought so. This has shaved off Anko's remaining HP to below 20%. 0.2 seconds remaining. Should I escape? Don't be stupid. I'll stand dauntlessly, dignified. The obvious thing to do is tame was activated the moment the black flames enveloped my whole body. How stupid. There's only a 0.0001% chance, right? There's no way this will succeed. I'm going to die. However, I have no regrets. Right here, right now, I didn't run away from this. I stood proudly as the best in the world until the very end. How's that? Did you see this? Were you impressed? This is what the top in the world means. Amazing, right? Very strong. Without par. Therefore, you guys better respect me. Did you think I'd say something like that? You see, I thought this was strange. So far, there had been nobody who used tame while she was in the strongest mode plus berserk mode. Or rather, it was impossible to do so. You can't get close after all. In the first place, theoretically you can't approach during the strongest mode. Therefore, I only had one path forward. After failing to stop the strongest mode due to false shadow and berserk mode, I had to bring her down below 20% height. P. And use transforms invincibility time to approach and apply tame. Who could notice this? Who could accomplish it? Who could try it? Something like this. That would be me. Yeah, that's right. In your face. Ha ha ha. It hurts. My breathing has gone crazy. There's something wrong with my blood flow. My heart is beating so fast it's painful. I feel incredibly dizzy. The ringing in my ears isn't stopping. While feeling completely exhausted, I drank a potion. I could feel the heat coming back to my whole body and my physical condition gradually returned. However, as my senses went back to normal, the fluffy sensation increased more and more. Well, this is something that can't be helped. The natural outcome. Section. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, my lord. In front of me, this girl was kneeling down. Chapter 57 Anko. The death match was now over. Secretly, I was trembling with excitement. Anko was speaking. This fact was no less shocking than the successful tame. Until now, she was just a monster that repeated some pre-programmed behavioral patterns. But how about it? The moment she was tamed, she started to move as if she had obtained a soul. What happened? What is different? Was it the tame skill? Or was it something about Anko? This was filled with mysteries. Then, as if thinking that my long and silent self-reflection was some sort of paralysis, Anko opened her mouth. Lord. Lord. I will become the sword that slays your enemies. I will become the shield that protects you from anything. My life, my everything belongs to you, Lord. So please, until this body of mine has rotted away and crumbled into dust, please stay by my side. She then bowed her head while she kneeled. Those contents were spoken like a seriously prepared line thought for a long time. Feverishly, and since I was a bit anxious about it, I asked. I have one question before answering your request. Since when did you regain your ego? Your consciousness? Yes. I've had it for around 100 years. Then, why did you act like that? I didn't have the power to resist it. I was being controlled by the power of God. I see. The power of God, huh? Does she mean she couldn't take any free action while we were fighting even though she was conscious of it? It's quite a pitiful story. However, I can't deny the possibility that her memories were tampered with the moment she was tamed. It's possible that memory of I've had my ego for 100 years was added later by someone. It might be more rational than to think that there are monsters in this world who have an ego from the beginning. Well, since that's an issue I really can't do anything about, it might be better to stop thinking about it. The Darkness Wolf happened to have an ego long before I tamed her. For now, that's enough. Anko? Yes, I'm second. Remember it. Certainly, I will forever. Let's go. As you wish. I suddenly called out her name. Immediately affirming, Anko quickly stood up. She's quite quick-witted. Her height is just a bit lower than mine. Her calm face was now painted with a huge smile as her tail swung from side to side and the ears on her head twitched. This made me laugh involuntarily, seeing her childlike behavior that really contrasted with her bewitching adult figure. Can I leave the way out to you? Fu. Leave it to me. When I asked her for this, Anko's cheeks flushed red and she showed an excessive smile. She looked so happy she couldn't hold it in. I see. This is the first time Anko will experience to go out. After spending over 100 years here, there's no way that wouldn't make her happy. If so, then I can understand her joy. Therefore, while convinced of such, we left the Isoreus Grand Underground Library. Curious about the outside scenery, Anko observed the surroundings with great interest while walking right behind me. After recovering the camping gear set at the usual place, we then went out to the hallway. The hallway in front of the library is the den of powerful monsters called Black Ghosts. Alone they have quite the strength, but they are troublesome opponents that attack in group, and we were targeted as soon as they saw us. They numbered 5. I can solo them. It might be a little hard, but nothing I can't handle. Thinking on cutting off their numbers before they get close, I grabbed the mithril longbow. In just a moment, Anko moved at an unthinkable speed. stopping right in front of the black ghosts. Darkness transfer, a skill to melt the body into darkness, moving instantaneously from shadow to shadow. How stupid. Saying so with a smile, Anko narrowed her eyes and, while moving her right hand in front, she grabbed what seemed to be the head of a black ghost. Time to die. A torrent of black mist. That was darkness magic without a doubt. No way. Huh? My surprised voice unexpectedly leaked, and so did half a laugh. I doubted my eyes. However, the scene in front of me remained the same. The black ghosts had their remaining HP dropped to 1. Can she use it? That game-breaking magic. Immediately after, Bashu, along with that light sound, the head of the black ghost was crushed by Anko. Hey, what kind of skill was that? Come to think of it, something does come to mind. The claw attack. Can she use it while in human form? Come, Shadowcane. After wiping out the remnants of the black ghost attached to the robe, Anko then used Darkness Summon with plenty of leeway. She summoned the Shadowcane, a deep black cane the color of darkness itself. I know it since I've fought against it a lot, but that cane is a very nasty weapon. Why? Because it has a number of fast moves. In other words, it has an excellent compatibility with darkness magic. Having 1 HP left and being relentlessly attacked with her Jujutsu skill, it really leaves no room to breathe. I wonder what's this feeling? That heinous and savage combination that I struggled against too much feels so damn reliable the moment it was used for me. Give 'em hell, girl, are words I almost wanted to yell. And while I had that in my head, the black ghosts attacked Anko all at once. Yufu. Anko swung the Shadowcane towards the ground, slamming it several times. A characteristic of the Shadowcane is that, even if the shadow is attacked, damage is received. That skill was Girl Jujutsu, a quick attack over a wide area forward, and also towards the shadows in the ground. The 4 remaining black ghosts were annihilated in that single blow. The obvious conclusion: a hard-to-avoid, wide-range attack towards the shadows when only 1 HP was left thanks to the darkness magic attack earlier. In one word, overwhelming, to the point where that couldn't even be considered a fight. This was a very efficient and calculated strategy, a hunt from someone with unusually high levels of skill. Geez, what's with that? It's crazy. Insane. What's crazy? You might wonder. Everything is, especially the darkness magic. I didn't think it would be usable. Obviously, the Anko in my previous life couldn't use it. After all, it's a magic that brings your enemy's HP to 1. That's, without a doubt, a game-breaking skill. However, it's a fact she can use that game-breaking magic here. In other words, this world's Anko is clearly different from the one of my previous life. Everything about her, from her ego, to her strategies, to her skills, isn't she way too strong? Well done. It was perfect. While still feeling some shivers, I praised Anko. Being immersed in her role and watching the aftermath of her actions, Anko immediately turned round and while bowing said, "Your words are wasted on me, after hearing me." Obedient indeed. That makes me quite happy. Well then, let's check something. The differences between the previous world and this one. Anko, show me your status. Yes, please have a look at them. Answering my command, Anko put away her Shadowcane and came leaning over. That's a little. No, that's quite close. And also, huge. No, right now their size doesn't really matter. However, huge ones are huge. Damn, they're so big. In any case, what's big is big. All right, with this, I'm convinced. Restrictions have been added. For darkness magic, the condition it can only be used on weaker opponents was added. And also, a cooldown time of 3,600 seconds. So, the limit is once per hour. Still, that's more than enough for this out-of-the-ordinary skill. In addition, the cooldown time of False Shadow has increased from 40 to 300 seconds. It's true that being able to use invincibility for 3 seconds every 40 seconds was too broken. Aside from that, the cooldown time of Darkness Shift has disappeared, and the cooldown time of Darkness Transfer and Darkness Summon has been set to 60 seconds. Compared to my previous life, they all were upwards revisions, and compared to before taming, everything except Darkness Shift was revised downwards. What is the meaning of this? It isn't thoughtless. Actually, this can be said to be a very thought-out adjustment. That's why I was convinced. That's why I was convinced. There is a God. Nay, there is a producer. I don't know who that is or what kind of personality it has, but I know it definitely exists. And in order to balance this world that is similar to Mobius, he or she struggles to make some big or small adjustments, to the point where all the Darkness Wolf's skills were kept after taming and modified with for this world in mind. I'd like to thank them. This is the best of worlds. All I can do is thank them for providing me with a place where I can make my dreams come true. If we can meet someday, I'll go say hello and give them some sweets. That would be great. Is everything all right? Can I be of help to you, my lord? While I was thinking deeply about this, Anko asked me as if worried about something. Sorry, I didn't properly look at your stats. Around 5,000 points out of 100. Oh, kidding. Actually about 1,000,000 points. Oh, lord. Anko is very happy. As I made a little joke, Anko came leaning on my chest. Who huge. Then Anko leaked a cold voice. At that same moment, I noticed 3 black ghosts tried to take us by surprise, attacking from behind. It's not like they were hiding somewhere. They simply respawned after a certain amount of time. I guess I got too carried away with this sensation. Anko, who was the first one to notice the enemies approaching, left my side while feeling regretful and activated Darkness Summon while smiling. What came out from the darkness was a large weapon, double her height, the Dark Flame Spear. For her, it was very easy to swing such a long armament. The sinister patterns and decorations would make anyone who sees it think of death, and the blackish flame at the top, eternally burning, made it so the blade could never be seen. A spear was a weapon with the primary purpose of piercing, but in this case, it was the strongest just by swinging it. Why? Because the dark flame spouted from it whenever it was shaken. So, the more you swing it, the more the flames spread. The unusually long-range and wide-area attack of the dark flames doesn't give one the chance to approach. And even though it has the perfect attack power, the spearmanship skill still adds more power to it. That's why it isn't an exaggeration to call it the strongest mode. You really got in my way. I suddenly noticed her angry voice. Why did Anko pulled out her strongest weapon, the dark flame spear right now? For some reason, she was seething with anger. However, she still smiled. What's with her? She happily smiled even though she was using her strongest weapon. Wow, she's quite dexterous. Still, what is she angry about? Can it be because they disturbed our conversation? If so, then she has quite the low boiling point. And then the very next moment, before I noticed, Anko's Dragon King spearmanship skill was activated and the dark flame was fired forwards. Woo! The 3 black ghosts that were hit directly were completely annihilated in a single blow. Just one attack. Even if she scored a critical, that power is weird. How did she do it? Even without her darkness magic, she's damn strong. Oh, I kind of thought this was the case. But now I can say for sure, at present, she is much stronger than me, if we compared just the abilities. What a frightening thought. And now that Anko has been released from her fixed behavioral pattern, if we were to fight again, there's a high possibility I won't even stand a chance. Yeah, probably. That might be the case, but that's just a possibility. Well, I'll win. However, I mustn't forget, this formidable wolf is under my control. She's my blade and my shield. So to speak, she's my equipment. That's right. In other words, the stronger the better. That means, if Anko is stronger than me, now that I've tamed her, I'm over twice as strong as when I first came here. Isn't that great? With this, being the top in the world has definitely become closer. That's why I don't feel bitter at all. All right. Shall we hurry back home? Understood, Lord. I was a bit jealous of her extraordinary strength, but I managed to recover my composure as we went towards the exit of the Isoreus dungeon. I stayed here for 4 months. It somewhat seemed too long, yet too short. From what I heard, it seems it's already autumn. The autumn leaves, together with the tamed Anko, really brightened my mood as I walked. To think not long ago I felt extremely happy, but I learned the hard way. Every great story has its underside. You are I'm sorry. As soon as we left the Isoreus dungeon and she was exposed to the sunlight, Anko became dreadfully weary. She was at a state where she could barely walk by herself. After walking a little further and going under the shade of a tree, she quickly recovered her energy though. The conditions were simple. She can perform her best under a shadow that covers her whole body, but she will weaken even with a little sunlight hitting her, and will be weakened depending on the amount of sunlight that shines upon her. And it seems that regardless of whether she's wearing clothes that cover her or not, the simple fact that light shines over her body seems to induce the weakening. In other words, Anko can only fight in places with shadows. There should be no problem at night or indoors, but if it's under the blazing sun, it's better to give it up. Well, this seems to be the price to pay for wielding darkness magic. Just when I thought I had gotten something incredible. I should have known it wouldn't be this easy. Well, nothing I can do about it. This still makes up for the 4 months of struggles and hard work. Anko currently hid in my shadow as we walked. She's so close to me, she's practically touching me. Even if her whole body was not hidden, walking seemed to pose no problem as long as even a little was under a shadow. Are you sure you don't want me to unsummon you? You're worrying about me. Somehow, that makes me very happy, but it's okay, thanks to you Lord, my energy is holding up. Even if I look like this, I'm still. So, you're grateful to me and my shadow? You're good at puns Anko. You fufu. You're a bully, Lord. I look forward to it. I get the feeling that joke wasn't said as a joke. No, I have a hunch I bet not dig too deep into that. This is a completely different response from when I mess around with Sylvia. Yeah, this is a bit scary, so let's stop making fun of Anko. Let's do that. Or rather, haven't those big things been hitting my back since a while ago? This girl really likes skinship. Is it because she's a wolf? We'll take a boat and stay overnight in the port town, then travel on horse all day from the morning. Just hold on for a bit more. That is nothing. Just being with you, Lord, makes Anko incredibly happy. Anko whispered in my ear while twisting her body. That was really effective. Suddenly, I began to wonder how would it be for Anko to be my first. But then I immediately stopped that train of thought, scared of a more intense physical contact that might wait for me. And I'll be alone with there for over 24 hours. I'm starting to get a bit worried. I'd like to call Yukari to set someone to pick me up at the town of Biho. And just like that, I left the island of Isoreus, while feeling some unease all the way. Section. Pathetic. You can't do anything but to stick right behind my second's shadow? Idiotic. To think you would be this useless. Are the darkness wolves beings that can't do anything but to lean on their master's back? Come on, say something. Don't you think so? Hey, something. Bitch. Is that the way to speak to a senior? To a spirit king? Did you hear that, my second? Did you hear that, my second? Shut up, aren't you an adult? While on horseback on the way from the port town Kula to Piho, I used spirit summoning on a whim. I also wanted to check if monster summoning and spirit summoning cancelled each other. The spells didn't have any issue with one another, but the summons themselves did. I'm not sure why he cared so much, but Angelmas kept trying to pick a fight with Anko. He might be trying to set who's the one who's above, white or black. Is the Great Spirit King that prideful? Why am I the one being scolded? That's favoritism. It's spiritual discrimination. My second. If you're scolding me, also scold this guy. Why? This guy bared her fangs at you every day until yesterday. I can't forgive that. Some cruel punishment needs to be given. I see. Now I know why Angelmas was acting like this. He doesn't trust her yet. I'm already a part of Lord's soul. It's up to my lord to see what's best to do with these fangs. But if so, then wouldn't it be strange for Lord to punish himself? GGGHHH. You're just spouting nothing but sophism. However, that's true. If it comes to corporal punishment, then I agree with you, Great King. Lord, please properly strangle Anko's neck by all means. Suddenly, Anko's hands extend to grab my neck. For real? How can you say that you want me to strangle your neck while you're grabbing mine? Look, just because you said something weird. Angelmas, do something about it. What do you want me to do? Something. You're her senpai. You are Mu. That's right. But, Lord, whoa, hurry up. I don't know how long this kind of skinship will last, but I can't just let this happen. She's been alone in that darkness for hundreds of years. I know she misses people. She's also a bit, no, quite quirky. I want to respond to her feelings in a proper way. However, there's a line that must never be broken. Look, the autumn leaves are beautiful. You've never seen anything like this while you were locked up in that basement, right? You gloomy bastard. This is a unique opportunity. There, go, get down the horse and go look. Nice. Angelmas. She let go of my neck, but you didn't need to say it like that. To have the courage to try and separate me from my lord. No matter how much of a senpai you are, there's only so much I can let pass as a joke. So? What about it? What do you want to do? Shall we settle it right here? You fufu. Shall I burn you to death? Shall I shred you to death? I'll let you choose. Ha ha ha. Way to speak, Junior. Kuhai. What did you say? I'm nobody's Kuhai. That's because soon there won't be a senior no more. Who? Then, if you think you can kill me, I'd like to see you section. Enough. I used unsummon. For the two of them. I wish I had done this from the beginning. I'm scared of Anko's skinship the next time I summon her. But I guess I can use that to settle down the fight between those two. Probably. Angelmas seems more likely to calm down over time. This isn't great. They're like cats and dogs. I think I should stop summoning them at the same time. Even so, that was dangerous. Don't they know the limit? Even though they were companions, they were seriously trying to kill each other. They weren't even kidding. After all, the view of life and death of spirits and the monsters is completely different from that of humans. In any case, now that they are gone, this sure feels calm and comfortable. I'll continue my trip to Piho alone. Wrong. I'm traveling with 7th Taio, aren't I? Anyway, it's a peaceful trip now. Thinking about the next time I summon them, it makes my stomach hurt. Chapter 58 Determination 1. The sun went down in no time. By the time I arrived at Piho, it was already dark. Being dead tired, I went to a Suta Berlin, ate a meal, took a bath and quickly went to bed. Then, the next sunrise, well, it was actually already about 9:30. I woke up to the sound of someone knocking in the room. TCH, what now? Clicking my tongue, I dragged my body out of the bed and went to answer the door. There stood a handsome man dressed in butler's clothes. Second Sama, this is the first time we meet. I've been assigned the position of butler for the firstest family. My name is Kubaro. A pleasure meeting you. A splendid bow. His short blonde hair swayed along with that movement. I could also perceive a slight smell of a nice perfume. When Kubaro raised his face, his blue eyes rested on me. Strong eyes, like those of a warrior. I somehow get the vibe I'm not an ordinary person from him. Well, for now, I get it. He's my butler. That's fine. However, there was this one word I couldn't help but to notice. Wait a moment, since when did my family become the firstest family? Yukari-sama has instructed me to introduce myself as such. For real? I'm not sure if I heard about that or not. I've been sort of enjoying myself these past 4 months. My memories are a bit fuzzy. That's not bad. That means my public name has become second firstest. Hoo-hoo. I see. Fumu, not bad at all, right? By the way, why did you come here? Yes, I'm here to pick up Second Sama. Even though you're a butler? If it's for Second Sama, I'll go anywhere no matter the place. Incidentally, I'm not only a butler, but also Second Sama's attendant, valet. Not good. I'm so sleepy I can't even turn my head. I want to sleep for a bit more. However, there's the checkout time to worry about. What to do? I'm very sorry to have woken you up when you were so tired. I'll go speak with the innkeeper and let him know. So it's okay to get some more rest. Here, have a cold drink. I'll have breakfast ready for when you wake up. Is it okay to bring it here to the room? Yeah, very well. Please relax for now then, I'll handle the timings. Well then, please excuse me. Yeah, nicely done, Kubera-kun. He looks like he's in his early 20s. However, his extremely meticulous care was like a honed technique. Just what kind of training did he go through in these past 4 months? Oh, this cold tea is really delicious. I can't say for sure, but I'm certain he used some good leaves. It gives out a vague luxurious scent. Good night. Speaking towards Cubero, who surely was outside the door, I went back to bed in a very good mood. Section. Just before noon, just as I was thinking it was about time to get up, there was a knock on the door. Are you serious? Is that guy an Esper? When I opened the door, as expected, it was Cubero. The breakfast cum lunch he brought was well served and delicious. I invited him to eat together with me, but Cubero politely refused, saying he had already eaten. All right, now to check out. I finished that earlier. Is that so? Then, 7th Teo. My subordinates are in charge of that. Don't worry. That's helpful. Then, I think I'll eat some snacks for the way home. For today, I've prepared chocolate cake and hot coffee. I see. Somehow I kind of feel like playing cards with you. I'm honored. I have an unopened deck here. This guy's amazing. He doesn't make any oversight in his work. So, he's a superhuman on top of being an Esper, huh? You're pretty good, Cubero. Your praise is wasted in me. Even while being praised, he bows his head with refined movements. As I left the room, he quietly followed me from behind. After I got into the carriage that was parked in front of the inn, he gave some instructions to the two men who seemed to be his subordinates, and then sat across from me. The carriage quickly departed. Surprisingly, the shaking and noise from it were about half of what I expected. I'm sure this is a pretty luxurious carriage. While trying to somehow put on airs, I looked at Cubero as he sat with his back straight. After noticing my gaze, he said, "Is there something you need?" while smiling. After answering him with a "No, it's nothing," Cubero then said, "Please tell me if there's anything you need." "No oversight at all. Indeed, nothing is overlooked. But something feels odd. Ever since the moment we met face to face this morning, I don't know what's wrong, but I got this feeling of incongruity that I can't quite pinpoint. I wonder what it is. Am I just imagining things? Or maybe I just feel restless. Nope, I don't know. Well, for now, let's just stare at him for the 4 hours it takes to go to the capital to kill time and try to identify this feeling of incongruity. Question mark. Ignoring the puzzled Cubero, I intently watched him. If the concept of sexual harassment were to exist in this world, this slave of mine could certainly sue me for doing this. However, since I'd feel bad for making him stress out, I'll just do it with moderation. Wait, stress? With that sudden thought, I watched Cubero's mouth and hands closely. As I thought, his lips appear to be slightly dry, and his middle and index fingers are trembling lightly. It appears he's quite nervous. I wonder since when? From this morning? Why on earth would he? Well, probably because it was his first day. However, he hasn't said a word about it. He's doing his best to complete his job and trying hard to hold in all his mental stress, namely nervousness, so as to not displease his master. He's got great willpower. Not being able to stop being conscious, he's tense and he's trying to suppress it to the limit by only willpower. Ha ha ha. He sure has determination. Ha 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 ha. Is there something wrong? Cubero, you're great. You're the kind of guy I like. You like me, huh? I feel like I made a mistake in my choice of words. Wait, I didn't mean it in that way. I mean you have a good personality. I am very grateful for that. Relax. Don't be so stiff. That's right. Wanna play cards? Yes. As you wish. Looking carefully, his movements were still a bit stiff. Still, he properly does his job, so there's no doubt he's a responsible guy. It feels kind of awkward still, but I'm sure he'll get used to it. I'm looking forward to when his tension is completely gone. Cubero, my butler come attendant, huh? Somehow, I feel like we'll have a long relationship. I'd like to build a friendly relationship if I can. After receiving the cards from Cubero, I opened my mouth as I shuffled them. I'm sure you two have a terrible past. If you ever feel lost, just make up your mind and talk to me! Exclamation mark. I'll do something about it. That is, if it's something I can do anything about. I said so while looking composed. It was a very irresponsible statement that inadvertently came out of my mind because I felt like I grew stronger after taming Anko. It's just, I wanted to look good here. in front of this guy who had shown me his determination. Opening his eyes wide and with a shocked face, Kubero bowed his head immediately after. He bowed down below the knee, almost to the limit. This Kubero will never forget those kind words, second Sama. He then raised his body a little, and I was able to see his eyes. A light had lit in those eyes, making them look like those powerful eyes of a man who has steeled his resolution. Tonight, before the time to sleep, I would like to ask for a little of your time for a consultation. Tonight, huh? All right. For a moment I thought he might have misunderstood something of what I said, but I changed my mind after looking at Kubero's eyes. In the corner of his eyes, a little tear was visible. He, a man who pushed down his nervousness with willpower alone. There must be a reason for those tears, seeing how he looks like the man who would never show his crying face. What could be the meaning of it? I too have to resolve myself before I meet with him tonight. Well then, let's play cards. How about we play speed? Pretending to not have noticed those tears, I handed out 2 cards to him. I'm sorry. What is that? Haha, I'll teach you. I'm very grateful. Then, until we reached the capital, I continued to play cards with Kubero. I had a lot of fun. Section. I returned home at last. I was quite excited about coming back home after all this time, but our destination was not the Eastern Mansion, but the mansion on the shore of Lake Vanilla. A bit of that excitement faded away. I see. Now I remember. Seems like they adopted my idea of moving mansions depending on the season. Certainly. The contrast between the red and yellow foliage of the trees and the clear blue Lake Vanilla makes for a beautiful landscape. I have to say it was a great choice. Welcome home, Master. I'm back, Yukari. So, we'll live here in Otomu. Yukari, who came to greet me, suddenly hugged me while being overcome with emotion. It was a bit surprising, so I was taken aback. Then, after hugging each other for a while, Yukari was the first to speak. Please, forgive me for doing something disgraceful. I was relieved. There are many things I want to talk about. I'm sorry, but just for a bit. Can we stay like this just for a bit? Even though we kept in touch regularly, I left everything related to the mansion to Yukari while I was away for these past 4 months. I'm sure she was relieved to see my face. While thanking me and apologizing, I gently patted the back of Yukari's head as her face rested on my chest. Please pardon me, Master. 5 minutes later, Yukari separated from me and went back to being the usual cold-hearted Yukari that I knew. I wonder if she's feeling embarrassed. She's not making eye contact with me. Well then, let's have a meeting about the various problems that have accumulated so far. Second, Iko came rushing at me at full speed while calling my name, then tackled me, making me do a weird sound. The sound I leaked wasn't like someone being struck though. However, it was quite the tackle. Looks like she's growing up properly. Second welcome. While holding me by the waist, Iko rubbed her whole body on me, calling my name as her tail swung from side to side. She totally behaved like a spoiled child, wanting me to pat her head. She was supposed to be a cat, damn I human, but now she totally behaves like a dog. Oh, there, I'm back. Iko, have you grown a little taller? Don't ask me. I see, you don't know. By the way, you copied that from Sylvia, right? It's better to stop. What do you mean with that? Oh, speaking of the devil. Sylvia walked this way with an angry face. However, as she approached, that face gradually turned into a smile. Almost as if she couldn't suppress her overflowing joy. You look quite fine, second dono. I feel like all my worries were for nothing. Looks like your expression has changed. I look forward to the next time we go to a dungeon. Idiot. I'm the one who's looking forward to that. Oh, that wasn't the response I was expecting. We both laughed, then held our hands and hugged each other. I've never had this much skinship with Sylvia before. However, in this pleasant atmosphere, it was almost as if we couldn't help it. After she moved back, Sylvia asked, "Is there a meeting before dinner?" Laughing lightly in embarrassment. "That's right. It will become busy," Yukari continued. Iko simply continued to smile. Then, I suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, I have someone to introduce to you. We've gotten a new companion. Who? He? Huh? The previous peaceful atmosphere from just a second ago has suddenly turned somewhat like that of a husband who's suspected of cheating on his wife. Second dono. To think you've stolen some other woman's heart? Master, for the time being, please get that woman here. We'll do the talking. I wonder what they are angry about? And what's with these two's threatening attitude? I wonder what kind of reaction would Sylvia have if I told her that rather than with words, I persuaded her with my fists? Or rather, why do they know it's a woman? Wait, I get it. I'll call her now. Complying with their demands, I called Anko out using monster summoning. Angelmas is currently at his place. Lord, Anko is here as you've called. Anko appeared from the darkness of a shadow. Sylvia and Yukari held their breath, being intimidated by the aura of darkness, saying TCH, huge, and have I lost? Under their breath. It's normal for them to feel scared, but I somehow feel like something is off. Ara? These people are foo-foo. On the other hand, Anko muttered something, then thrusted her right hand forward. Eh? What the hell is she doing? Sto. I couldn't make it in time. From Anko's right hand, a stream of black mist shoots out. This was darkness magic, and Yukari, Sylvia, and Iko ate it head-on, without being able to do anything. The three girls were completely white as a sheet, but I noticed it right away. Their HP has become 1. I then grabbed Anko by the hair as she was trying to deliver the finishing blow, and pulled her back to me. Anko, you, just what in the world are you doing without my permission? Lord. I was just going to kill. It surprised me. Anko was trembling, just like a child being loudly scolded by their parents, with eyes about to break in tears, completely defenseless. What just happened? Sylvia spoke after finishing drinking an instant healing potion. She had a look of astonishment, anger, puzzlement, and of fear. The same was true for Yukari and Iko. Well, that's to be expected. They almost died in an instant. No doubt everyone is scared. I wasn't supposed to kill them, right? What a thing to have tried to do. I'm extremely sorry, Lord. Anko will properly reflect on it. I will never ever act on my own again. I will do whatever you say, Lord. I'll always be useful. So please, forgive me. I am very sorry. Anko apologized. She bowed down her head and stayed like that. Most likely, she doesn't want to be hated by me. She'll probably want to do anything to change herself so that I won't abandon her. However, that's not the problem. The problem is her sense of values of trying to kill people just because she sees them for the first time. It surely is something natural for Anko, being born inside the Isoreus Grand Underground Library, and having spent hundreds of years alone in the darkness of that place. In that darkness she lived, she breathed it. She wore the darkness as a robe and killed everyone who came close. Maybe, for her, this was her only joy in life. What's with that? How should I tread on it? How can I correct it? I'm not sure what to do. Anko, from now on, you aren't allowed to take any free action without my permission. If you want to do something, you need to ask me for permission first. Absolutely. Okay, I'll see what to do then. ! While I thought of a solution, I gave Anko a pretty ruthless order. For the time being, Anko stared at me with a shocked face for some reason, then sat down on the spot and nodded. I don't know why, but she obviously looks happy. And while staying silent, she kept looking at me. She's just obeying my command in a disciplined manner. You can talk. Lord, what a generous treatment for someone foolish like myself. Please, give me a more severe punishment until this stupid head of mine completely understands. Don't hold back and make me wear a collar of thorns. And when you deem I'm no longer useful, put me down with your own hands. Sorry, but I'm a bit busy right now. I'll do so some other time. Well then. I made the call to send her back and used unsummon. My heart aches a little. My headaches have increased by 1. Just what went wrong? Even like this, she can perform good enough. However, I don't think it's alright for her to stay like that. Sooner or later she will break down when I least expect it, and then, some dangerous incident like this one might happen again. Yeah, I'd like to avoid that. Master, That just now? Even at such times, Yukari remained calm. She's trying to regain her composure and analyze the events that just transpired. The Darkness Wolf, a boss-ranked monster that I took 4 months to tame. Her name is Anko. Isn't she too strong? And she wasn't doing even half her best. Yukari and Sylvia were both speechless. A monster had unexpectedly become a companion. Although she should be reliable to begin with, they wore expressions like they couldn't honestly accept it. After all, they were about to get killed. So, it's a matter of course. I'm sorry about that. I'll talk more about it later. Understood. I'll get everything for the meeting ready then. Let's have it in an hour. Saying so, Yukari went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. I know she cares about me by the way she speaks, but not being able to find the words to respond to her, I just blankly stared at her buttocks hidden under that long skirt until Sylvia slapped me back to reality. Yukari was happy to see you, so I'm sure she forgot about the meeting, but at least I'll stop hearing complaints since you're now here. 2nd Dono. You better be prepared though. Sylvia also went upstairs while waving her hand. She tried to show a strong front to show me she wasn't scared, but she was easy to read. Everyone around me really has a strong determination. Sorry, Iko. It's okay. When I apologized to Iko, she came to my side, grabbed my hand, and while saying let's play, she guided me to her room. She showed me various things in the room, such as broken palm fruits, pretty stones she picked up by the lakeside, and comfortable cushions to sleep in. I spent my time before the meeting playing with Iko. Then at the meeting I heard Yukari's endless complaints, and at dinner, I had a drink with Sylvia while laughing. The day I returned home ended unchanged from before. Everyone seemed to have forgiven me for that mess before and avoided bringing that up. My heart felt warm. This problem hasn't been fundamentally solved. However, it's not such an easy problem that could be solved quickly. I learned in my previous life that switching gears is important. I decided that it was better to consult with everyone about it, and settled on not thinking too deeply for now. There's something that has to be prioritized for now. That's right, I can't go to bed just yet. Preparing myself, I decided to wait for that man to come, while fighting the drowsiness with an abnormal status recovery potion. It was around midnight that he showed up. The butler Kubero bowed deeply and led me to the shore of Lake Vanilla after saying, if you could be so kind as to come this way. There's no sign of people anywhere near. Only the sound of the waves pushing and pulling the gravel on the shore was heard. Kubero walked in front of me for a while. Then he turned round and quietly took off his gloves. I was prepared to not flinch, no matter what came. Therefore, I was able to calmly observe him. The moonlight shone upon us, and the faint expression on Kubero's face filled with grief suddenly changed. I'd like you to fight me. Chapter 59 Determination 2. I'd like you to fight me. I think this voice of mine that uttered such words was slightly trembling. This morning remains fresh in my mind. I never imagined I would be so stiff the first time I'd meet with my master. It would have been different if the other party was an aristocrat. But because the one who opened the door and met me was none other than 2nd Sama, I was extremely nervous. Well then, I thought there wouldn't be more tension in my life anymore, but soon enough, more than I could handle appeared. However, this is an opportunity I can't let pass. It's vexing to rely on this great person who picked me up from the rubble and gave me a more humane life. However, this isn't a situation I can just grumble about. 2nd Sama, at that time, said, when you're prepared, you can come to me. How great and merciful he is. I honestly thought it was good that I had come to this great person's place. I have to meet his expectations. I have to resolute myself. I have to face him. This is a lucky chance I was given by the heavens. I need to grab it with my own hands. As for the method, I've prepared a game crown. We can use this too. Nice. You're prepared. Gulp. A cold chill ran through my back. 2nd Sama's face was floating a smile. He looked very happy, almost like a child who had found a new toy. Kubero, I like guys who have a strong spirit like yours. I'm honored. 2nd Sama's beautiful voice disturbed my mind, almost like a narcotic, as it entered my ears. I can't be afraid. I can't fall into his pace. If I don't show my determination here, my wish will never come true. Well then, we're going to have a match, right? Yes. Of course. After second Sama finished those words, he took a step forward in order to grab the game crown. Not good. I failed as a subordinate for having my master walk up to me. Panicking, I rushed myself towards second Sama, but suddenly, I tripped. Did my feet catch on the gravel? No. Something grabbed my leg, but there's no other person here. No way. Was it second Sama? But, why would he? Without being able to avoid it, I fell forwards. At this rate, I will bump into second Sama. Painfully, my body tried twisting itself to avoid him, but that was a useless struggle. And so, I slammed my head into second Sama's chest. He held me up before I could fall to the ground. Unexpectedly, blood rushed to my head, so I hurriedly moved back. Excuse me for being. Then, I noticed I'm a slave. Even if unintentionally, I shouldn't be able to do any act that would bring harm to my master. However, right now I just plunged into him head-on. I've done something that shouldn't be possible. Just what in the world? Did you notice it? I knew you were quite excellent. Second continued to smile. In other words, this mysterious phenomenon was caused by second Sama himself. I now understand that, but I still fail to understand what importance that has for our current situation. I opened my mouth a bit in shame. Just what did you do? It's called breakout. Right now, you are no longer a slave. Astonishment. No, that word doesn't even begin to describe the feelings of shock I received. Did he just say he cancelled the slavery contract? In an instant? I certainly knew such a technique existed, but I've never seen or heard of a method to do so in an instant. And, above all else, one question remains, and that is, why did he release me from slavery just now? There's no benefit for second Sama in it, just risks. If I were plotting to rebel, I could even slash at him this very moment. The match would be boring otherwise. With this, we can now go at each other without worrying about it. No, seems like I apparently have misunderstood him. For second Sama, the power of the servants of House Firstest aren't even in his sight. However, to go to the extent of cancelling the slave contract while grinning just because he wants to go at each other without worrying about it? Our levels are different. The place we're looking at is completely different. I was made to realize I was defeated even before the battle started. Ha ha ha. A dry laugh escaped from my lips. This person, my master, is, without a doubt, a strong man. It's okay, just relax. The battle has already begun. Excuse me, but I would like to say something first. As a butler, please refrain from one-sidedly cancelling slave contracts like they are nothing in the future. If I were to be a traitor, you will be taking risks. Second Sama, if I am to be betrayed, then that means I could just go so far. I took a liking to you. That's why I broke you out. I won't let anyone complain. And also, would a traitor preach to me like that? You will regret it, you know? What cool, intense words. Enduring the tears of joy and yearning, I took some distance from second and got into stance, preparing my fists. My main skill is martial arts. In particular, my night martial arts at grade 1 and silver martial arts at grade 3 made me the strongest in my team. Thanks to these two fists, that helpless little brat of the past is no more. These two fists that have been with me for 24 years now will at least hit second Sama once. I'll show him how far this Cubero has come. That is my determination. I'm resolute to fight till the end. Even if I have to bet my life for it, I'm prepared to do so for my desired wish. Clenching my fists, I turn my gaze forward. Second Sama, on the other side, was simply standing with his arms hanging loosely. He just stared at me with absent-minded eyes. You won't take a stance? Yeah. You, on the other hand, are quite stiff, Cubero. I said it during the day, but you don't have to be so stiff. Relax, just relax. What would you do if this staring contest continued like this for hours? I can see who the winner would be. Don't you agree? I'm very grateful for the advice, but I think it's better if you don't look down on me so much. While slowly and steadily closing the distance, I said those words packed with provocation. In the current situation where the skill of my opponent is unknown, The normal way to proceed is to let them take the lead. That strategy isn't wrong. However, I immediately noticed this was the worst kind of opponent to use that strategy. Section. Aren't you the one looking down on me a bit too much? Second Sama's gentle attitude made a sudden and complete change. In just one instant my whole body trembled, and my fighting spirit disappeared. This is something my body remembers. It understands it since it has dived into many lethal fights. This is real murderous intent. In other words, Second Sama is seriously trying to kill me. Suddenly, my cheek was struck by Second Sama's fist. I'm not even sure what skill that was, but I was blown away. After I hit the ground, I probably bounced a couple times and then rolled on the gravel for a few meters. My cheek, my jaw, my head, my whole body was hurting. What strength? From a distance, the footsteps crunching on the gravel sounded as they approached. He's coming to deliver the finishing blow, to this me pitiful enough as to not being able to stand. I'll be disposed of. He sure is disappointed in me for not being properly prepared. Still, there's no way I could win. No matter how much I plan, no matter what skills I use, there's no way to win. Those were my sole thoughts, almost like returning to when I was a child. I'm scared. Are you stupid? Get up. Show me your determination. Come at me with the intention to kill. What is he saying? Is this all you amount to? Hey, Kubaro. That's wrong, right? If you're not going to stand firm right now, when will you? Wrong. I was wrong. That's right. It was different. It's not about reason. It's not about strategy. It's not about skill. Damn. I'm really an idiot. I had it totally wrong. Second Sama hasn't abandoned me yet. If I don't stand firm now, then when? If I don't stand firm now, then when? If I don't stand firm now, then when? UAAAAAAA. I could no longer hold back my tears. These tears crawled towards my wounds, reminding me I was alive. Get up, he said. I have to get up no matter what. I need to show my resolve. It's fine if I die here. Second Sama surely will manage the rest. He promised he would. That's why I can have peace of mind, leaving it to him. Am I really going to give up? I'm determined. I've put everything on the line. So, I'll stand up even if it kills me. Phew. Gathering all my strength, I stood up. Raising my head throbbing with pain. I looked at Second Sama. Yeah, he's scary. Tremendously frightening. However, what of it? Fighting to maintain my consciousness. I just tried to hit Second Sama without even preparing a skill. But the moment my fist was caught by Second Sama's hand, my sight went dark at the time I heard these words. You really are great. Section. Where am I? Oh, you're awake. Dawn. Kubero, who was lying asleep in my bed, finally regained consciousness. Want to drink a potion? No, I'll pass. When I tried to pass him a potion, Kubero laughed bitterly while making a painful sound, like he had a cut in his mouth. I'd like to keep this wound for a while, he said. I didn't know how to answer, so I just said I see, and placed the potion back in my inventory. For a while, there was nothing but silence. It was Kubero who was the first one to break it. Thank you very much. Why are you thanking me? Maybe for picking me up and making me a slave. Maybe for giving me an opportunity. Maybe for allowing me to face against you. Maybe. To be honest, I'm not sure either. However, I simply wanted to somehow thank you. What's with that? Thinking that he might still have his brain a bit shaken, I stared into Kubero's eyes. But, after just 1 second, Kubero embarrassingly diverted his gaze. What's with that kind of reaction? Second Sama is a truly strong one. I've been made painfully aware of that, I suppose. Even if I look like this, I was very confident in my martial arts. So, what is it that you want? Yeah. When I asked him that question, he got up from the bed with an expression of pain while responding. He then corrected his posture and faced me straight on. An expression similar to that he had in the carriage. I thought he was going to talk about how pitiful his life had been until now, but I guessed wrong. I used to be the young leader of a team called R6. Ryumuzuma 6. R6? Yes. A group of righteous bandits based around the capital. Righteous bandits? Huh? Righteous bandits were thieves who only stole from the bad guys. They stole from the strong to give to the weak. They are groups disliked by the Night Orders but quite loved by the people. Pretty much like Robin Hoods are. Come to think of it, I've heard a bit about some bandits that made a base near the capital. I think I received some reports about that while I was in Isoreus, from Yukari. In any case, the bandits who were praised to be the best in the kingdom were crushed without leaving a trace by the Knight of the Castle Kingdom, or so it seems. Even if we're righteous, since we're basically stealing, we surely gather a lot of resentment from various people. Particularly, the nobles who fatten their bellies at the expense of others and are the main targets. They try to crack down on us. And the same is true even for royalty. You mean to say the Castle Kingdom itself launched a thorough suppression of righteous bandits? Just like you say. Due to the Second and Third Night Orders' repressive force, IR6 was pushed to the brink of annihilation in just a few months. However, as I learned later, it can be said our destruction was solely due to the First Night Order. The First Night Order? That is very strange. The First Night Order worked mainly as royal guards. If you wanted to suppress bandits, it's weird not to do so with the Third Night Order, which act like guards, or the Second Night Order, which are like an army. It makes no sense at all. However, I had a hunch. It must have something to do with that rotten First Prince Klaus who's leading the First Night Order. Our boss Ryumuzuma. He made a deal that in exchange for his head, they wouldn't lay a hand on us. He gave his life, bowing his head so that we would be pardoned. It was the First Night Order who worked as intermediaries. All we did was wait. And so, the Second and Third Night Orders accepted the conditions. Or that's what should have happened. Were you deceived? Yeah. In just a few days, the bandit suppression unit led by the First Night Order was formed, and dozens were killed in a surprise attack. The First Night Order was feigning neutrality, but they were orchestrating it all from behind the scenes. How terrible. Some of my subordinates sacrificed themselves for me, the young next leader, and so, I finally arrived at the Morris Company. So, you escaped? Yeah, Kubero nodded, with an almost quiet voice and on the verge of tears. He probably regretted it a lot. It must have been bitter. That regret. He might be exhausted. It might have been eating onto him for the past 4 months. He might still want to help out his men who are now scattered and hiding. He might want to do something for his men who died while believing the will of their boss Ryumuzuma would be inherited by the young head, that R6 would keep existing. Do you want revenge? Yes. Do you want to help out your men? Yes. I'll leave aside whether this is right or wrong. However, this is Kubero, a man who showed me his courage. He has the will to keep going even if he dies. He has the guts to face this head on. And he has shown me that determination already. Then, now it's my turn. Come with me. I'll do something about it. Attain. Yes. This was a promise between men. Idle talk. A maid's story. L&S. There was a group of 10 people directly under the chief maid Yukari, the all-purpose maid squad reverently called the Great 10. Right now, each of those 10 were demon captains who had over 10 maids under them as subordinates, but they were originally newcomers working under Yukari as their captain. If any of the new maids would complain about something, those maids would surely answer with, "Work without saying anything is impossible." Among the 10 great were 2 red-haired sisters, called L and S. L was the elder sister, at 16, and S was the youngest, at 15 years old. L had shoulder-length hair, a bit improper for a girl, and her character was tough and strong-minded, like a tomboy. S on the other side had a side ponytail, and she was more like a meek girl. Their names and appearances were quite similar, but their personalities were the complete opposite. There wasn't a single maid in House Firstest that didn't know of these two. Why? Because it was really easy to remember them. The sun and the moon, fire and water, convex and concave. There could be many comparisons, but these sisters' personalities were like that. And the characteristics of these two girls were remarkably reflected on their squads. The elder sister-led group called the L Squad was known as the best fighting group among the all-purpose maids. Only those with higher than normal fighting skills were gathered here, and they were harshly trained until they were exhausted. Therefore, the new maids feared it. It's very hard to join them, they said. On the other hand, Those with strong fighting spirits actively volunteered for the L Squad. Being part of the L Squad was proof that you were a fierce person, but as a result, the surrounding people always saw them with weird eyes. The S Squad, led by the younger sister, on the other hand, was said to be the most orthodox group in the all-purpose Maid Corps. In this squad, all members continued to polish and refine different kinds of skills every day, until they reached the level worthy of being called all-purpose maids, obviously starting off with waiting, cleaning and laundry, but also self-defense techniques and language, going all the way to business administration. At first glance many saw it as wide and shallow knowledge, but in reality, it was outrageous, extensive and deep, more extensive than anyone, deeper than anyone. The maids who didn't measure up were quickly cut off. In that sense, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the S Squad was a carefully selected elite group. So, like this, each squad had their own characteristics, but those quirks weren't visible at the beginning. Only as they spent time together, did their captain's character and beliefs gradually influence them. In short, who they followed was how they grew. Almost like a parent and a child. Section. Hey bitch, you stole my headband, didn't you? On a certain day, L Squad's maid Momo grabbed another maid by the chest in the cafeteria. As one could see from the rough attitude and tone, she was a famous maid even among the newcomers as a hardcore bully. Whether it was good or bad, her 180 centimeters height was considerably intimidating, simply by standing next to you. Ara, what would you be talking about? I really have no idea. The other maid was Marina, a member belonging to the S Squad, and an elite according to herself. She was a maid with a somewhat high amount of pride. Don't lie to me, you stole it. Why would you think I did such an act? There's no evidence of it. I saw you when you did it. Like I said, where is the evidence? How can you prove it was me? Evidence? It's in my eyes. You know, it's a bother to be told so randomly that I stole something without bringing any evidence. Just like S-sama has repeatedly said, it's important to secure evidence. Right? Girls, Marina then asked the people around her. And surely, just as Marina said, the maids next to her, who were also close friends, nodded without hesitation. In a complete turnaround, the atmosphere in the place now changed and Momo was now seen as the villain. But I saw it. How many times do I have to say it so that you understand? It's just a waste of time. I'll just say it one last time. How can I be a suspect if there's no evidence? TCH, Momo, with a mortified face, released the hand holding Marina up. Marina dusted off her chest, then opened her mouth again. How can someone with this low of intelligence work as a maid? Oh, speaking of which, you aren't very maid-like. Go away, your stinky sweat will stick to me. She giggled, as if to make fun of her. Momo couldn't say anything back, she just clenched her fist. Then, sensing she had the upper hand, Marina continued further. Get it? We're maids who serve the great one who will one day become the world's greatest. You should feel ashamed to call yourself a maid serving the firstest family. And what's with those guys? Aren't all the people in your squad more like mercenaries? No wonder it's hard to even call you a maid. That's right, that's why you shouldn't be wearing headbands. I'm sure you'll even poke your head with it. Bitch. Too many words. Momo, whose self had not only been made fun of, but also her friends and captain, couldn't suppress her anger and tried to take matters into her own hands. So, you'll use violence? Oh, look at yourself. That's why you're disqualified as a maid. But Marina continued to provoke Momo, who couldn't talk back. That's when an unexpected person came. Oh, what's wrong, Momo? You can go ahead and hit her. See, Captain, L of the 10 Great. Right now, it was mealtime for the newcomers, so there shouldn't be a captain in this place. However, L had appeared and the cafeteria became noisy. Why is El-sama here? Ara, I'm here too. Marina. Place your hands behind your back. S-sama. The little sister S also appeared. Marina's face paled. The reason she froze was because her captain was there. In other words, their misdeeds so far had been known to their captains. Come one, hit her, until you're done. Here you go, Momo-san. Do as you like. L and S said such a thing with a smile. Momo then turned towards Marina. Marina's eyes were moistened and she was trembling. It was an expression of despair. Well, that's a given. Her elite road on which she walked turned into hell in just a moment. Sorry, I can't. Momo lowered her head after some contemplation. She felt she too was at fault since she couldn't procure any evidence. And, she did not train in order to hit an opponent who was crying and offering no resistance. Is that so? Clench your teeth, Elle said while floating a gentle smile. Immediately after a tightly clenched fist assaulted Momo. Gui, a relentless liver blow. Then, as her posture crumbled, an elbow right to the face, and after she fell to her knees, a kick to the solar plexus. Everyone present thought that's too much, but nobody uttered a word. The 180-centimeter tall woman was one-sidedly beaten by a 16-year-old girl who wasn't even 160 centimeter in height. All the newcomers trembled seeing the figure of the captain of the fighting corps, the L Squad. The worst thing you can do is go after someone without any proof. Properly remember it. Why? Yes, Captain. While bleeding from the nose in a crouching position, Momo answered. Next time, make sure you have enough evidence before going after someone. Then, you can go wild without problems. Yes, Elle told her subordinates take her to the room, and silently watched Momo being carried away. S watched her sisters schooling with warm eyes. It looked like so long ago. These two sisters had fallen into slavery after being framed for a crime they didn't commit, but now, only a few people knew this fact. Right now, they spend their days as the happiest. However, the pain of those false accusations would probably never disappear from these two sisters' minds. Therefore, their aversion to doubting people couldn't be wiped away. However, looking at it from the other side, this was engraved into their bodies and they understood the measures to take. Both S and L knew that innocent and guilty without evidence were pretty much the same. That's why they both stuck to evidence more than anyone else. At the very least, in the places where their eyes reached, in this house where their beloved master lived, false accusations must never be forgiven. This was something they kept in their minds every day. So, their subordinates should have grown following those ideals. Well now, Marina. Hi. Still, there were exceptions, like purposely erasing evidence after doing something they shouldn't. S took out Momo's headband, which was of course proof of Marina's misdeeds, and looked straight at her while spinning it on her finger. Heaven's net has large meshes, but nothing escapes. As the proverb says, as their name of the sun and moon are firstest, their judgment was strict. It's re-education time, but don't worry, I'm not as strict as my sister, Elle. So she said, with a warm smile. Marina felt an immeasurable dread, cold sweat dripping down her spine. After that, a few days later, a Marina that looked like a completely different person, returned. It became a topic among the maids about what kind of education someone would receive to suddenly change to an almost completely different person, and it became a rumor among them that the younger sister might be way scarier than the elder sister. Section IVA. Among the all-purpose maid corps, there was a maid nicknamed the White Demon, and was rumored to be the most dangerous among the 10 great. She was one of the 10 people directly under Yukari, a girl named Iva. Always silent, always expressionless, almost as if she was a doll, coupled with that otherworldly beauty of hers, some called her the assassin puppet doll. Yes, she was a top-notch assassin, a proud member of the all-purpose maid corps. If the L Squad could make a crying child shut, the IV Squad would physically shut it down. That would mean, without sound, without anyone noticing, in just an instant, no traces nor corpses would ever be found, and as such, the IV Squad was given a stare a bit different than the L Squad, and their captain was the White Demon herself. If one would ask the maids who the strongest among the maids was, with the exception of Chief Maid Yukari, 9 out of 10 would answer that would be IV Sama. She was that frightening. This time, the story will focus on her. Section Demon Child. That was my nickname. I had no friends, not even acquaintances. I only ever spoke to mommy and daddy. I was always locked up at home. This way is better, that's what mommy and daddy always said. Still, I could hear the voices from the outside. Voices calling out to me. Yells. Come out, you demon child, they said. A certain night, mommy and daddy invited me to go outside. It was the first time, so I was confused. but they were always smiling, so I was a bit glad and followed them. I was then placed inside a wagon while all the villagers yelled abusive words. The two of them didn't come with me, they just received something from a fat man. At that moment, they had a smile I had never seen before. And so, the carriage left, but the abuse didn't stop. And now Mommy and Daddy were also on their side. Ah, I see. I noticed it. I was sold off. Was I betrayed? That's probably right. Was I sad? I think I was. But, at the time, I didn't understand it well enough. I just found out later. I'm different from others. My skin is white, so is my hair. And my eyes are red. It seems I was too scary. Almost like a demon. I just found out later. Both Mommy and Daddy kept me at a distance. They never spoke to me more than necessary, and when they did it was like a mechanical voice, awkward, weird. But they were the only ones who talked to me, so I thought it was normal. How weird. I just found out later. I became 17 this year, the same age as Master. Apparently, this is when my life properly began. Section 1. Preliminary investigation. 2. Speed. 3. Corpse disposal. The results of the assassination are determined by these 3 steps. Hi, IV here. Today is Yukari-sama's assassination lecture. This is my 19th lecture. Obviously, out of 19 lectures, full marks. Looks like this time it'll be a review lesson since there are many first-time participants. I have bad eyesight, so I sit in the front row. The attendees were the 10 great, all the other girls from my team, and a few other girls I haven't seen before. Everyone listened very attentively. Investigation is a game of perseverance. Blend into the air, never stand out. Collect information about the target without letting people remember your face. I may be unsuitable for this. I'm a dark elf, so I naturally stand out. Yeah, I'm not suited for it either. After all, I'm pure white. The speed in assassination. You acquire it with technique and experience. Kill decisively, not making a sound, without the target being able to speak. For it, you can use skills such as assassination and thread manipulation. The point is to not get too worked up. Like cutting in half an onion, or crushing a garlic with the side of a kitchen knife. Do it as if you were doing something you normally do. I wonder if Yukari-sama is hungry. For the corpse disposal, it should ideally be done with a group. Several people working together, be it burying it, chopping it to pieces, or cremating it. You need to make a plan and stick to it. And be sure to leave the premises without being noticed by anyone. I will not allow you to cause trouble for Master. If you don't need to dispose of the body, try to leave the spot as soon as possible. Oh, hearing the basics after all this time. Yup, indeed, the most important thing is. These are 3 points are the basics of assassination. But the most important thing is the preliminary investigation. Target selection, behavioral patterns, intrusion routes, escape routes. People coming in and out, dead times, hours of little guarding, effective assassination methods, and corpse disposal ways. Everything depends on the investigation. Yup, preliminary investigation. I can't do that. I'm ashamed to always have to depend on the others for this. And because the proper assassination work hasn't started yet, I'm not doing anything at present. Maybe this is the reason why I feel out of place. We're all aware that currently there are suspicious movements in the capital, right? From now on, we will need to focus more on research and information gathering. That's why you have to learn about investigative work. See? I'm being left out more and more. Yukari-sama then said aside from IV. The other 10 are dismissed. IV, you stay a bit more, and then, she gathered the remaining maids and began to teach them how to train for preliminary investigation. Ah. I'm the only one left out again. You have it hard, IV. Because I have no talent in assassination I have stay behind, but let's do our best. Sorry, ha ha ha. I'll talk to the gloomy me. I know she's just joking. But I'm happy. Ah yeah, you. Oh my best. Huh? Sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you at all. Do. Why best? Hey Ellen, don't bully IV. What? I'm not bullying her. Don't give me excuses. You were. Ah, I've done it again. I want to get along with everyone, but this always happens. All because I never had any conversation with people other than Mommy and Daddy until I was this age. This is troubling. Because my voice is so quiet, people can't hear me even if I speak over and over. So they often mistake me as being silent. It's impossible to talk to others. I only have myself to talk with. And even when I tried laughing, they just get scared of my face. I'm just a shy, withdrawn, silent and expressionless white demon puppet doll of assassination after all. Even coming this far, is it still impossible for me to make a friend? Or rather, would it be impossible for me to speak with my master for my whole life? Ivy, come this way. Yes. Coming back to my senses thanks to Yukari-sama's voice, I answered while looking down, and followed her. Our destination was the garden. Yukari-sama always teaches me how to use thread manipulation in this place, and since I can't go investigate, this can't be helped. You don't have to be so depressed. You are the second greatest user of thread manipulation that I've ever seen. Be more confident. Why yes, nicely done, me. I was praised by Yukari-sama. It's good that I've been messing around with all the threats that were sitting around in my cell since I was little. But there's someone who's better than me. I wonder if that's Yukari-sama. You have a face like you care about the first place. No, the greatest one is Master. He hasn't learned it yet, but I'm sure of it without even seeing it. Whoa. How can that be so? Yukari-sama sure is good at joking. But when she talks about Master, I feel a bit happy. A warm feeling that can reach out even to me. I feel a laugh will escape. Is this that boring? I see. That's totally not the case. It was interesting. Be prepared for today's training. Idle talk, teaching a failure. My name is Bloom. I became 14 this year and I'm the stable hand of house firstest. A stable hand is the person who takes care of the horses. For an idiot like me to be assigned such a post, no joking, I wasn't able to work properly the first few weeks. They really were a mess. Even the most basic chores were difficult. I was kicked by a horse, and even beaten by just Aniki. Just Aniki is my superior. He's like a stable master. Well, basically he's the most important person in the stables. He's my senior by 2 years with swept back brown hair and sharp sandpaku eyes. He's a terrifying Aniki that would make anyone run away just by looking at him. And also, he's amazing. After all, he's a member of the Big Four. He's seriously amazing, right? What are the Big Four, you ask? Starting off with the butler Kubero, then the head chef Savara, the chief gardener Lily and lastly the lead stable hand Just. It's rumored that each of these 4 is incredibly dangerous, but I think Aniki is more incredible. Why? Because he's my Aniki. He's really cool. I don't know if it's because of how he looks, or because he works hard, but in any case, he's really cool. Oh, and Aniki is the only one who would look after such a sloppy, worthless slave brat like myself. And also, Aniki is the only one who would scold me without getting rid of me. Hey, Bloom. What are you doing in the corner of the cafeteria, not even eating? Gee, Aniki. Please, don't just peek. Notes. I'm taking notes. At some point, it seems Aniki came here without me noticing. I can't actually write, you see. That's why I'm practicing hard right now. I thought it'd be nice if someday I could write something like a biography or something. However, I'd be a bit embarrassed if Aniki was to find out about it. That's why I unintentionally lied as a reflex. Were you writing? Well, yes. But, even if I'm writing, there are some words I don't know. For real? Where did you learn that? My parents taught me when I was 9 years. You sure had a gifted education. Isn't that great? I'm sure it was useful. Yeah, it's a lie that I know how to write. Well, it's true that my parents taught me. But the fact was, my parents were simply trying to raise my selling price as a slave. Slaves who could read and write were sold at a higher price, so for them, it was an investment. But when I had learned just a bit of reading and writing, I happened to hear my parents consulting with a slave merchant about selling me as a slave. And I thought, this is bad. Thinking, at this rate, I'll be sold off. I ran away from my home and lived in the muddy slums. That's why I can actually only read and write the AIUEO. After all, you don't need to read or write to be a thief. Well, I wasn't really good, so I eventually made a blunder and was caught and became a slave. Speaking of which, right now, I'm a slave, right? Since I'm getting a pretty nice salary, it doesn't really feel that way. It's a miracle, really a miracle. It's great that I was bought by this house. If you're a 14-year-old brat slave like me, you're either forced to work until you die, or you're sold off to some pervert by an under-the-table deal. And if you're lucky, you'll end up as the plaything of some noble. I don't have a great face, so that was impossible for me in the first place. Wait, I haven't really thought about it until now, but thinking carefully, isn't the house firstest a bit unusual? Even as a lowly stable hand, I have enough salary. The work isn't that hard and it's worth doing. The dormitory for us servants is a mansion. I don't have to pay for rent or food, and since I'm a slave I don't have to pay for taxes myself. Whoa, isn't this amazing? Almost like a paradise. And if I get this, how much would Aniki and the rest of the Big Four earn? Or rather, why did Aniki end up as a stable hand in this place? Are Aniki and the other Big Four slaves the same as me? If I think about it, I don't really know anything about Aniki. So, notes about what? While I was thinking about various things, Aniki's voice returned me to what we were talking about previously. Seems like Aniki is surprisingly persistent. How do I fool him? Nothing really comes to mind. No use. I'd look suspicious. Damn, coming to this I'll just have to lie my way out of this. Actually, I was thinking about Aniki and the Big Four. I'd like to write a biography about you, but I don't know where to start. It's over. He'll totally find out. Shame on me. Don't come spitting those lies to me, and then he'll surely hit me. I bet 10,000 CL he'll do it. Aniki then glared at me with those eyes that don't look like they belong to a 16-year-old. I just closed my eyes involuntarily, clenching my teeth at the same time. Isn't that a great idea, Plum? However, what flew towards me weren't insults nor punches, but excited words. My biography. I'm seriously looking forward to it. Why yeah, please, look forward to it. Yeah. That's right. Wouldn't it be better to have an interview? No. No kidding. You are right. An interview would be great. I know, right? How did it end up like this? This is a mess. I'll have to remember it while pretending to take notes. All right, ask me anything. Aniki, aren't you busy with work? Don't worry. I'm on my break right now. Aniki seems to be in a very good mood. He's all smiles. Is it because of the biography? Well, Aniki is happy. I can't betray his expectations. Holding my hunger, I readied the pen and paper. Then, let's start with, what did you do before coming here? I was a thug. A thug? The first question revealed an astonishing fact. Aniki was a thug? This amazing Aniki was? For real? Everything I was thinking about on how to properly do a biography was suddenly blown away as I began to ask further questions. So, you were a thug? Well, I started off as an orphan, but after various things, I went astray and ended up becoming a thug. So you were one of those slums lookouts. I didn't have that luxury. I just stole every day. I stole simply to eat that day, the same as me, to steal or to be stolen from, to rob or be robbed. A filthy life of trampling over others. That's what my life was like. That was the only way I knew how to live. But I was terrible at it, so I had no choice but to become a slave myself so that I could eat. Well, thinking about the end results, I think that was a good choice. As Aniki said those words, his eyes looked towards the distance as he continued. And as I was just living there in a shitty cage, depressingly living on, I was suddenly told to get out. It was then that those two took me in. Those two? Second Sama and Yukari-sama. Second Sama? He's someone an underling like me hasn't seen yet. Our master. Yukari-sama is the household chief maid, so I've seen her a few times, but I've never spoken to her. For someone like me, they are like heavenly beings. Wow. Aniki met those two face to face. Like I said, Aniki is great. They had an impressive aura. I could do nothing but feel overwhelmed. I was even trembling like a newborn slime. Are you serious? Aniki was? Yeah. Sylvia-sama and Iko-sama are outrageous, but those two are on a whole other level. Aniki's face smiled broadly. Thinking about it, everyone was the same. When they talk about those four of house firstest, they often somehow end up with a happy face. Just like when you talk about your best friends. I'm sure it was envy. That's why I said what I said next. But Aniki, you're incredible too. I mean, aren't you in the big four? Maybe you won't even lose to second Sama if you uck. The next moment, Aniki's clenched fist hit my belly. I can't breathe. Hey, Bloom. I know you're an idiot and you're just speaking without thinking, but you need to know there are things that can be forgiven and things that can't. No matter for whatever reason it is, even if it's a joke, you need to always respect your master. It doesn't matter if you think your Aniki is better. That's a huge mistake, but people are human, so it can't be helped that we make mistakes. However, you must never say it. It's fucking irritating. Oh, okay. Well, I understand it's hard to show respect to someone you haven't met before. However, remember that you, me, and everyone in this house have a huge debt of gratitude towards him. It's just like Aniki says. I was stupid. I wasn't thinking at all. It's obvious to be irritated if someone spoke like that about someone you like. I would be the same if someone spoke about Aniki like that. I might even take matters into my own hands. Well, but even with this, I still like Aniki. I like Aniki who scolds me like this. I'm very sorry, Aniki. What? Why are you crying for? Really? Aren't you an idiot? God, you're pathetic. He's a bully, has a bad mouth and is quick to violence, but Aniki was the first person I met here. I want to follow him for the rest of my life. I'm just a stupid guy, but still, I want to follow Aniki. Therefore, while I still think of it as since Aniki respects him, I will too. I decided to respect Master. After all, what Aniki says is absolute. However, that impression of his is too big for me to imagine it. I'm sure he's an amazing person. But right now I don't really get it. Somehow it feels like when people say because God created this world, you need to pray to him. I've never seen nor met God, so I don't really feel like believing in him. However, I wonder why Aniki respects him that much. Maybe the big four are the same. Suddenly, I became interested in Master. A man who gathers so much respect from such fierce and strong men. I wonder how incredible of a person is he. Since, unlike God, I can actually meet him. I should be able to find out. However, I don't think I'll have an opportunity to see him. What should I do? All right, then my interview is over. How about going to Lily-chan's place tomorrow? He will continue with the story. ! Okay, thank you. That's right. I can hear about Master from the Big Four. You're amazing, Aniki. What? Sure. Section. The next day, after going to the cafeteria at noon, I headed towards the garden to interview the chief gardener, Lily-san. Oh my, isn't it Plo-chan? I was waiting for you. Hi, I'm Plume. Lily-san. Oh, please don't. No san. Just call me Lily-chan. Okay? Oh, okay. Lily-chan. Chief gardener Lily, a muscular, bulging man who acted like a big sister, greeted me with his rough voice. Up until now, I had only seen him from a distance, but facing him like this really makes me feel incredibly intimidated in more than one way. I heard about you from Jazz-chan. He said you were going to write a biography of me. Shoot away. I'll answer anything you ask. He spoke while wiggling his huge body around. Alright, let's get to it. Lily-chan, how old are you? Asking a maiden her age is a no-no, but I'll answer it just for you. I'm 38 this year. 38 is no longer a maiden. Well, his beard and bald head certainly make him look old. Still, his well-defined muscles are amazing. What did you do before coming here? I was an adventurer. I was a C-ranked martial artist, just like Aniki did. His eyes looked towards the distance. I wonder what happened to Lily-san in the past, but being totally honest, I didn't want to be an adventurer. However, I was refused at the work I really wanted as a florist because of my appearance. Therefore I had no choice but to work hard at adventuring in order to live. But, you're pretty strong, right Lily-chan? Not at all. I was certainly strong, but being an adventurer isn't that gentle. That's why intermediate adventurers like myself teamed up to challenge dungeons. Lily-san's bright face turned a bit darker as she said that. You're disgusting. I was often told those words. They did it face to face, behind my back, and even if they didn't put it in words, their attitude expressed that. They all bullied me. I was ostracized and they also stole my items. I always wondered why was I born into such a body, but it was painfully clear that nothing could be done about it even if I worried about it. Lily-chan, this person has also been struggling. One day, a new woman joined the team I was in. That girl was very understanding of my circumstances. That was the first time we met, but I felt like she was a close friend. Ah, so she didn't abandon you. I was very happy that she had nominated me as a guard while she changed her clothes. I thought I was finally being treated as a woman. But, you see, a few minutes later that girl started screaming. Huh? It was a trap. In order to get me out of the team. All the team members had colluded and set up that trap for me. How terrible. Being told such a terrible story, I don't know what to say. I wonder what happened to Lily-san afterwards. I became a slave under the crime of peeping. I was really desperate at that time. After all, nobody would buy a girl with such a disgusting muscular body like me. And even if I was to be bought, my future would have probably been forced physical labor until I died. Right? I was completely cornered. Well, it's obvious to be despaired at that situation. If that was me, I wouldn't be able to trust in anyone anymore. However, I see. Lily-san was a slave that was bought by this house. Up until then, this was just a depressing story. But from then on, I really began to shine. It was love at first sight. It really was. I'll never be able to forget for the rest of my life the shock I received when I first saw Second Sama. Oh, okay. The obvious reason was because he was extremely handsome, right? But if Second Sama wouldn't have been there, that would have been the end for me. It was impossible not to fall in love. Moreover, he gave me a life without inconveniences and assigned me the job I always wanted to do. I think I'll cry. He had a dark face just until now, but then he returned to his usual self and it looked like his emotions were about to burst. Lily-san then began to speak about how wonderful Master was. Continuously, I felt like I couldn't find the appropriate time to end the talk. Right? Hey, Plo-chan, are you listening? Why yeah. But, it's about time for the next question. Oh my, it can't be. I got too excited. Sorry, I'm saved. Well, the next question is, why did you become a gardener? About that, I suppose the main reason was because I wanted to do it. You wanted to? Yeah. Don't you think taking care of the garden is great? I've always longed for this kind of job. Growing cute flowers and maintaining a dreamy garden, right? That's right. He told me he wanted to be a florist. I suppose he does have his cute aspects. However, that isn't my only job. In fact, it actually doubles as patrolling the place. Something like a security guard. Cube-chan said this was perfect for me since I looked strong. Certainly, if Lily-chan is here, any thieves trying to break in would run away thinking a monster has come out. What did you say? No, nothing. Never mind. Whoa. This person is really scary. Phew. Oh my, looks like we ran out of time. It's almost time for that place to open. So, was I helpful? Yeah. Extremely helpful. Then that's great. Well then, I'll go talk with Savura-chan. See you. Lily-san shook my hand then left. This was the first time I talked with Lily-san, but he looks like a good person. It seems he's feared and loved at the same time by his subordinates in the garden. Tomorrow is Savura-san's turn, huh? I'm not really good at dealing with him. The failure came. Evening of the next day. When I went to the back door of the kitchen, Savura-san was waiting for me there while smoking a cigarette. He has unkempt black hair with a beard and wears glasses. To be honest, he doesn't look like a chef at all. Who's a failure? I'm Plume. Is that so? Anyway, just sit there. There's only ground over there. What? I see. Well, whatever, just sit wherever you want. Somehow, I feel like I'm hated. Head Chef Savura. 35 years old, single, taking applications for a girlfriend. Without waiting for me to ask a question, Savura-san introduced himself. Hey, wait a moment. Taking applications for a girlfriend? Did you break up with your girlfriend? I've never had a girlfriend, idiot. Then, who was the girl you were walking together with the other day? Geez. So that's what you meant? All right, I get it. I'll prepare 1 or 2 women for you. That's not it. It's okay, I'm good. Anyway, let's continue with the interview. He's a lost cause. He's too much of a philanderer. What did you do before coming here? I was a B-ranked adventurer. For real? Unexpected. Moreover, a B-ranked one. That's pretty awesome. My swordsmanship and spearmanship skills were good enough to make the girls scream, you know. Of course. My knight skills would make them scream too. Is that so? Then, why did you come here? I was deceived by a woman. Nbufu. I was hit. It was some bitch my parents selfishly decided to be my bride. But that was only so that they could escape their debts. From the beginning, it was just a ruse to fool me into shouldering debt my family had to some dangerous people. That's pretty harsh. And out of all things, it seems that woman got really serious about it. Moreover, it seems she borrowed some money from the same dangerous folks and she had to pay it back soon. That's why I decided to become a slave in order to pay for the money. But, actually, she just used the money for herself. I didn't know until later, and I couldn't do anything about it since I was just a slave. But the debt remained and was to be passed on to the master who would buy me. I totally became a booby trap slave. Wow, what a terrible woman. Well, she really did a number on me. It was the worst. But, then that's why with this I'm somewhat convinced. Severa is famous as a womanizer who will go out with many different women in the city when he has the time, but there's a rumor that he will never spend too much time with a single one. When I saw him on a date in the city, I thought he had finally decided to settle down, but I guess he was just fooling around. He'll never get serious with anyone. Or more like he can't get serious. It kinda looks like something cool. But isn't he just fooling around too much? I wonder if he really wants to get into a serious relationship, but his worries prevent him from doing so. I noticed something peculiar. Let's ask him. Sovereignist. I'm saying it just because. But why haven't you laid a hand on the maids? It was just a light-hearted question. But at that instant a knife pierced the ground directly below my crotch. Stop spouting that nonsense. It was a quiet voice. I immediately noticed he was extremely angry. Did I make a mistake again? I'm sorry, Nissen. I don't want your stupid apology. Damn brat. It just looks like you still don't get what your position is. Seriously, just what is that just doing? Severin Nissen said so while scratching his head, visibly irritated. I was really taken aback. My inconsiderate words have made him think poorly of Aniki. Listen here. Who do you think the maids belong to? Let's hear it. After heaving a huge sigh, Severin opened his mouth. Who do the maids belong to? Who do they belong to? Is it second Sama? Answer faster, damn it. Who do you belong to? Who was the one who bought you and gave you such a good life? Second Sama. Who do I belong to? Say it. Who would buy a worn-out old man slave in his mid-30s with millions in debt, and still pay him a salary, and provide food, clothing, and shelter? Come on, say it. Say it. Say second Sama, fool. That's why there's no way I would touch something belonging to second Sama. Don't ever say something like that ever again, even as a joke. Next time I'll stab you in the crotch. You shitty brat. Putting out his cigarette, Severin turned his back on me and left. He was totally right. I was being a fool. I went back to my room feeling depressed and dragging my body. It's a big room in the servants' huge mansion, so nobody would think it belongs to a simple stable hand. Even at night, I don't have to do anything. Dinner is just served. Lying down on my soft bed, I looked up at the dim ceiling. I somehow thought this was paradise, that I was blessed. However, I didn't realize this paradise was all thanks to someone. Just like Aniki, Lily-san and Severin said. I finally began to understand it a little after being told by the Big Four. Will a day when I can speak just like them come? If so, I'd love if it would come sooner. I fell asleep while thinking about that section. The younger ones these days are no good. They aren't serious enough. In the first place, they are naive. You get what I'm saying? Just, kind of. Severin night. There were 2 people drinking wine in the corner of the cafeteria. A man with glasses whose hair was unkempt, Severa, and a young man with hair all swept to the back. Just still, Nissan's speech seems to have worked wonderfully. That guy went straight to bed. I was just messing around with him. Here Nissan, drink another. Just poured more wine to improve Severa's mood. Oh, thanks. Well, he wasn't that bad. But it was all because you didn't educate him properly. I'm really sorry for that. Just bowed down while smiling. Severa let out a sigh after looking at him. Then after emptying his drink, he opened his mouth again. A biography, huh? I didn't think such an idiot would be able to write one. He'll keep learning from now on, I'm sure. Wasn't that the case with us too? I suppose. The two of them closed their eyes as they remembered about the time when they first came to House Firstist. I was desperate. I was originally good at cooking, but I was no professional. Back then it was all studying and training. I don't think I'll read a book that fast ever again. I was desperate too. I had to work really hard since I didn't know how to read. You really had it hard. Well, I had my fair share too. I suddenly had to make 3 meals a day for 14 people. I had to get better at it even if I didn't like it. That was one way to improve. They both laughed while remembering their difficult moments. They couldn't help but to laugh. Why was it that hard? Why were they so desperate? They understood each other without using words. They just wanted to be useful for second. Oops. Is it that late already? After looking at the watch, Severa spoke. Usually, Kubero-san would have come already to drive us away. Just responded while laughing loudly. If the butler Kubero were to find 2 people drinking in the middle of the night, he would surely chide them. That's right. Wasn't Kubero going to pick him up? Yes, it's finally tomorrow. The pair thought about the following day while they drank from their glass. A man's face came to their minds. A face they would see again after 4 months. Their masters. Arc 6, the political strife arc. Chapter 60, about a good advisor and a summon. A few moments ago, I promised to become Kubero's strength. Since I didn't feel like going to bed already at dawn, I was wandering alongside the lake while thinking about several things. There was so much to think about. You see, my to-do list is growing a lot. There's my promise to the second Prince Main, my promise with Yukari, the brainwashing magic entrusted to me by the late Duchess Lucia Isine, plus my recent promise with Kubero. Each of them is a headache on their own. Everything is somewhat political and intricate, so I don't know where I should start. I used to think when I get Anko I'll be able to accomplish anything, but it seems that isn't really the case. No matter how much my fighting power has increased, there's no way to fight against a whole country. The main reason being, the current opponent doesn't have a clear shape. If I clearly knew who to kill then the story would be different, but I don't know who should I kill. Furthermore, it's not completely clear that everything would be solved if I were to kill someone. What should I do with Anko too? I was suddenly reminded of yesterday evening's events. I have to somehow do something about that girl's lack of common sense. It'd be great if it somehow fixed itself. She's a trump card that I went through great pains to acquire, so I'd like to be able to use it for a long time. I stretched while looking at the rising sun. Thinking about it, it's been quite a while since I saw the morning sun. How many months have passed since I last saw a scenery like this? The surface of the lake was beautifully sparkling under the sunlight. Slowly, taking a deep breath, as I felt the slightly chilled morning air, cool and comfortable, my head gradually began to clear up. And thus, I came up with something. If I don't know the answer, I just need to talk to someone. Section. After breakfast, I made my inquiry towards the 3 who were in front of me. Do any of you know someone familiar with politics? Right now, I'm looking for someone like a political consultant, in other words, an advisor. This was the idea I came up with. Sylvia and Yukari tilted their heads towards my sudden question, while Iko simply shook hers. I can think of a few people. However, I'm not sure if they can be trustworthy. Moreover, I don't think I'll be able to introduce them to you. Is that so? How about you, Sylvia? What about Noir-san? Father is a knight to the core who earned his title by his martial prowess alone, so I wouldn't expect much from him. Is that so? It was useless. If these three didn't know, then please wait a moment, Master. I'll ask the servants to find out if they have such acquaintances. Don't. I'll ask this guy first. Stopping Yukari, who had just stood up, with my hand. I used spirit summoning to call Angelmas forth. I thought that maybe he might know someone who's familiar with politics in the spirit world. Even if he's rotten to the core, he's still the great spirit king. HMPH. Angelmas was sulking. He was totally pouting like in a manga, with his arms crossed and his face avoiding me. What's with this guy? He really is trying to show he's sulking. Come to think of it, I left him alone ever since I sent him back the other day when they were fighting. I somehow have to fix the mood. Right now, Anko was sent back for discipline. HMPH. That thing tried to kill my second's team members, so that's a given. Crap, I think I worsened his mood. He probably got that information from me with the sense of unity. Most likely he would like to say, "Did you see that?" while yelling, because the other party, whom he believed was not trustworthy, acted in a way of betraying, even if unintentional. However, if he read that with a sense of unity, he should be aware of my thoughts about it. She's my greatest fighting strength, please see that. Or rather, you two help me rehabilitate her. Of course, I know that my second is troubled by it. Therefore, my heart is also troubled by it. However, we won't be getting along. I don't trust that thing. Is that all right? Yeah. That's fine. Thanks. That's why my second. Use me more than that wolf. I'll show you something more useful than spirit possession. No. No, spirit possession is enough. Hey, are you just shrugging me off? Sorry. It seems he'll cooperate, albeit a bit angry. He's somewhat of a gentle guy. By the way, Angelmas, do you know anyone familiar with politics? HMPH, who do you think I am? I'm Angelmas, the great spirit king ruling over the whole spirit world. Oh, so you do? Phew, ha ha ha. I do. I knew he would, as one would expect from Angelmas. Who is that? The name is Winfield, my aide. It's also a tactician. Aide? Tactician? That spirit is in charge of government in my place. A half-breed of water and earth. Wait. Are there politics in the spirit world? And what's a half-breed? What's with all that? Obviously, there are politics. It's needed to bring fire, water, earth and wind together and rule over them. And half-breed means they are of mixed parents. That spirit is half water and half earth. I see. I always thought his title as Great Spirit King was just for show, but it seems he's properly ruling. However, a spirit. Can you call that spirit? I can't directly call it out here, but I can do it indirectly. What do you mean by indirectly? Just as you, my second, made a contract with me, someone needs to make a contract with Winfield. If I'm present, I can make sure Winfield is the one answering the call. What did he just say? See, can you specify the target of the spirit summoning? Of course. That's easy to do for the Great Spirit King. Are you kidding? What the heck? Wouldn't he be able to bring some extremely rare spirits then? Well, I can call for them, but they still have the choice to refuse my call. So there's that. No good. Since this fellow has a terrible personality, they will absolutely refuse his call. They would gladly ignore him. There should be no problem with Winfield, because that one is my aide. For real? Why yeah, most likely. An uncomfortable silence followed. Well, still, I think we should try believing in Angelmas here. The question now is, who will be the one using it? Is that Winfield a strong spirit? It's weak. Like, extremely weak. With water and earth, it's like a half-baked spirit, mostly considered as worthless. Seriously? That weak? However, there's nobody better in strategy, and Winfield is in charge of all the politics related to the Great King. There's no better strategist in the spirit world. It wouldn't be far-fetched to say Winfield is the very top of the spirit world in that aspect. Ha 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 ha. No, this isn't a laughing matter. Oh, Winfield, you poor thing. I somehow get that feeling even before I meet Winfield. I'm sure it's been hard for that one. However, in correspondence, I'm sure Winfield has become wiser. All right, then the member to perform the summon is decided. All right. Yukari, you'll be the one performing the spirit summoning section. All right. Yukari, you'll be the one performing the spirit summoning. If it's a weak spirit, A non-combatant should be doing the summoning preferably. I'd be troubled if Sylvia and Iko can't summon a more powerful spirit. Emmy. Yukari moved one step forward, albeit a bit puzzled. I'm not really good at reading the slight changes in her facial expressions, but she seems to be a bit eager to do it. Sylvia and Iko, on the other hand, are very easy to read, their faces practically screaming I'm envious. You've already learned spirit summoning, right? Yeah. It's at class 16. The condition to unlock spirit summoning is extremely simple. Learn one or more magic skills. The skill itself can then be acquired by assigning experience points to it after unlocking it. However, this alone isn't enough to summon a spirit. Summoning a spirit required a spirit ticket. Well then, what should we do about the ticket? There are two ways to get one. The first one is as a monster drop and the second one is as a reward for clearing a dungeon. Both of them have quite low chances. It drops very rarely from lower ranked and intermediate ranked monsters, but as you can see, the possibility is extremely low as I've never gotten one since coming to this world. The quickest way to get one is to buy it at an auction. I've got more money than I know what to do with, so I'm not worried even if it costs millions of CL. The question is, whether it's up at an auction or not. Foo. Ahahaha. At that moment, Sylvia immediately began to laugh, a sort of irritating, self-important laugh. Hey, what's with the sudden laugh? She finally broke. I just wanted to try doing it. You're wrong. Look at this. What? OHH. Sylvia was holding a spirit ticket high in between her fingers. Are you kidding me? She really is a lifesaver. It dropped from a rock turtle while Iko and I were having our special training in the Limpfoot dungeon. Amazing. Good job, Sylvia. That's right. And so I have a request for you, second dono. With the spirit ticket in between her fingers, she placed both her hands in a praying pose. I thought I heard a TCH from Yukari, but I think that was just my imagination. I don't mind using this to summon a spirit for Yukari. But in return, how about going shopping with me? Shopping with her, huh? I see, so it's a plead. All right. That's fine for a spirit ticket. I'm grateful, and of course that's all right. I'll buy you whatever you like, be it a weapon or some armor. Okay? No, that's not what I meant. Iko, you want to come too? It dropped for Sylvia, but you were there too, Iko, so this belongs to the two of you. If so, then it would be unfair if I didn't give reward equally. Is that okay? I'll go. I want to go too. Is that so? All right. It's decided then. I then grabbed the spirit ticket from Sylvia's fingers. For some reason, Sylvia had an expression like she wanted to complain, but then she just said darn. Well, at least it's something. Does she have some issue with me giving Iko a reward too? Oh Sylvia, you're a greedy one. Well, so there's that. Yukari, use this ticket to summon Windfield. I got an agreement. I already informed that guy. You can use the summoning at any time, said Angelmas. You heard him. Yukari, use it. It's amazing for this to proceed without a hitch. No, I didn't mean it in a bad way. It's always like this. On the contrary, it's reassuring that even after 4 months, Master hasn't changed a bit. I think Yukari still has her sharp tongue, but I better remain silent about my opinions on it. Section. Well then, along with that quiet voice, Yukari activated spirit summoning. Fuyuu, a gentle breeze touched my cheeks. At that moment, a slender, tall beauty appeared in front of us. With grey short hair in a 2-block style, the trimmed part gave off a masculine vibe, but other than that, it was mostly a feminine vibe. The long almond-shaped eyes gave off a sleepy aura, quite far from imposing. I'm Winfield. Hi. After some silence, Winfield finally spoke, and what came out was a sort of self-introduction, albeit a bit bare-boned. Immediately afterwards, that mouth closed again and silence returned. Sylvia was the one to break it, saying, "Is that it?" In retort, Winfield nodded and responded with more silence. It seems like that was really it. This guy's like this. However, Winfield's political skills are unrivaled. Oh, this Angelmas made a rare follow-up. In other words, this guy's skills are the real deal. Winfield, would you be willing to serve as my political advisor from now on? If my master gives me permission. However, I'm all right with that. Master? You mean me? Of course, I'll allow it. Serve Master wholeheartedly, said Yukari. Yeah. Understood, Master. Second San, I look forward to working with you. Yeah, likewise. We shook hands. It was a gentle handshake. Winfield might not be good at holding a conversation, but as an individual, there's no lack of courtesy. I think I'll get along with this guy. Well, without further ado, let's share the information with Winfield. Wait a moment. Second Dono. Didn't you say last night that you were going to check mine and Eco's growth? Ah, I guess I did. I don't really remember it. Probably because of the wine. But yeah, I think I did say that. Is that so? Then, you two, let's go to the dungeon. Please wait, Master. If you're going to the dungeon, why not check that you entrusted me with first? Ah, that might be better. It's been 4 months since I asked that to Yukari, so maybe I should check it out first. That's right. Yukari comes first then. Wait. What about that wolf? It's better not to leave that matter alone. That's certainly true. Now that everyone is here, I can consult with them. Second Lake. Let's see it. Let's go to the lake. All right. Onto the lake. Please wait. Second Sama is tired. I think it might be better for him to sleep first. Just before Eco grabbed my hand to pull me towards Lake Vanilla, the butler Kubera came to the living room with great timing, stopping me. As expected of an Esper. A nice proposal. After eating my fill, I was starting to feel sleepy. Let's go lay down to refresh myself. Yeah, I'll do that. Good night. Turning my back to everyone who were lost for words, I headed towards my room while being guided by Kubero. In front of the door to my room, I thanked Kubero, then jumped to my bed and sank in as my eyes closed. The figure of Winfield, whom I saw before leaving, was flowing in my mind. Those were very cold-hearted eyes, as if observing everyone's every move, not leaving anything out. At least that was my impression. How useful will that guy be? With some expectations in mind, I fell deep into my sleep. However, at this time I didn't know of Winfield's abnormal excellence. Chapter 61 Porn. Can I have a moment, Second San? What? Sure. After sleeping until noon, I ate a slightly late lunch and drank some tea Yukari brewed after the meal. It was then that Winfield approached me. I looked around the living room, but nobody said anything. These girls, looking so assertive this morning, seemed to have changed their mood. Perhaps, this gray-haired spirit with an undercut hairstyle quietly walking in front of me, has made the necessary arrangements for this. Thinking along those lines, I guess it's as expected from the best strategist in the spirit world. In other words, it looks like I'll spend my afternoon with her. No, I guess him? Is there a specific gender when referring to Winfield? I'm not sure, I'll have to ask later. Fortunately, thanks to Winfield, today's schedule has become simpler. Here, walking for a while, we arrived at our destination. The place where Winfield stopped was a balcony overlooking Lake Vanilla. This is the highlight of this mansion by the lakeside, as one would expect. This is a great scenery indeed. It also feels pleasant to have the cool autumn breeze against my body after having eaten a meal. What did you want to talk about? After hearing those words from my mouth, Winfield's head tilted a bit before answering with, let's just talk about anything. Let's see. The Duchess Lucia Icene, did you receive anything from her? For example, that's right. A list of the enemies in the Castle Kingdom, or how to learn brainwashing magic, or anything like that? Exclamation mark. How spot on. Did I tell Winfield about the letter from the Duchess? No, I never did. Neither did I say anything about my relationship with the Duchess. Did Winfield hear it from Yukari? That's probably the case. But how did Winfield make such a perfect conjecture? Did this spirit arrive at such a top-secret matter in just a few hours of reasoning from a completely blank slate state? I didn't read your mind, you know? My heart jumped one more time. It was at the very moment I was considering that to be a possibility. I've been speaking with my master, Sylvia-san, and the servants, so that was only my guess. Was it a hit? Winfield smiled while holding a teacup and said, how was it? While tilting their head at the same time. I'm not sure whether it's a man or a woman, but the gesture felt cute. A hit. But, only about 99% correct. The letter from the Duchess also included a list of people that could be trusted. Ah, I see. Winfield showed a slightly depressed expression. I would have wanted to give this spirit a perfect score. Still, it's amazing that Winfield learned about the learning brainwashing magic thing in just half a day. So this spirit honestly even deserves 120 points out of 100. And so, the real subject is right. Let's ascertain your priorities first. My priorities? Indeed. You want the second prince to win, right? Right. It'd be bad if the Castle Kingdom becomes a subordinate of the Marubel Empire, right? It might. It might not. I feel like we're somehow not in sync about this issue. If things keep going the same way they are, the Castle Kingdom will eventually be under the rule of the Marubel Empire, right? Yeah. Wouldn't that be bad? I don't think it would be that bad. That is if they don't defy them. I see. So, if there's no fuss, blood won't flow, huh? But the royal family will be killed, right? The empire won't kill the second prince, but if things keep going as they are, it'll be the first prince who'll do it. It would be a competition behind the scenes to see who would rule after they become a subordinate country. So that it would happen? The empire is trying to use its operatives to bloodlessly bring down the country. This seems more serious than I thought. And those are from within the first prince's faction, right? Still, I had the image that the empire was a more militant nation. It's surprisingly political, huh? Most likely the empire would be completely ruthless only against a country that defies them. I think that might be why it is that image. Although I can't really say anything for sure since I lack information. I wasn't expecting any particular response to that question, so I was taken aback by the answer I received. What a terrifyingly smart guy. Even though Winfield's a slow speaker, this guy properly reads deeper into the conversation. All right, I understand. So, which one do you prefer? To save the kingdom and help the second prince, or help the second prince and become a subordinate country of the empire? Yeah, that's it. I'd prefer if the Castle Kingdom remains. Why is that? That way the title matches can be held like always. Oh, I see, so that's why. The title matches take place here in Winston, the capital of the Castle Kingdom. If the Castle Kingdom became a subordinate of the Marubel Empire, the location of the title battles might change or even the rules may change, and if it comes to the worst scenario, title battles might disappear altogether. In order to achieve my goal of being the best in the world, I want to compete in as many title battles as possible in order to acquire a lot of titles. Therefore, I would be quite troubled if the title battles are gone. Okay, then let's move in that direction. While moving the fingers in the air, Winfield said, let's change plans then. Huh? So, the original strategy was to work with the intention of becoming a subordinate country of the empire? Wait, does that mean it'd be difficult to help Maid while keeping the Castle Kingdom afloat? Don't worry. If it's you, Second San, even if it becomes a bit more difficult, it will work out in the end. Again with guessing my thoughts. If a spirit with such an abnormal brain says so, I suppose it'd be alright. What do you mean by if it's me? To tell you the truth, I'm really excited. What? Excited? Why speak of that all of a sudden? You see, I'm really weak compared to other spirits. I inherited half the power of water and half the power of earth from my parents, or in other words, I can only produce half the power. Certainly, I heard about this from Angelmas. Water and earth powers are reduced by half. It's really rare for someone like me to be born half-breed, is what we're called, and even among the half-breeds, I was especially bad, so I was picked up by the Great King. So, the Great King, he has a terrible personality, right? He did that exactly because of that. As a snide remark. Whoa, is his terrible personality a common perception over there? Or rather, he's the same even in the spirit world? I'm sure he has never had any friends. Moreover, to simply say this weak spirit will be my representative to the other spirits because of that. Whoa. Let's get back to the story. You see, I'm weak, I'm the representative of the Great King, and I'm a strategist. I always thought that even if I was summoned, I wouldn't be able to answer the call. But, today, I was summoned. I see. So that's where the excitement is from. Yeah, But that's not the only reason. Second San. You're the other reason. I am? Yeah, Fufafu. What's wrong? Fufafufafu. Winfield hid the smile by covering it with a hand, and then, as if looking at something interesting, began to giggle. This is the first time for me to get such a strong piece. A chill ran down my spine. It was just a casual word, but the power behind it was tremendous. Peace. Winfield thought of me as a piece. So, in other words, the political strife that will develop in the near future will be simply a game for Winfield, like playing chess. What's with that? What an outrageous guy. Can I really leave it to this guy? Many people might think like this, but I had the opposite impression. I can trust Winfield because I, above everyone else, think of this world as a game. No, not only me. I get it. Winfield could feel that same atmosphere coming from me. You are the same as me, right? You think this is only a game, right? He saw those traces. That's why Winfield dared say I was just a piece in front of me. Am I wrong? Ha 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 ha. The question floating in my mind was affirmed by Winfield's face. So, I accidentally laughed. This guy and I are similar. That's what makes this so joyful and interesting. Right now, mine and Winfield's feelings overlapped. Fufafafu. Ha ha, ha ha ha. And thus, we couldn't help but laugh out like that. Section. Well then, after laughing for a while, we returned to our previous issue. Speaking of which, we were in the middle of a talk. So, about the priorities? Yeah. First, brainwashing magic. Secondly, the second prince. Wait a moment. Let me share with you how to learn brainwashing magic. Right. Taking the letter from the Duchess out of my inventory, I briefly explained the contents. Let's see. The learning condition is to receive 300 attacks from a slave with the assassination skill. Oh. Then, it can be learned today. Shall we visit the second prince tomorrow afternoon? Wait. By today you mean right now? Or rather, isn't it weird? Is it not a contradiction to be attacked by a slave? Slaves can't take aggressive actions against their masters. However, if I was to break them out like with Yukari, then they would no longer be a slave, so it wouldn't fulfill that condition. There was only one way I could think of. Someone other than me gets ownership of a slave with the assassination skill and makes them attack me. However, like with Yukari, almost any slave with the assassination skill would have special circumstances so they won't be able to attack. Then, the other option would be to make a slave learn the assassination skill, but one of the conditions to learn it is to park. In other words, killing a human is necessary. That's the main reason why I had put off acquiring brainwashing magic before using the excuse of it being troublesome. What about that? Can I really learn it today? Are you kidding me? That's Winfield for you. You see, there's a child among my master's subordinates who can use the assassination skill, named Ivy. Whoa, don't tell anyone. Got it? Leaving aside why Winfield already knows the skills of Yukari's subordinates, I got to learn a simple way of learning brainwashing magic. So, Yukari will use night thread manipulation to attack AV, who in turn will attack me. Yes, that's correct. All right. Among the thread manipulation skills, night thread manipulation is a skill that can control a human being almost like a puppet doll for a certain period of time. Using this skill to make Yukari take control over AV, she would most likely be treated as a part of Yukari's equipment and will be able to attack me regardless of the slave contract. I think I should already have that answer, but seriously, what a loophole. Still, Winfield was incredible to have come up with a method the moment I revealed the requirements of learning that skill, right? This guy's crazy, right? Well, let's go learn it. We left the balcony and headed towards the servant's mansion. Yukari told me please wait here at the lakeside mansion. However, I refused while saying since I'm the master, I should go see how the servants are doing once in a while, and walked off to where the servants were. That's right. The number of servants seems to have increased substantially, and because I'm their master, I think I should show my face occasionally, and thus, together with Winfield, we walked along the road, looking around at the scenery which had completely become one of autumn. I wonder if Yukari didn't want me to have to walk this distance, even though it's on the premises of my own house. But as I walked in this beautiful autumn scenery with fallen leaves I thought to myself I'm glad I bought it. Do spirits have a gender? While leisurely walking, I happened to become curious about something, so I asked. We do. Or rather, we are free to decide on whichever. By the way, I'm a woman. Seriously? They are free to decide? In other words, Angelmas hasn't decided yet, right? You know, just recently, I decided on a woman. Why so? Foo-fa-foo. It's a secret. Winfield smiled suggestively while placing her index finger in front of her lips. To be honest, that startled me a little. Chapter 62 Mini Social Gathering. Mamas. There she goes. A mama broken record. This is a first. Ma Master. Why are you here? Winfield and I entered the servant's mansion, and as soon as one of the maids walking across the garden noticed us, she opened her mouth and raised her voice in surprise. What am I, a rare animal or something? I have some business with AV. Well, it doesn't matter. Where is a place where the servants gather? Since I wanted to give a light greeting to the servants, I thought to ask that question. Yes. Currently, it's break time for the captain class maids in the cafeteria. Please, let me guide you. The maid, who was tensely standing upright, managed to complete the explanation while biting her tongue and showed us to the cafeteria, awkwardly walking like a robot. She was visibly nervous to the point of being overwhelmed. Thus, I started to make some small chat to try and ease her tension. What's your name? I'm called Marina. I'm serving as the vice captain of the S squad. What the heck is the S squad? The moment I was wondering that Winfield secretly explained it by whispering in my ears. It seems to be one of the squads in which one of the 10 maids that Yukari brought initially are serving as captains, and each of them has at least 10 members. Does that mean that right now there are over 100 maids working here? For a moment I thought this might have been too much of an increase, but considering my home is too wide, they may not be enough. Marina, do you want me to show you how not to get nervous? That is, I'm very sorry. I am so sorry for F for B being NN nervous. Whoa. Sorry, that's not it. I'm not trying to blame you. Marina apologized, looking like she was about to burst into tears. Contrary to her strong, ladylike appearance, with long blonde hair and slanted eyes, she seemed to be more like a weak child. Most of the time people can't bring out their full potential in different circumstances. That's why you need to figure out some way around it. Figure out a way? Yeah. Like a prayer, auto-suggestion, or a routine. Well, it's different for every person. This is nothing more than finding a way that suits the person. However, one day, I noticed, it's really a trivial thing to find a way to have a peace of mind, or to try and make the most of it. You just need a normal state of mind, concentration, and be in good condition. To perfectly prepare your mind and body to surpass their limits, you need to be immersed in it. Immerse. Yeah. In short, always be prepared. Be prepared to excel in your area of expertise. Have the determination to never stop, nor slow down. Immerse yourself to the point where you can't go back to being your previous self. Pour your whole body and the mind into it. Then, you won't be nervous. Marina was listening to my words, impressed, with her eyes wide open. And then, Winfield, with a face of amazement, butted in. Second San, you know she can't do it right now, right? Obviously. It is tiring to do that for daily life stuff. It sure is. ? Huh? Marina had that kind of wondering face. And, gradually, she noticed. Could you be speaking about me? I'm sure she wondered. It's not like I'm just joking. Still, isn't your tension somehow gone? Winfield followed up with a light smile. Marina then said, "Thank you very much," with a taken aback expression, and followed with a bow. This is the cafeteria. A delicious smell drifted from across the end of the hallway, and also, lively voices could be heard. It's great the cafeteria has this kind of atmosphere. I just ate, but it makes me want to eat again. Master has come. Just before we arrived, Marina entered the cafeteria ahead of us, reporting our arrival. Then, there was a moment of silence. Immediately afterward, the cafeteria became quite noisy. Rustle and bustle. As the sound of moving chairs was heard, about 10 servants in the cafeteria stood up at the same time, bowing towards me. No, I'm not the king or anything of the like, you know. Sorry to interrupt your meal. pay no mind to me and just keep eating. Nobody moved a muscle. What's going on? Hey, the food will cool down. At that point, a couple of people finally raised their faces, looking at each other. The first one to raise her head was a maid with red eyes and snow-white hair and skin. The next one was a middle-aged man dressed as a cook with shabby hair. Let's eat. We shouldn't cause too much trouble for second Sama. Oh, Kubero was in the back too. As expected of the butler. I wonder if he's like everyone's leader. With that serious atmosphere around him, he totally looks like the president of a company. And following that leader's voice, everyone sat down. However, for some reason this feels like a vigil over a body. Nobody is even speaking. Oh, you, what's your name? Ignoring the blatant efforts of the white maid to not look at me while stealing glances, I talked to the man in the cook attire. My name is Savara. I work as the head chef. You can speak casually, please. Don't joke. I'm not kidding. Huh? Do you smoke? Why yes. I tried to stop. Not that. It gives you a nice impression. Care to join me after you're done eating? Ha. I appreciate it. It's a welcomed invitation. As unusual as it was for the MMORPGs, in Mobius, tobacco existed as an item. Moreover, rather than being random, it was quite elaborate. There were more than 20 manufacturers prepared, and the characteristics of each leaf and their production area was quite detailed. Perhaps one of the developers was a heavy smoker. After speaking for a while with Savara, there were still some awkward honorifics, but at least they were decreasing. Huh? Is a single plate enough for you? Then I noticed a muscular macho man, or more like an Ani with a lot of makeup. Oh my belly is already full. Don't spout nonsense, you always eat at least 3 times that amount. Hey, shush, Savara-chan. I'm sure he was holding back since I'm here. Don't hold back. What's your name? I'm Lily, second Sama. I'm working as the lead gardener. You can speak casually. Ah, the same goes for everyone else. Except when it's really necessary. I don't mind if it's a slightly rude tone. When I declared so again, the people were divided into 2. Those who had a bitter face, and those who were thankful. The former was the majority of the maids and Kubero, and the latter was Savara, Lily, a Yankee-looking guy with his hair all to the back, and a red-haired maid with semi-long hair and sharp eyes. Oh, looking closely, everyone is quite unique. In any case, those are some nice muscles you have there, Lily. It almost looks like a piece of art. Azuki-uan. Oh? After praising his muscles, Lily screamed a single word and hardened. Maybe it's my imagination, but I feel like I can almost see hearts in his eyes. I always had a complex for this body, but I won't let myself get down because of it. From now on, I will train in order to achieve the ultimate body. That was a bold determination expressed in a somewhat girly voice. Lily turned around and opened his mouth while his cheeks were reddened. Please look over me, my dear second Sama. I will become a butterfly. And then he left while saying something I couldn't quite understand. Please look over me, my dear second Sama. I will become a butterfly. And then he left while saying something I couldn't quite understand. Is he always like that? No. That guy is usually more like a kind older sister. Answering to my mutters was a gentle-looking maid with red hair and a side ponytail. I see, that's good. And you are? My name is S. And this here is my older sister L. Hi, I'm L. Nice to meet you, Master R. Best regards. However, like I said, no need to be so stiff. No, I'm just nervous, so I slipped and went back to speaking politely, albeit broken. The older sister scratched her head while saying that. She was the same semi-long red-haired girl who was thankful when I said not to be so formal. Contrary to the younger sister, who appeared to be more girly, she had a rougher tone and looked a bit more tomboyish. Speaking of which, isn't Marina a subordinate of S? I taught her how not to get nervous. Ask her about it later. Is there a way not to be nervous? That's amazing. Incredible. As expected of Master. I kind of feel like I'm in a hostess bar. No matter what I say, they all give it high praise. Maybe I should stop talking about myself. What do you guys usually do? It's different for each squad. My squad is training in serving and cleaning, and working hard on various studies. Mine is just a combat squad. We go to the dungeon to train. or we train in pairs, one against another. So it's different for each, huh? Combat? Like battle maids? Yeah. The more energetic are assigned to the combat maid squad. Battle maids? How cool. Oh, you can tell? As expected of master. Cool. A fighting maid is kinda nice. It's a man's romance. And more than anything, they stand out. There's no doubt that in a title match, fighting out in maid clothes would surely gather a lot of attention. I'm wondering how strong you are. Want to give it a try? You mean me? Want to play a match? Oh, nice. This is exciting. She's quite passionate. It would be for your own interest to just stop. Just when I was considering this proposal, the leader, Kubera, came in to stop her. Why? Is it because I'm being selfish? Elle argued against him. However, Kubera continued speaking without minding those words. Last night, I challenged Second Sama. The cafeteria immediately became noisy. Well, that's to be expected. It would be like hearing the principal of the school suddenly went to the school building at night and broke out all the windows. Kubero then dropped a bigger bomb. My martial arts are in the grade rank. In the past, thanks to these fists, I used to be the young leader of a bandit group. Everyone gasped in surprise. Well, that's to be expected. They thought he was a serious chairman, but he then turned out to be the leader of a bike gang. The fight ended in an instant. I was beaten, blown away a few meters without even knowing what skill was used. For real? Was it that high-level martial arts? Wow. Yeah. However, I think that was just a hit without using any skill, right? Yeah. I just punched you back then. When I answered, everyone attentively listened. Well, after all, my swordsmanship skills are all almost at grade 9. Therefore, my strength is high. If I'm serious, I can kill with a punch. That result couldn't be helped. We're literally on different dimensions. If you want to challenge him, you need to prepare accordingly. After talking to her, Kubero smiled somewhat satisfied. Is this the result of this guy completely showing his resolution? Whoa, how impressive, master. I'll need to train harder with my squad then. Considering the flow of the talk, it's obvious the L's squad is a perfect fit for the battle maids. It's not my bad. If you want to blame someone, blame Kubero. My master is coming. And then, Yukari appeared in here. Winfield's announcements have been 100% reliable so far. Master, this way. You come too. So, the moment finally came. Well then, it's time to learn brainwashing magic. I left the cafeteria while saying I'll come again later. Everybody saw me off with a smile, and I made a cigarette gesture towards Savru implying next time. Following behind me by 3 steps was the white maid who stubbornly tried to avoid making eye contact with me. When I occasionally glanced at her, she immediately averted her eyes. Her cheeks were slightly dyed in red, but other than that, her face was expressionless. Apparently, that's just the way she is. About Ivy-san, I'm sure she's bad at talking, rather than a shy person. That was Winfield's analysis. I wonder if she had already met her? No, in her case, it wasn't that she didn't know what to talk about, but that she was rather bad at talking. She might be a poor talker, so the real contents of her mind are hard to put in words. For those types of people, it's better to let them be the ones talking to you, allowing them to take their time and just listen. Oh, she jumped straight to the capture method. Amazing. Let's give her the nickname Wingcyclopedia. You're thinking something rude, aren't you? How do you know that? Scary, this spirit section. Master, no one will watch in this place. It pains my heart to do this, but I'm ready to do it if it needs to be done. After a short walk, the place where we arrived was a dimly lit basement in the servant's mansion. Why in a basement? And Yukari too. Why say such a thing with that meek expression? It's almost like you think I'll be forcing you to do something shady, isn't it? I'll be blindfolding you. Huh? Why blindfold her? I mean, considering her current reactions, she doesn't even know what we're going to be doing from now on, right? This is the painless whip I bought at a specialty store, so we can carry out the endeavor safely without having to worry if it hurts. Wasn't there something else to use? Rather, aren't you quite into this already? I mean, to go to such lengths as to buy that at a specialty store. Well then, Let's begin. Setting up threads. Yukari used night thread manipulation against IV. Originally, this was supposed to be a skill to attack others by manipulating people or dolls. But right now I can't see it as anything more than enjoying tying up a defenseless blindfolded girl who is ignorant of her current situation. Please be quick. Yes. After secretly asking for that, a huge smile was given as the answer. Then, 1 hour later, while being watched over by a brown beauty and a tall beauty, I continuously received 300 slashes from a blindfolded girl. To be honest, it wasn't that bad. Section. Aniki, the horseshoe of the L purple, huh? Shortly after Second had left, the stable hand Plume appeared in the cafeteria. It seems he had come to look for the lead stable hand. Just something happen? It's incredibly quiet in here. Plume felt that something was out of place. After all, he had frequently visited this place. It was true that the cafeteria was quieter than usual. Plume? Just now, Second Sama came here. Seriously? Master did? Yeah, and he talked with us for a while. Wow, it was incredible. Whoa. This is the first time I've seen Aniki with such a slovenly appearance. Turning away from Just, Plume looked around the cafeteria. There were several of the captain class maids with a face of wow in the cafeteria, and even the head chef Severa was grinningly staring at a cigarette for some reason. What's wrong with Severanus? He's full of himself since he got praised for having a good sense. He's been like that for a while now. I can hear you, Just. Whoa. Sorry, Nissen. Just simply apologized on reflex, but when he and Plume apologized, they both were forgiven in an instant. Is this for real? Severanus in an extremely good mood. Yeah, it would usually be a 1-hour sermon. These two talked in murmurs. Certainly, there was something weird with Severa. Or rather, the same was true in a smaller or greater degree for everyone in the cafeteria. It was the first time in 4 months that they had seen their master, and because everyone was looking forward to that moment, a surprise meeting when nobody was mentally prepared had an incredibly destructive power. Everyone loves him. They all love that person, Just muttered. Everyone inside the cafeteria had those same strong feelings gushing out. But even then, it seems Aniki is the only one that's more or less the same as always. Huh? As expected of Aniki. No, you see, I was the only one who couldn't speak with him. Oh, hey, brat. What's with that? Oh, hi, sorry. Way to look down on me, huh? Haven't you been slacking up lately, Plume? I think you might need a bit more education, right? Oh, please spare me of that. I hate slackers. Hi. Chapter 63 Communication. After dinner. In order to keep my promise, I went to the back door of the kitchen behind the servants' mansion. Hey, is Severa here? Who the fuck asks when we're so busy? Say, Second Sama, one of the cooks who noticed me shouted in surprise. He was so shocked I felt his eyes might pop out. Following that, the kitchen was in a turmoil. The guy who spoke to me then showed me a wonderful jumping doujeza. I felt bad for him so I asked him to stand up. But then he started to cry. I'm really bad at dealing with this type. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. A few moments later, the head chef Severa, with his characteristic unkempt beard, came rushing out from the back. I'm sorry for coming when you're busy. Should I come some other time? No. I'll come. Let's go. Severa took out a cigarette pack from his breast pocket in a hurry while saying those words. Caramelia? That's a brand I've never heard of. To tell you the truth, it's been a while since I last smoked. We talked while heading towards the smoking area. I can't just tell him this will be the first cigarette I'll have after coming to this world. After all, in Japanese society, there seemed to have been the word tobacco communication in the past, but I think that was just an excuse you could use to make it easier to talk to a person you just met. Well, to be honest, I never really went out to mingle in the society even at this age, so I'm not sure about that kind of culture. Is that so? These are really good, you know? Listening to my words, Severa tapped on his cigarette box as if to brag. I'm not sure what he means by really good, but that's something I won't say. Well, I've already made up my mind. Understood. That's what I'm talking about. That's kind of wrong, but I couldn't think of any other thing to say. The tobacco in Mobius was only a dress-up item. And obviously, since it was virtual, you didn't have to worry about the tar or the nicotine. It was literally just a fashion item for people who thought cigarettes are something cool. And for me, the brand I had was Hatsu's. These, I had a maid go buy from a shop in the capital a while ago. Why did I choose Hatsu's? Well, I just went for the name since it was kind of cool. Well then. Oh, you got Hatsu's? Those are strong. Reaching a place where an ashtray was set, I took one of the Hatsu's from my pocket and placed it in my mouth. I heard that the stronger ones are great, I answered with a smile instead of responding. Then the smell of tobacco suddenly drifted in the air. Huh? Something feels odd. Well, it doesn't matter, let's light it. Ngaho, Ngaho, Ngaho. But, what the heck? Ha ha ha. I guess it really has been a long time, right? Severus said so while laughing and smoking his cigarette. Hey, wait a moment. Is this thing a real cigarette? I've never smoked a real cigarette before, so I can't say for sure, but I can certainly tell this feels completely different from the tobacco from Mobius that I knew of. It hurts my throat. It's smoky and smelly. What the heck? Have cigarettes become real? Somehow, I don't think I can. Seems like the blend has changed. Oh my, is that so? After coming up with a credible excuse, I put out the Hatsu's in the ashtray. It surely has changed. This Mobius, it's a bit sad. Huh? Isn't your cigarette a bit different? It doesn't smell that much, right? You mean this? It's a new brand that has been popular in the capital lately. Caramelia? Yeah, it feels really great to smoke it. The taste and flavor are quite different from normal cigarettes. It also makes me feel great and motivated. Is that so? To each their own, I guess. I hope you'll let me eat something really delicious someday. That is, ha ha ha, more praise than I deserve. I'd love to eat some delicious pork cutlet. So, can I ask you to do something simple with that in mind? However, Yukari will surely be nagging you. Then, while studying high-class cuisine, please do your best to make some great simple dishes without her noticing. I see, so, in other words, you're telling me to die, right? Ha ha, then let's die happily. Ha ha ha, you can take it easy. Afterward, we talked about several things for about 5 minutes, then the talk ended. I think he was able to speak honestly. It was clearly better than when we spoke during the day, and he was visibly more nervous. You can't make light of tobacco communication. Section. For today's schedule, we'll check my master's progress in the morning. Then, go greet the second prince in the afternoon. Okay? Okay. Next morning, before breakfast, Winfield informed me about today's schedule. Winfield was quite happy to get the position of secretary in just one day, but Yukari, who had been my secretary up until now, just begrudgingly looked at her in silence. She looks quite scary, so I'd love if she could do something about it. You're the master, right? We've talked properly about it. I wish she could stop with the Esper thing since it's bad for my heart. And if you properly talked, why is she still like that? Just look at her. She looks like a resentful demon. Huh? What happened to Sylvia and Iko? I noticed that by chance. No matter how much time passed, those two haven't shown themselves at the table. I gave those two a mission. Noda? Wait, a mission? I want them to get in touch with a certain organization. Tekina? Wait, what organization? Well, Second San, you don't really need to know. Or rather, it might be better if you don't know. What's with that? Now I'm really curious. An organization? Like some guild? Still. Why? It has begun. The game, war. Winfield looked me straight in the eyes, smiling while saying so. A game? Huh? This guy. It must be exactly as she says. But for us, the pieces, the meaning is surely different. You'll be using me. So, I won't forgive you unless you win. Obviously. She happily nodded in response. That was the biggest smile I've seen from her all this time. Section. Master. This is the result after 4 months. Let's see. After breakfast, Yukari showed me items that have been given various effects. That's right. During these past 4 months, Yukari has been practicing bestowal. Blacksmith's main skills are manufacture and disassembly, and after having bestowal magic at a high level, It can now be properly utilized. And this is about bestowal. This one too. It's amazing. I couldn't help but to raise my voice in admiration. Yukari lowered her head in silence and remained expressionless. However, her elven ears were raised in happiness. I'm sure she's proud of her own achievements. Well, that's only natural. Bestowal is an area that really requires patience, when compared to other skills, to the point where I want to avoid it at all costs. Let me explain in more detail. Bestowal is basically a repetition of bestowal disassembly. Manufacture bestowal over and over again. Bestowal magic is a skill that randomly bestows a certain effect on a specific item. In other words, until the desired effect is bestowed, all you keep getting are failures. Of course, you can even fail to bestow an effect, but that's not all. If the bestowal fails, or if you don't get the desired effect, you need to disassemble the equipment, returning it to its raw materials, then use manufacture once again and then apply bestowal magic. If it fails, you just repeat the disassembly, manufacture, bestowal cycle once again, continuing until you're done. And obviously, the materials obtained from disassembly are just a fraction. Therefore, it's necessary to buy more materials for manufacture. And the more it fails, the more you need to spend on materials. This time, she was instructed to only use the materials Sylvia and Iko brought from the Limpfurt dungeon as a test, so the material cost was 0. However, in return, the bestowed equipment that was created was only of intermediate class. In other words, low risk, low return. But once you start working with A-class materials, you become aware of the severity of it. Well, the bottom line is, I wasn't really expecting much from this in the end. However, I think I can say as expected of the blacksmith master growth type, she managed to surpass my expectations. There were 3 items that Yukari was proud of after these 4 months. The first one was a foot equipment called Anagama Shell Rock Shoes. These are shoes belonging to the Shell Rock series made from the material of the rock turtle boss in the Limpfurt dungeon. The Anagama name at the start represents the effect given by bestowal. The effect is a simple, yet powerful vitality of the wearer increased to 150%. That's the highest in the bestowal defense class. Next was the Anagama Shell Rock Armor. This was also an Anagama bestowal. Armor of the Anagama class is certainly quite suited for a shield user. In other words, the perfect equipment for Iko. And finally, the Kakagawari Shell Earrings. The effect of Kakagawari being an increase of 5% to the wearer's critical rate might seem a little bland at first glance. However, to be honest, the Kakagawari was the bestowal that most players wanted. In addition to the 6 equipment slots, weapon, head, torso, legs, hands, and feet, accessories could be worn in 4 additional slots: arms, fingers, ears, and neck, a total of 10 slots, and if you're able to acquire equipment with Kakagawari bestowed on all of them, the result will be 50% increased critical rate. That's right, and if you add your own status to it, you might be able to achieve a critical rate of 100%. So, in a way, the Kakagawari bestowal is sort of a player's romance. Yukari. Yes. Unbelievable. Thank you very much. There's no other way to put it other than that. In 4 months, she produced 3 hits. I'd love for her to keep giving it her all. I asked her to give the 2 Anagama pieces to Iko and the Kakagawari earrings to Sylvia. Yukari nodded happily, visibly in a great mood. That's right. I also need to give you some reward, Yukari. Incidentally, I noticed it. There might be problems if I give stuff to Sylvia and Iko, but nothing to Yukari. No, you already gave me this bit. This summoned spirit. Why do I get the feeling that problems are already occurring? I better take action soon. Then, that's the reward for the bestowal. But I also need to give you some reward for always taking care of me. Is there something you want? Something I want? Is anything okay? Yeah, anything, just say it. The moment I said anything, Yukari's eyes shined brightly. I feel like I just said something I shouldn't have. But it's already too late. And then, a shocking statement came. Then, tonight, in my room. I'll be waiting. Does that mean? So that's what you want? I spoke out involuntarily. Yukari then nodded shyly while looking down. Her ears reddened. She hid her face behind her long beautiful purple hair, so her expression wasn't visible, but her mouth, which could barely be seen, was embarrassedly happy. From the flow of events, I could perfectly understand she said that while fully prepared. I see. So, there's that. I made a woman go this far and actually say it. If I don't answer to her here, I can't call myself a man. I'll go no matter what. I simply said that and left. It was also a good time to leave since it's almost lunchtime. We'll be seeing each other soon. But in the end, I couldn't even savor the lunch. End of Volume 3.